Long ago, the nine-tailed demon fox brought calamity upon the human world, plunging people into boundless terror. This monster possessed 9 tails, and thus it was called the Nine Tails. Its very existence stripped the villages of peace, forcing people to live in constant fear. One day, the Nine Tails decided to launch a sudden assault on Konoha village. Upon learning of the Nine Tails' attack, the 4th Hokage of Konoha bluffing, Shuemin resolutely chose to stand forth and defend his homeland. Yet the Nine Tails' power was overwhelmingly great, and Shuemin soon realized he was no match for it. To protect the village, he decided to stake his life and seal the Nine Tails away. After a fierce battle, Shuemin finally discovered the Nine Tails' weakness. At the critical moment, he mustered the last of his strength to seal the Nine Tails into the body of a newborn infant, his own son Mingren. For the sake of Konoha's future, Shuemin sacrificed himself, leaving behind a legendary tale. Though the village gained a brief peace, Mingren henceforth became the vessel that sealed the nine-tailed demon fox. Shuemin's sacrifice made him a hero of Konoha, while Mingren grew up under the care of those around him. As he slowly matured, he gradually came to understand his unique identity and the mission he bore. To protect Konoha, Mingren resolved to devote himself to learning ninjutsu and to become a new generation ninja, inheriting his father's will. From a young age, he received patient guidance from Chimu Kakashi, a disciple of the 4th Hokage and his own mentor. With Kakashi's help, Mingren displayed extraordinary potential and became an outstanding ninja. At the same time, he also searched for a way to unravel the seal of the nine-tailed demon fox so as to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the world again. To protect the young Mingren, the 3rd Hokage concealed his true parentage, letting him be raised by a motherly guardian so he would not be targeted by his father's former enemies. However, this also led to Mingren being rejected and isolated from a young age. With no one to rely on, he could only pull all manner of pranks to attract attention. Soon the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy arrived, yet the subject was the clone technique he was least adept at. True to his reputation as the bottom of the class, even after giving it everything he had, he could only produce a pitifully poor clone. While the other children all graduated smoothly, Mingren alone failed once more. Under the manipulation of teacher Shuemu, Mingren stole the forbidden sealing scroll that recorded banned techniques. Fortunately, Irika was the first to find Mingren and used his own body to shield him from Shuemu's surprise attack, then transformed into Mingren's likeness to draw Shuemu's attention and buy time for Mingren to escape. Yet because of his injuries, Irika was no match for Shuemu and soon fell into a trap. At the most perilous moment, Mingren stepped forward and used the newly learned multiple shadow clone technique to neutralize the crisis. Irika then handed him the forehead protector that symbolized a true ninja. The next day, Mingren attended his graduation interview with the 3rd Hokage and met the Hokage's grandson, Konoha Maru. Originally a mischievous troublemaker, Konoha Maru, after being disciplined by Mingren, decided to acknowledge him as his boss. Mingren later defeated Huibi Shu with the multiple seduction technique. In this way, the two boys unknowingly forged a deep friendship. The next day, under bright sunshine, Konoha's Ninja Academy held a grand graduation ceremony. The graduates dressed in brand new ninja uniforms, their faces brimming with pride and anticipation. Like the others, Mingren stood full of confidence as he awaited the upcoming class assignment assembly. During the assignment assembly, Mingren greeted his longtime crush, Xiaoying, with eager anticipation. To his disappointment, however, Xiaoying's eyes held only her classmate, Uchiha Zhuozhu. Watching Xiaoying's infatuation with Zhuozhu, Mingren's heart filled with jealousy and resentment. This caused him to harbor hostility towards Zhuozhu, feeling that he had stolen the girl he cherished. Meanwhile, a troublemaker who delighted in stirring up disputes noticed the subtle tension between Mingren and Zhuozhu and decided to seize the chance to sow discord between them. He fanned the flames in secret, deliberately creating opportunities for Mingren and Zhuozhu to clash. During one physical training class, he intentionally arranged for Zhuozhu and Mingren to face off in a match and had Xiaoying serve as referee. In the heated confrontation, Mingren and Zhuozhu refused to yield, and the tension between them grew thicker and thicker. Seeing this, the troublemaker secretly rejoiced, eager to watch the spectacle unfold. Yet in the midst of this match, Mingren and Zhuozhu accidentally stole each other's first kiss. This sudden twist left everyone present utterly stunned. Xiaoying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. The troublemaker's anticipation of a good show likewise shattered in an instant. After this unexpected incident, the relationship between Mingren and Zhuozhu underwent a subtle change. No longer did they treat each other with outright hostility, instead a faint sense of tacit understanding began to form. Although there was still some tension between them, they had already started down the path toward reconciliation. Xiaoying, seeing the changes brought about by that first kiss incident, also began to re-examine her feelings for Zhuozhu. This class assignment assembly at the graduation ceremony brought immense changes to the lives of the academy graduates. The triangular relationship among Mingren, Zhuozhu, and Xiaoying would continue to develop throughout their future careers as ninja. Afterward, Irika explained the team assignment rules as Jinin. They would be grouped in teams of 3 and follow a single Jonin teacher to carry out missions. Mingren Zueju and Xiaoying happened to be assigned to Team 7 under Chimu Kakashi. Almost immediately, Kakashi tested them, demanding that they seize 2 bells from his hand before noon. Those who failed to obtain a bell would not only be denied lunch, but also be sent back to the academy for further study. The tests soon began. Mingren charged in first, launching an assault on Kakashi, only to be utterly routed by Konoha Taijutsu's secret technique, the 1,000 Years of Death. Zueju then used the opening created by Mingren to launch a surprise attack with fire-style Great Fireball technique, but Kakashi evaded it with a substitution technique and buried Zueju in the earth. Watching from the side, Xiaoying decisively surrendered upon witnessing the vast gap in strength. Thus, none of the 3 passed the test. At this point, Kakashi pointed out their problem: a lack of team cooperation. He extended the test until the afternoon, but forbade Zueju and Xiaoying from giving Mingren any food. Yet after Kakashi left, seeing Mingren starving, both Zueju and Xiaoying shared their lunches with him. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared and announced that all 3 of them had passed. It turned out that this test was precisely meant to measure their sense of teamwork. Kakashi said that in the world of ninja, those who break the rules are scum, but those who do not value their comrades are worse than scum. As an elite jonin of Konoha Hidden Village, Kakashi firmly upheld the fundamental principles of the ninja world. He taught young ninja to obey the rules and respect their teammates, for these were the foundations that upheld order and team spirit in the ninja world. Kakashi once told his students, in the world of ninja, those who break the rules are scum. They disregard regulations, casually disturb others' peace, and bring chaos to the entire society. But remember, he continued, there is a kind of person even more despicable: those who do not value their comrades. Kakashi well understood that in the harsh ninja world, comrades were beings who relied on and supported one another. For a ninja, losing comrades meant losing protection, support, and reliance. A ninja who did not value their comrades could not earn trust or respect, nor could they receive help at critical moments. Those who do not value their comrades are worse than scum, Kakashi said gravely. For they not only break the rules, but also shatter the trust and friendship within a team. Such people are destined to find no foothold in the ninja world. To etch this lesson deeply into the hearts of young ninja, Kakashi often recounted stories of profound friendship among ninja teams. In those stories, ninja who cherished their comrades were willing at crucial moments to pay with their very lives to rescue teammates in peril. Such actions not only earned them the deep respect of their comrades, but also won them renown throughout the ninja world. Kakashi believed that ninja should always remember the importance of comrades, cherish one another's friendship, and strive to become ninjas who both uphold the rules and value their companions. Only in this way could they achieve success in the ninja world, earn respect, and contribute to Konoha Hidden Village and the entire ninja world. As the second wielder of the executioner's blade, Zabuza, with his overwhelming strength and ruthless methods, became a figure whose very name struck fear throughout the ninja world. His past was shrouded in mystery and legend, and what astonished people most was the prodigious talent he had already revealed in his childhood. During the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, the students were forced into a brutal free-for-all where only the final survivor would be deemed worthy to graduate. It was an incomparably merciless trial, yet Zabuza, relying solely on his own strength, dominated the slaughter. Though still very young at the time, his innate genius was already unmistakably exposed. He keenly observed everything around him, calmly analyzing the disparity between himself and his enemies. Amid the chaos and carnage, he was like a lone wolf, patiently waiting for his prey to reveal itself. Through clash after clash, Zabuza displayed astounding power and decisive judgment. His blade moved like lightning, swift and vicious, cutting down opponent after opponent. Within that horrific contest, his strength and will were ground and tempered to the extreme, forging him into someone even stronger and utterly merciless. When every other student had fallen beneath his blade, Zabuza emerged as the sole survivor of the graduation exam. Covered in blood and hatred, he walked out of that land of death and became a ninja whom all would fear. From that moment on, Zabuza's name spread throughout the ninja world, and he became a presence both revered and dreaded by countless shinobi. In his hands, the executioner's blade unleashed peerless power and became his most trusted companion on countless battlefields. He even forced Kirigakure to change its exam rules, and after reaching adulthood, he launched a coup and attempted to assassinate the fourth Mizukichi. Though the coup failed, and he fled the village as a rogue ninja, his ambition never faded. While constantly evading the pursuit of the Umbu, he quietly brewed plans for his next rebellion. To that end, he took on assassination work for anyone willing to pay a high enough price. It was thus that he encountered Kakashi's Team 7, appearing as the first minor boss in their story. Zabuza's overall performance was remarkable. Whether in taijutsu or ninjutsu, he was in no way inferior to Kakashi, and in their first clash, he even held a slight advantage. The reason he later left such a foolish impression was largely because he appeared so early in the story. After a string of minor missions, Team 7 finally received their first crank assignment. Their task was to escort an old man safely to the Land of Waves. They initially believed it would be simple, merely protecting him from danger along the road. However, not long after they left Konoha, an unexpected incident occurred. While they were making their way down a secluded path, they were suddenly ambushed by two Chunin. The two Chunin moved with agility, clearly having come prepared. Faced with the sudden assault, the members of Team 7 immediately shifted into combat mode. With Kakashi and Uchiha Sasuke joining forces, they managed to subdue the two Chunin. Yet from that brief exchange, Kakashi sharply sensed that there was something abnormal about this mission. The ambush clearly had not been a coincidence. Those Chunin had likely been hired by some faction with the sole purpose of preventing the old man from reaching the Land of Waves. Kakashi realized that their mission was far more complex than they had imagined. To ensure the old man's safety, he decisively raised the mission's classification to rank. This meant they would have to face any potential enemies with far greater caution and devote themselves completely to finishing the assignment. Confronted with this upgraded mission, each member of Team 7 felt unprecedented pressure. At the same time, they understood that this was a road they had to walk if they wished to grow. Only by constantly pushing their limits could they become true shinobi. As their journey continued, Team 7 raised their guard, remaining alert for enemies at all times. They not only had to keep the old man safe, but also had to learn to grow quickly in the midst of battle. Because of this, Sakura began to waver and wanted to turn back, whereas Naruto, stung by Sasuke's attitude, stabbed a kunai through his own palm to swear that he would never run away. Along the way, the old man finally revealed to Team 7 the reason someone wanted him dead. He admitted that he had concealed the truth from the start, fearing he would become a burden and drive the mission's fee up. He told them that he possessed a mysterious treasure in the Land of Waves rumored to be worth a fortune. News of this treasure had spread, attracting the covetous gaze of criminals. To protect his property, he decided to move the treasure to a secure place. Yet with his limited means, he could not afford the high fee required for a rank or higher mission. In order to lower the mission's rank, he hid the truth when issuing the request. This, however, did nothing to free him from danger. In fact, the moment he set out, he had already stepped into a struggle between life and death. Hearing his story, the members of Team 7 felt genuine sympathy for his plight and also came to a deeper understanding of how arduous this mission truly was. They realized that escorting the old man to the Land of Waves was no longer a simple protection detail, but a confrontation where lives hung in the balance. To complete this mission, the members of Team 7 decided to give everything they had. They would have to contend with enemies from all directions and remain wary of possible betrayal at every moment. In the process, they not only needed to improve their combat skills, but also to learn how to cooperate more effectively. For Team 7, this assignment was an immense trial, yet also an unavoidable step in their growth. Although Kakashi promised to protect them as best he could, he still worried about the road ahead. If further ambushes came, he feared the next enemy might be a Jonin. Sure enough, the foe they encountered next was none other than the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Facing such a formidable enemy, Kakashi did not hesitate to lift his forehead protector, revealing beneath it a Sharingan eye that should have belonged only to the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan could instantly read through an opponent's techniques and even copy their abilities, and it was thanks to this eye that Kakashi earned the title of Copy Ninja. The two of them then launched into a duel that belonged solely to Shinobi. Zabuza took the initiative, casting Hidden Mist Jutsu to raise a suffocating fog that blinded everyone's vision, then used water clones again and again to lure Kakashi into exposing a flaw, finally trapping him with the water prison technique. At the critical moment, Naruto had a flash of inspiration. Using ninjutsu, he transformed himself into a Fuma Shuriken to coordinate with Sasuke's sneak attack on Zabuza. Though they failed to inflict real damage, they created the opening needed to break the water prison and free Kakashi. Afterward, Kakashi revealed the true might of the Copy Ninja. Relying on his Sharingan, he copied Zabuza's techniques one after another and countered at even greater speed, finally seizing a hard-won victory with the Great Waterfall technique. Just then, a masked boy suddenly appeared and killed Zabuza, claiming to be Umbu from the Hidden Mist, tasked specifically with hunting down rogue shinobi. From the boy's build and voice, Kakashi judged that he was about the same age as Naruto and Sasuke, which stirred his suspicions. Yet, having just endured a fierce battle, Kakashi was already utterly exhausted and in no condition to fight another opponent. In that brutal clash, Team 7 had finally brought down the once dreaded rogue ninja, Zabuza. However, just as they believed the mission had reached a perfect conclusion, a mysterious masked figure suddenly appeared and carried off Zabuza's corpse. The masked ninja was powerful and swift. Even though Team 7 did everything they could to engage him, they were unable to stop his retreat. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the night with Zabuza's body. In that battle, Kakashi had played a pivotal role, With his unique Sharingan, he led Team 7 to victory. Yet the overuse of the Sharingan exacted a heavy price. After the masked ninja departed, Kakashi collapsed to the ground, fainting from sheer exhaustion. Seeing Kakashi's condition, the members of Team 7 were deeply worried. They immediately took him back to Konoha to seek the aid of medical ninja. After a round of treatment, Kakashi finally regained consciousness. Even so, the strain of overusing the Sharingan left him with severe aftereffects, greatly depleting both his stamina and his mental strength. In the wake of this incident, Kakashi gained a deeper understanding of his own capabilities. He realized that as a shinobi, he was far from invincible and still had much to learn and improve. For their part, the members of Team 7 grew considerably through this mission, learning how to persevere in hardship and how to keep moving forward in the face of adversity. Though the assignment had ended, it left them with profound lessons. They came to understand that becoming an excellent shinobi requires immense effort and sacrifice. In a fierce battle, Team 7 had at last defeated the rogue ninja Zabuza, whose name once made others tremble. Yet just as they believed the mission was perfectly concluded, a mysterious masked man suddenly appeared and took away Zabuza's corpse. The masked ninja was powerful and agile. Despite Team 7's best efforts, they could not stop him. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as he disappeared into the night with Zabuza's body. Throughout that battle, Kakashi had played a decisive role, using his unique Sharingan to lead Team 7 to victory. But overusing the Sharingan forced Kakashi to pay a steep price. After the masked ninja departed, he collapsed to the ground unconscious from the strain. Seeing Kakashi's state, the members of Team 7 were extremely anxious. They planned to rush him back to Konoha at once and seek the help of medical ninja. After receiving treatment, Kakashi finally woke. Even so, the overuse of the Sharingan had left him with grave aftereffects, and both his physical strength and mental energy were greatly drained. During this process, the members of Team 7 must face enemies from all directions while overcoming numerous difficulties. They not only need to enhance their combat skills, but also learn how to cooperate with their companions to tackle challenges together. This is also the journey they must undertake to become excellent ninjas. After a period of rest, Kakashi finally awakens from his unconscious state. Upon opening his eyes, he discovers that he has arrived at the home of the elder they were tasked to protect. At this moment, the other members of Team 7 are surrounding him, inquiring about his condition. Kakashi sits up and carefully recalls the previous battle. He realizes that Momochi Zabuza is not dead, and the actions of the masked man who took him away clearly have deeper implications. Furthermore, Kakashi deduces that the masked boy is not a member of the Mist's Umbu, as his combat style and techniques are completely different from those of the Umbu ninjas. With this in mind, Kakashi decides to ask the elder for information about the masked boy. The elder tells him that the boy is named Haku, and he was once Zabuza's partner. Together, they formed the Demon Brothers duo. However, during a mission, Zabuza accidentally killed Haku's family, leading to a rift in their relationship. Despite this, Haku still harbors deep feelings for Zabuza, and this time, he rescued Zabuza, likely to save his former partner. Upon hearing the elder's words, a glimmer of hope ignites within Kakashi. He understands that to save Zabuza, he must find Haku. Thus, he decides to lead the members of Team 7 in a new search operation to look for Haku. During this process, the members of Team 7 must face enemies from all directions while overcoming numerous difficulties. They not only need to enhance their combat skills, but also learn how to cooperate with their companions to tackle challenges together. This is indeed the path they must take to become excellent ninjas. Kakashi is well aware of the formidable strength of their enemies this time. To prepare for the upcoming battle, Kakashi devises tree climbing training to enhance Team 7's abilities. The weakest member, Naruto, practices alone in the forest and unexpectedly encounters the masked man who took Zabuza. At this moment, the masked man is not wearing a mask, so Naruto does not immediately recognize his identity. During their conversation, he learns that the masked man is named Haku, who tells Naruto a person only truly becomes strong when protecting someone important, and corrects Naruto's misunderstanding about his gender, stating, "I am a girl." The next day, Naruto overslept due to exhaustion, so Kakashi took the remaining members to the bridge construction site. However, upon arrival, they found that all the workers had been knocked down. Zabuza and Haku reappear. Thanks to their previous training, Sasuke is now able to handle Zabuza's water clones, and is even able to steadily overpower Haku in speed. However, Haku can perform hand seals with one hand, and uses a rare ice release technique. Haku traps Sasuke in an ice prison using the secret technique ice crystal mirrors, moving at high speed within the mirrors to easily defeat Sasuke, while Kakashi is blocked by Zabuza and unable to assist Sasuke, who is on the brink of death. In a critical moment, our protagonist Naruto arrives just in time. Haku recognizes Naruto as the child he met in the forest and initially considers letting him go. However, Naruto charges into the ice prison to save Sasuke, and the two join forces to fight back, but they still cannot match Haku. At this moment, Kakashi, who is watching from outside, recognizes that Haku is using a bloodline limit ability similar to his Sharingan. The so-called bloodline limit is an ability that only specific bloodlines can use, and this ability is one that even his Sharingan cannot replicate. In a life-and-death situation, Sasuke breaks through in anger and activates his Sharingan, but Haku targets the severely injured Naruto. To protect Naruto, Sasuke uses his own body to block Haku's attack, putting his life on the line. Naruto recalls the various hardships they have faced together and, filled with rage, unleashes his full power. The Crimson Chakra of the Nine Tails surges from his body instantly, healing his critical injuries, and his powerful aura renders Haku immobile. With a single punch, Naruto sends Haku and the mirror flying several meters away. The mask on Haku's face shatters along with the ice crystal mirrors, but just as Naruto prepares to deliver a fatal blow, he unexpectedly discovers that Haku is the boy he met in the forest. Haku shares his past, revealing that possessing a bloodline limit made him an outcast among the villagers. Even his father wished to kill him out of fear. It was Zabuza who provided him with care and warmth, and Haku willingly became Zabuza's tool for killing. However, now that he has lost his value after being defeated by Naruto, he asks Naruto to kill him, but Naruto hesitates to strike. On the other side, Kakashi, whose vision is obscured by mist, uses a summoning technique to call forth ninja dogs to restrain Zabuza and unleashes his ultimate technique, Lightning Cutter. Chakra visibly gathers in Kakashi's palm, emitting a sound reminiscent of crackling lightning. But just as Kakashi's lightning cutter strikes Zabuza, Haku suddenly appears in front of Zabuza, using his own body to block Kakashi's attack, fulfilling his role as a tool and dying. Taking advantage of this moment, Zabuza breaks free from his restraints and launches another attack on Kakashi, but Kakashi easily subdues him and disables Zabuza's arms, finally bringing an end to the fierce battle. However, at this moment, the owner of the shipping company that hired Zabuza appears, accompanied by a large group of subordinates to clean up the aftermath, preparing to kill everyone, including Zabuza, while also disrespecting Haku's corpse. After a verbal confrontation with Naruto, Zabuza finally realizes Haku's importance to him. Subsequently, Zabuza bites down on a kunai, and facing countless attacks, pierces through the body of the shipping company owner. With his last breath, Zabuza uses all his remaining strength to stagger toward Haku's corpse. After driving away the remaining thugs, Kakashi carries Zabuza to Haku's side. Thus, Zabuza quietly gazes at the boy who had accompanied him for many years, slowly closing his eyes as the falling snow mourns for these two individuals, marking the tragic conclusion of Team 7's first mission. Indeed, Naruto has grown significantly during this mission. Originally having a poor foundation, he displayed unwavering will and courage when facing Haku alone. When confronted by a powerful enemy, he did not back down, but bravely protected his teammates. Moreover, he learned how to adjust his mindset and emotions when facing adversity to better cope with challenges. Throughout this process, Naruto not only enhanced his abilities, but also learned to cherish the people around him. The Chunin selection exam is crucial for every young ninja, as this test not only determines their eligibility to become a Chunin, but also serves as a comprehensive assessment of their personal strength and teamwork abilities. Every ninja participating in the exam will face immense pressure and challenges, but they all understand that only by passing this exam can they achieve greater growth and honor. However, many unexpected events occurred during this important exam. Just as the exam was about to begin, a mysterious organization suddenly appeared, creating chaos in the midst of the exam and attempting to disrupt its normal progression. These mysterious individuals possessed formidable strength, and the ninjas found themselves in a predicament under their interference. Faced with this sudden situation, the young ninjas had to quickly adjust their tactics and engage in fierce battles with the intruders. In this process, they not only needed to showcase their personal strength, but also required close cooperation to unleash the power of teamwork. This was a contest of wisdom and courage. Each ninja was giving their all, striving for victory. Despite the dire circumstances, the young ninjas did not give up. They bravely faced the challenges, and with their perseverance and intelligence, they ultimately overcame the mysterious individuals and successfully saved the exam. In the process, they not only enhanced their strength, but also gained invaluable teamwork experience. After this turmoil, the Chunin selection exam became even more noteworthy. This exam was not just a test of individual strength, but also a record of the growth journey of the young ninjas. Through arduous battles, they learned the values of unity, trust, courage, and perseverance, qualities that would become their precious assets for the future, guiding them to progress on the path of a ninja. The chief examiner IBI stood on the platform with a serious expression. He understood the importance of this exam and thus imposed strict requirements on the candidates present. Attention, all candidates, cheating is strictly prohibited in this exam. We will monitor the entire process, and any detected cheating will result in immediate disqualification. However, despite IBI's repeated emphasis, the candidates still resorted to various cheating methods. Some candidates cheated using pre-prepared props, such as invisible ink and miniature communication devices, while others conveyed information through discrete methods like body language and tapping on the table. Worse still, some even impersonated examiners to blend into the proctoring team, facilitating their cheating. Faced with these incessant cheating tactics, IBI and the proctors found themselves in a dilemma. They had to adopt stricter monitoring measures to ensure the fairness of the exam. However, in this process, some candidates lost their eligibility due to misjudgments, which left them feeling wronged. IBI was well aware of the significance of this exam for each candidate, and he understood that cheating would severely undermine the entire examination system. Therefore, he had to take a hard stance and deal sternly with incidents of cheating. Yet he also felt a heavy sense of responsibility, worried that his decisions might harm some innocent candidates. In this first exam of the Chunin selection, IBI had to ensure the fairness of the exam while also considering the rights of the candidates. He needed to find a balance between the two, allowing the exam to proceed smoothly while selecting a group of excellent Chunins for the Hidden Leaf Village. This would also serve as a significant test in his career. Thus, IBI established some rules. First, everyone starts with 10 points. 1 point is deducted for each wrong answer. Second, scores will be calculated based on the total score of each group of 3. Third, if cheating is discovered, 2 points will be deducted. Fourth, if one person in a group gets 0 points, the entire group will be disqualified. The written test was inherently Naruto's weak point, and now he bore the fate of group disqualification, which put immense pressure on him. He thought he could at least guess one answer out of 10 questions, but the difficulty of the exam was beyond imagination. Not only Naruto, but even Sasuke was baffled by the questions, leaving only top students like Sakura and Hinata capable of answering them. However, Sasuke quickly realized that this exam was not merely a test of academic knowledge, it truly assessed the student's ability to gather information. Cheating was permitted, but it must not be discovered, prompting those candidates who grasped this point to take immediate action. Gaara used sand to create a false eye to observe the entire classroom. Kankuro disguised his puppet as an examiner. Kiba and Shino relied on animal communication to cheat. Meanwhile, the ninjas from Sound Village used subtle vibrations from the pen tips to obtain answers. Only Naruto was impatient, repeatedly teetering on the brink of collapse. Hinata, noticing Naruto's plight, offered to let him copy her answers. However, as soon as Naruto turned his head, a kunai flew from a distance, but turned out that the guy behind Naruto had been disqualified for cheating 5 times. Yet he refused to accept this and demanded proof from the proctor, only to be pinned against the wall by a blind Chunin who said, "My 2 eyes are the evidence." Hinata quickly seized the opportunity, urging Naruto to copy her, but Naruto was too frightened. He was afraid of implicating Hinata and abandoned the thought of cheating. Neji and Sasuke used their Byakugan and Sharingan respectively, one observed directly while the other copied the actions. How many candidates envied their abilities at that moment? With only 15 minutes left in the exam, Naruto still had not answered a single question. At that moment, IBI announced the content of the final bonus question, allowing everyone to choose whether to answer it. If they opted out, their current scores would be voided, but if they answered incorrectly, they would be permanently disqualified from participating in the Chunin exam. Many could not bear the pressure and raised their hands to forfeit. Sakura, wanting to ensure Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, also intended to forfeit. However, Naruto preempted her and raised his hand to speak, declaring that he would not back down. Even if he could only remain a genin for life, he would not flee from the battle. As long as he had breath, he would strive to become Hokage. Naruto's words instantly quelled the unease of the others. IBI felt there was no need to wait any longer and announced that everyone present had passed the written test. It turned out that this exam not only tested the ability to search for information, but also assessed everyone's willpower. Just as IBI announced the exam results, the second chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko, made her entrance, claiming she would eliminate more than half of the participants. After saying this, she led everyone to the dreaded forest of death, while IBI frowned as he collected the test papers. He meticulously checked the test papers in his hand, ensuring that every student's score was accurately recorded. However, when he picked up a particular test paper, his expression grew even more serious. This test paper had no answers at all, only a blank space. IBI couldn't help but recall the owner of this test paper, Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who was always full of energy and seemed carefree. Naruto always enjoyed being quirky, but he had long desired to become Hokage and had put in much effort toward that goal. IBI couldn't help but wonder why Naruto would submit a blank paper this time. To find out the reason, IBI decided to speak with Naruto in person. He arrived at Naruto's classroom only to find Naruto slumped over his desk, appearing deeply troubled. IBI gently patted Naruto's shoulder and asked Naruto, "Your performance in this exam has been unusual. Can you tell me what happened?" Naruto looked up, tears glistening in his eyes. He choked out, "Ibi-sensei, I really tried my best. But the questions in this exam were too difficult, and I couldn't understand them at all. I'm afraid submitting a blank paper will disappoint you and make the villagers laugh at me." but I really don't know what to do." Upon hearing this, Iba's heart was filled with sympathy. He comforted Naruto, saying, "Naruto, you need not blame yourself. This exam was indeed challenging, and many of your classmates faced the same issues. I won't blame you this time, but remember not to give up when faced with difficulties. I will help you improve your learning level as long as you are willing to put in the effort." Naruto's eyes filled with tears of emotion as he looked gratefully at Ibi, his heart brimming with appreciation. He nodded vigorously, firmly stating, "Thank you, Ibi-sensei. Your concern and teachings have given me unprecedented warmth, strengthening my resolve. I will work twice as hard and will not let you down or betray your expectations." Ibi looked at Naruto's determined gaze and felt a sense of comfort for this young man. He gently patted Naruto's shoulder encouragingly, saying, "Naruto, I believe in you. You possess boundless potential and determination. As long as you forge ahead fearlessly, you will surely achieve your dreams. I will always support you and accompany you as you grow." Naruto felt the deep care from Ibi-sensei and took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He raised his head and resolutely said, "Ibi-sensei, I won't let you down. I will prove through my actions that I am a trustworthy ninja, and I will do everything for the peace and stability of the village." Ibi smiled and nodded, filled with confidence in Naruto's growth. Soon the second stage of the Chunin exam officially commenced. In the tense and fervent atmosphere, the young ninjas gathered at the venue ready to face new challenges. The Forest of Death served as the examination site, a domain filled with danger and the unknown, teeming with perilous magical beasts such as venomous spiders, ferocious wolves, and massive snake monsters, while also concealing traps and ambushes set by other ninja teams. The terrifying nature of the Forest of Death made even many seasoned ninjas tremble. In such a perilous environment, the contestants must rely on their wisdom and strength to find a way out and defeat their enemies. This exam is not merely a contest, it is a test of life and death, and every ninja must give their all. Before the exam began, the instructors from Konoha provided all participants with a brief explanation and reminders on how to survive in the treacherous environment. Then the participants were divided into small groups preparing to enter the Forest of Death. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura formed one team, encouraging each other as they prepared to face the challenges ahead. They understood that only by standing united could they stand out in this brutal competition. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura disappeared into the entrance of the Forest of Death, other ninja teams also began their journeys. The exam had begun, and everyone was striving for their dreams. In the Forest of Death, the ninjas not only faced attacks from magical beasts, but also had to be wary of traps set by other ninjas. They had to utilize their ninjutsu and wisdom to overcome various difficulties in order to achieve victory in this harsh examination. Meanwhile, those outside the Forest of Death were eagerly awaiting the victor of this Chunin exam. Faced with such daunting challenges, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura decided to work together, confronting the trials that lay ahead. Before entering the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Anko emphasized that the goal of this exam was to locate the Heaven Scroll within the allotted time while competing with other teams and protecting their own scroll. Additionally, Anko specifically reminded them that many mysterious illusions existed in the Forest of Death, and once ensnared, escape would be exceedingly difficult. The three-member team advanced cautiously through the Forest of Death, always vigilant of their surroundings. In their quest for the scroll, they encountered attacks and traps from other teams multiple times, but through unwavering faith and team spirit, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. However, just as they were about to find the Heaven Scroll, an unexpected enemy appeared. It turned out that the ninjas from the Sound Village had been looking for an opportunity to eliminate Naruto. They planned to lure him into a trap using illusions, aiming to wipe him out in one fell swoop. Faced with this crisis, Sasuke acted decisively, using his Sharingan to dispel the illusion and rescue Naruto from the trap. However, this confrontation also made the trio aware of the strength of the Sound Village, and they realized they must be more cautious in facing the challenges ahead. After a fierce battle, the trio finally located the Heaven Scroll. But on the way back, they encountered a powerful enemy. The four-tailed Naruto transformed into a beast. In this state, Naruto lost his rationality and launched a fierce attack on Sasuke and Sakura. Faced with such a formidable foe, the trio found themselves in a dire struggle. With the support of the elite ninjas from Konoha, the four-tailed Naruto was finally subdued, allowing the trio to catch their breath. In this brief moment of rest, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto gained a deeper understanding of this life-and-death trial. They realized that the path of a ninja is fraught with difficulties, and becoming an excellent ninja requires not only immense strength, but also unwavering faith, courage, wisdom, and perseverance. Sasuke tightly grasped Naruto's hand, knowing that this battle was not just a contest between them, but a struggle to protect each other and fight for the beliefs they held dear. Sakura stood resolutely by their side, always ready to support her teammates. At this moment, the trust and friendship among them grew stronger, determined to strive for their common goal. With the assistance of the elite ninjas from Konoha Court, the trio successfully subdued the four-tailed Naruto. After a fierce battle, Naruto gradually regained his senses and returned to being the familiar companion they knew. After this life and death trial, the trio cherished their friendship and trust even more, and their strength surged to new heights. Ultimately, in the ranking of the second exam, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto secured the top 3 positions. For the other candidates, this Chunin selection exam was undoubtedly a valuable experience. In this struggle for life and death, they deeply felt the courage, wisdom, and perseverance required to become an excellent ninja. In this Chunin selection exam, they not only honed their strength, but also learned about unity, cooperation, and perseverance. This Chunin selection exam was not just a contest of strength, but also a baptism of will. It made these young ninjas understand that the path of a ninja is not smooth sailing, but filled with hardships and challenges. They must confront powerful enemies and dangers lurking in the shadows. Only by continuously striving and bravely facing difficulties can they grow along this path and ultimately become truly excellent ninjas. In this forest of death, they not only had to battle magical beasts, but also engage in fierce combat with other ninjas. This tested not only their ninjutsu skills and combat experience, but also their teamwork and adaptability. In this brutal competition, many young ninjas experienced unprecedented setbacks and failures. However, it was precisely these setbacks and failures that allowed these young ninjas to gain a deeper understanding of the hardships of the ninja path. They learned how to adjust their mindset, how to seek hope in adversity, and how to draw lessons from failure. They understood that only through continuous effort and courage in facing difficulties could they grow along this path and ultimately become truly excellent ninjas. Moreover, this Chunin selection exam made these young ninjas realize that being a ninja is not merely a profession of combat, but also a responsibility and duty. They needed to use their strength to protect the safety of their village and maintain peace in the ninja world. This strengthened their beliefs for their future ninja careers and motivated them to strive for it. Though this Chunin selection exam was filled with hardships and challenges, it also became the most precious asset in the growth of these young ninjas. They will carry the experiences and insights from this competition forward, striving to become truly excellent ninjas. Although Haruno Sakura from Naruto left an unkind impression on many viewers, she was in the early stages of the story a character full of personality and charm. At that time, some of her characteristics and personality actually piqued the audience's interest. The early Sakura was not as annoying as some might think. Rather, her unique personality and actions drew viewers' attention. Her secret crush on Sasuke starkly contrasted with her violent behavior towards Naruto, adding depth and vibrancy to her character. Moreover, Sakura's beauty and strength enhanced her appeal, making her a favorite character for many viewers in the beginning. However, as the plot progressed, some of Sakura's actions and behaviors led many viewers to develop a dislike for her. Her simp behavior towards Sasuke and her emotional manipulation of Naruto resulted in negative perceptions from the audience. This shift caused many originally fond viewers to grow weary of her. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that Sakura played a crucial role in Naruto. Her presence enriched the story and highlighted other characters. Throughout Sakura's growth, she gradually became aware of her shortcomings and continuously worked to improve. In summary, although Haruno Sakura's actions in Naruto can sometimes be frustrating, she remains an indispensable character. Her growth and changes also witnessed the transformation of this work from an amusing adventure story into a profound exploration of friendship, love, and growth. We must cherish our Naruto. During the first written exam of the Chunin exams, she even contemplated forfeiting her chance to protect Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage. In the case where Sasuke and Naruto were severely incapacitated, she tirelessly cared for them, even going so far as to cut off her long, proud hair to avoid becoming a burden, proving herself as an undeniable heroine among the audience. Just as the 3 ninjas from the Sound Village prepared to strike Sakura, the blue beast of Konoha Rock, Lee made a dazzling entrance, showcasing a unique tenderness towards Sakura. Knowing that Dosu was not to be taken lightly, he immediately released the seal on his hand and unleashed his signature technique, the front lotus, kicking Dosu high into the air and binding him with his bandages, a display of strength unparalleled. What he thought would be a decisive blow was thwarted when Sakan intervened, using a jutsu to turn the ground into sponge, allowing Dosu to escape. In contrast, Lee was burdened by the side effects of the front lotus, putting him at a disadvantage. Dosu took this opportunity to launch an undefendable sound wave attack, causing Lee to rupture his eardrum and lose consciousness. The Inuzuka team hid in the bushes, witnessing the entire scene. Ino, who had always clashed with Sakura, finally mustered the courage to step in front of Sakura after witnessing her sacrifice of her long hair. This marked the first appearance of the Inuzuka trio, where Choji used the expansion jutsu along with a meat tank attack on Sakan, while Shikamaru temporarily restrained Dosu's movements with his shadow imitation technique, and Ino employed the mind transfer jutsu to control Kin, who initially intended to self-harm, to threaten the opponent unaware that Sakan was indifferent to the fate of his allies fixated only on Sasuke's command, to retrieve him. Having just lost their fighting capacity, Choji and Ino quickly reached their limits with Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique, and the situation rapidly reversed. At that moment, Niji and Tintin arrived to assist, causing Dosu to break into a cold sweat at the sight of Niji's Byakugan, yet Niji did not intend to engage. He discovered that an alarming power was erupting within Sasuke. The awakened Sasuke was covered in black, cursed seal markings with dark purple chakra visibly swirling around him. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Dosu prepared to retreat, but Sakan was determined to confront Sasuke, heat intent on capturing them all. As a result, he was instantly subdued by Sasuke, who rendered him powerless as Sasuke's strength had reached the level of a jonin. The sudden surge of power drove him into a frenzied enjoyment of the slaughter. Sakura watched as Sasuke was consumed by Orochimaru's cursed seal, struggling in pain, her heart filled with worry and fear. She understood that if Sasuke continued down this path, he might become an evil ninja like Orochimaru and lose himself. Thus, without hesitation, she rushed forward and embraced Sasuke tightly. In Sakura's warm embrace, Sasuke felt profound love, gradually regaining his sanity as the cursed seal on his body faded with his changing mindset. Seeing this scene, Dosu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this battle was over. Dosu approached Sasuke, and Sakura respectfully bowed his head and said, "You have one, I have nothing more to say. In that case, I am willing to hand over the Earth Scroll." After saying this, he took out the scroll from his pocket and handed it to Sasuke. Sasuke took the scroll and looked at Sakura, gratefully filled with guilt. He understood that if it weren't for Sakura's timely intervention, he might have been controlled by Orochimaru's cursed seal and become an evil ninja. And Sakura, to save him, risked her life. "Thank you, Sakura," Sasuke said softly. Sakura smiled and replied, "No need to thank me, Sasuke. We are partners, I will always support you." Dosu watched this scene, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that the friendship and trust between Sasuke and Sakura were key to their victory in this battle. As for himself, despite his formidable power, he had overlooked the strength of teamwork due to his excessive focus on personal gain. "I lost, I will accept the lesson of defeat and strive to become stronger." After saying this, Dosu turned to leave. Sasuke and Sakura watched Dosu's retreating figure, silently determined to continue working together to strive for the dream of Hokage and to protect Konoha and their friendship. The bond between Sakura and Sasuke would also deepen through this battle. Soon after, Dosu left with a severely weakened Sakan, while on another front, Hinata's team. Kiba yearned to become a Chunin and was willing to go to great lengths to seize the opportunity for promotion. However, this time his ambition faced an unprecedented challenge. During the Chunin exams, Kiba encountered the most terrifying opponent of this session besides Orochimaru, Gaara from the Sand Village. Gaara, as the strongest contestant in this Chunin exam, possessed extraordinary strength and a fearsome reputation. He displayed shocking combat talent and sand manipulation techniques during the matches, instilling immense pressure on all participants. Before meeting Gaara, Kiba had never faced such a powerful opponent. In their clash, he felt an unprecedented level of pressure. Gaara's formidable sand manipulation instilled in Kiba an unparalleled fear. Despite Kiba's best efforts, his strength seemed insignificant before Gaara. Kiba began to realize that merely seizing others' scrolls was far from sufficient to advance to Chunin. True strength comes from unwavering resolve and mastery over one's power. In this battle, Kiba recognized his shortcomings and began to contemplate how to enhance his abilities to contend with stronger opponents in the future. Though the battle ultimately ended in Kiba's defeat, this experience taught him a valuable lesson: strength does not derive from scrolls, but comes from inner determination and a yearning for growth. Kiba decided to learn from this defeat and strive to improve his strength to compete with stronger opponents in the future. The clash between Kiba and Gaara became a legend of the Chunin exams, and all who witnessed this battle would remember this experience. For Kiba, the lesson from this defeat would become the most precious treasure on his path to growth. Gaara, a mere 15-year-old boy, possesses an incredible power. His terror lies not only in the fulfillment of his bloodthirsty desires, but also in his ruthlessness and cruelty towards his enemies. On the battlefield, he not only defeated 3 ninjas from the Rain Village, but also turned them into a rain of blood. However, this slaughter did not satisfy him. His gaze was already fixed on Hinata's squad, a team lurking in the shadows that became his next target. Kankuro and Temari, 2 elite ninjas from the Sand Village, had been closely observing the developments of this Chunin exam. They were particularly concerned about Gaara's actions, especially when he set his sights on the Hinata squad from the Leaf Village. They knew that Gaara was a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, possessing immense power and aggression. If he launched an attack, the members of Hinata's squad could suffer severe injuries or even death. As ninjas of the Sand Village, they did not wish to see such a tragedy occur to their fellow villagers. Thus Kankuro and Temari decided to step forward to stop Gaara's rampage. They quietly approached the area where Hinata's squad was located, ready to take action at any moment. At this critical juncture of the Chunin exam, their appearance undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to Hinata's squad. On the other hand, Hinata's squad also sensed the arrival of Kankuro and Temari. They understood that these two ninjas from the Sand Village had come to stop Gaara. Although they were ninjas from the Leaf Village, they recognized that unity and friendship were paramount in this exam. With the help of Kankuro and Temari, Hinata's squad began to devise a counter-strategy. They decided to utilize teamwork and tactics to minimize Gaara's attack power. At the same time, they were searching for Gaara's weaknesses, hoping to deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. In this fierce battle, Kankuro and Temari showcased their rich combat experience and superb ninjutsu skills. With their assistance, Hinata's squad gradually turned the tide against Gaara. They were particularly concerned about Gaara's actions, especially when he set his sights on the Hinata squad from the Leaf Village. They knew that Gaara was a Jinchuriki of the One Tail, possessing immense power and aggression. If he launched an attack, the members of Hinata's squad could suffer severe injuries or even death. As ninjas of the Sand Village, they did not wish to see such a tragedy occur to their fellow villagers. Thus Kankuro and Temari decided to step forward to stop Gaara's rampage. They quietly approached the area where Hinata's squad was located, ready to take action at any moment. At this critical juncture of the Chunin exam, their appearance undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to Hinata's squad. On the other hand, Hinata's squad also sensed the arrival of Kankuro and Temari. They understood that these two ninjas from the Sand Village had come to stop Gaara. Although they were ninjas from the Leaf Village, they recognized that unity and friendship were paramount in this exam. After a fierce battle, Kankuro and Temari successfully halted Gaara's attacks. However, their strength had also suffered severe damage. Ultimately, with Kankuro and Temari's relentless obstruction, the three members of Hinata's squad barely managed to save their lives. Gaara's reputation grew louder. The fear and respect people held for him reached unprecedented heights. However, this only deepened his loneliness and suffering within. Amidst endless slaughter, Gaara seemed to have forgotten his former kindness and innocence. In his eyes, the entire world appeared to be a bloody battle. Kiba was terrified by Gaara and had completely abandoned the thought of seizing other scrolls, quickly running toward the direction of the tower. Gaara and his companions became the first two teams to arrive, while the seventh team, consisting of Naruto and Sasuke, had also recovered after 2 days of rest, although the heavenly scroll had been destroyed by Orochimaru. All they had left was the earth scroll given to them by TOS, and with the exam nearing its end, they needed to gather both types of scrolls or risk being unable to advance. Naruto planned to decipher the contents of the earth scroll to replicate the heavenly scroll. Fortunately, Kabuto suddenly appeared to stop Naruto, otherwise he would have ended up like the other group that was caught in a hypnotic trap and collapsed until the exam concluded. With Kabuto's help, the seventh team successfully defeated the last enemy and passed the assessment. However, they were shocked to discover that their good brother Kabuto was also a subordinate of Orochimaru. Meanwhile, Anko informed the third Hokage about Orochimaru infiltrating the village. The third quickly deduced that his target was Uchiha Sasuke, but he did not terminate the exam. Instead, he rushed to the exam site. Congratulations to the 21 students who passed the second round of testing. Just as he announced the content of the third round of testing, Kagetsu Shikaku suddenly appeared, stating that he would be the referee for the third round of testing. The details of the matches would be explained by him, and due to the excessive number of participants in the previous round, he decided to arrange a preliminary round starting immediately with unknown battles. At that moment, Kabuto voluntarily proposed to withdraw from the competition, leaving only 20 participants, just enough for 10 matches. Although Sasuke was affected by the curse mark, making his control over Chakra unstable and preventing him from using the Sharingan, he still insisted on competing. The opening battle of the preliminary round was between Sasuke and Orochimaru's subordinate Kai. Even so, Sasuke was able to completely suppress his opponent with Taijutsu. However, Kai's ability was to absorb the opponent's chakra. His goal was to force Sasuke to use the power of the curse mark, and Sasuke's downward spiral made Naruto, who was watching from the sidelines, anxious. Shouting for Sasuke not to disgrace the Uchiha clan, Naruto's encouragement also drew Sasuke's attention to Rock Lee beside him. Suddenly inspired, he imitated Rock Lee's shadow dance, kicking Kai into the air, but Sasuke did not intend to use the front lotus. Instead, he employed his own unique technique, Lion's Barrage, knocking Kai out cold. Though Sasuke managed to suppress the curse mark threatening to erupt within him, through sheer willpower, the burden on his body and mind was evidently overwhelming. After the match, Kakashi took Sasuke for treatment, but just as he sealed the curse mark, Orochimaru's figure appeared behind him, prompting Kakashi to quickly unleash his signature lightning cutter to threaten Orochimaru. Even if you are one of the legendary Sannin with my current strength, I can still fight you to a standstill. No wonder it's Hatake Kakashi able to go toe-to-toe with anyone. Orochimaru remarked that Sasuke would definitely seek him out for revenge. After saying this, Orochimaru left without looking back, leaving behind a chilling remark, "If you truly can kill me, then give it a try." This statement startled Kakashi, causing a cold sweat to break out on his forehead. This legendary Sannin, so young, yet so powerful, instilled fear in others with his strength. However, Kakashi understood that this battle was not merely for personal grievances, but also concerned the honor and future of the village. Meanwhile, the preliminary rounds had entered a climax. The entire Chunin exam had entered its most intense phase. Countless outstanding ninjas showcased their talents and strengths at this moment, striving for the ultimate honor, each unleashing their best techniques with all their might. This Chunin exam had reached an unprecedented climax. Watching the contestants on the field, one couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. These young ninjas would become the future of the village, shouldering the responsibility of protecting it. In this competition, they would display their strength and wisdom, bringing glory to their village. Next up was the most exhilarating battle of the Chunin exam. This battle attracted countless spectators' attention who held their breath in anticipation of a spectacular contest. The protagonists of this battle were none other than Rock Lee and Gaara. Their clash was not only a contest of individual strength, but also a struggle for the honor and future of their village. In this battle, both Rock Lee and Gaara demonstrated remarkable power. They repelled each other's attacks time and again, using powerful ninjutsu and strategies. The audience was captivated, cheering for their impressive performances. However, in this battle, both Rock Lee and Gaara paid a heavy price. Their bodies and spirits suffered immense damage, yet they persevered until the end, fighting tirelessly for victory. Let us await the next chapter, which will be updated soon. This duel is undoubtedly the most exciting match in the Chunin exams of Naruto, featuring the confrontation between Rock Lee, the genius of taijutsu from Konoha, and Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail from Sunigakure. The audience eagerly awaits, anticipating the unique talents of these two young ninjas as they compete against each other. Lee's strength is unquestionable. Through relentless effort and unwavering belief, he has demonstrated remarkable talent in taijutsu. His signature technique, the 8 Gates, is a secret art that can instantaneously unleash the potential within his body. Once the gates are opened, his speed and power multiply, instilling fear in his enemies. However, Gaara, as a Jinchuriki of One Tail, possesses equally remarkable strength. He harbors powerful chakra within him, allowing him to withstand most attacks. Especially when facing an aggressive ninja like Lee, his absolute defense becomes crucial. In this battle, Gaara will fully showcase his unique defensive techniques, becoming an insurmountable barrier for Lee. Before the duel begins, the audience is already restless with anticipation for this clash. Rock Lee, as the taijutsu genius of Konoha, has become a new generation standout through his relentless effort and unwavering belief. His signature technique, the 8 Gates, is a secret art that can instantaneously unleash the potential within his body. Once the gates are opened, his speed and power multiply significantly. On the other hand, Gaara from Sunigakure, as a Jinchuriki, possesses powerful chakra and defensive capabilities. The intensity of this battle is beyond doubt. With the referee's whistle, the match officially begins. Lee unhesitatingly opens the 4th gate of the 8 Gates, the Gate of Injury, greatly enhancing his speed and power. Gaara employs techniques like the Sand Armor and Sand Shield to withstand Lee's fierce attacks. The two exchange blows on the battlefield, captivating the audience. Lee's speed is so overwhelming that Gaara's absolute defense struggles to cope. However, Gaara is no ordinary opponent. He utilizes the Sand Armor and Sand Shield for defense, constantly searching for openings in Lee's attacks. During the fierce battle, Lee's advantage in taijutsu gradually becomes evident, showcasing his immense attacking power. Gaara suffers multiple injuries during the fight. Nevertheless, he does not give up. However, after this battle, Lee pays a heavy price for his efforts. He overexerts the power of the 8 Gates, resulting in severe injuries to his body. First, let us analyze Lee's strength. He is a young ninja from Konoha who, despite his humble origins, has become the taijutsu genius of the new generation through relentless effort and unwavering belief. Lee's signature technique, the 8 Gates, is a secret art that can instantly unleash the potential within his body. Once the gates are opened, his speed and power increase exponentially. In this battle, Lee unhesitatingly opens the 4th gate of the 8 Gates, the Gate of Injury, greatly enhancing his speed and power, completely overpowering Gaara. In contrast, Gaara, as a Jinchuriki from Sunigakure, possesses powerful chakra and defensive capabilities. Despite Gaara's formidable strength, he struggles to showcase his advantages in the fight against Lee. Lee's speed is too fast for Gaara's absolute defense to withstand. Furthermore, Lee's attacking power is immense, and Gaara suffers multiple injuries during the battle. Although Gaara employs techniques like the Sand Armor and Sand Shield for defense, they fail to withstand Lee's fierce assaults. In this battle, Lee and Gaara engage in a thrilling confrontation, leveraging the power of the 8 gates against Gaara's absolute defense. In the end, Lee, with his overwhelming speed and power, successfully defeats Gaara, becoming the strongest Chunin of this battle. However, after this battle, Lee pays a heavy price. His overuse of the 8 gates' power leads to severe damage to his body. Although Lee achieves victory in the Chunin exams by defeating Gaara, his physical condition raises concerns. The excessive use of the 8 gates' power has severely injured his bones, muscles, and internal organs. Seeing Lee in such pain, everyone feels a sense of dread. The medical ninjas of Konoha quickly provide emergency treatment for Lee, doing everything they can to save his life. Lee's teammates, especially Naruto and Sasuke, anxiously guard his bedside, praying for him. After a harrowing rescue effort, Lee finally awakens from his coma. Although his body gradually returns to normal, the damage caused by the 8 gates has significantly affected his strength. However, Lee does not lose heart. He firmly believes that he can rise again and grow stronger. Meanwhile, although Gaara has been defeated by Lee, he has also gained much from this battle. He realizes that he has been overly reliant on absolute defense and lacks in offensive capabilities. Thus, Gaara begins to train harder to improve his attacking skills and address his deficiencies. As time passes, Lee finally stands up again after a long recovery period. After this battle, he gains a clearer understanding of his own strength and is more determined to forge his own path. Lee continues to train diligently, hoping to elevate his strength to new heights one day. Gaara is also continuously working to enhance his strength, learning how to better utilize his power through battles alongside Naruto and Sasuke. Ultimately, Gaara successfully becomes an outstanding ninja, achieving great feats for Sunigakure. After this duel in the Chunin exams, the life trajectories of both Lee and Gaara undergo profound changes. For them, this was not just a battle that changed their fate, but a valuable experience that allowed them to rediscover themselves and clarify their life goals. Lee profoundly realizes the limitations of his own strength in this battle. Although he possesses high aptitude in taijutsu, facing Gaara's absolute defense, he recognizes his shortcomings in ninjutsu tactics and teamwork. This battle teaches him that to become a true powerhouse, he must continuously strive to improve himself in all aspects. Likewise, Gaara discovers his own flaws during this encounter. Despite his strong chakra and defensive capabilities, he has become too reliant on absolute defense, lacking in offensive power. This renders him somewhat passive when battling against an aggressive opponent like Lee. This battle makes Gaara realize that to become a powerful ninja, he must achieve a balance in both offense and defense. After this battle, Lee and Gaara each embark on their own paths. Lee begins to focus on improving his ninjutsu and tactical skills, gradually perfecting his combat techniques through encounters with more ninjas. Gaara, on the other hand, concentrates on enhancing his offensive capabilities, continuously improving his strength through training to compensate for his shortcomings. As time goes by, the names of Lee and Gaara begin to spread throughout the ninja world. Their stories of growth inspire countless young ninjas, teaching them that only through relentless effort and unwavering belief can they advance on the path of a ninja. The battle between Lee and Gaara becomes one of the most classic scenes in Naruto, forever etched in the hearts of the people. In the end, Lee becomes a top ninja of Konoha, and his efforts and fighting spirit inspire countless individuals. Gaara also successfully inherits the will of his father, the fourth Kazekage, becoming a great ninja of Sunigakure. Their stories continue to inspire future ninjas to pursue their dreams and strive for excellence. In the world of Naruto, the Hyuga clan has always been a unique presence in Konohagakure. As one of the prestigious families in Konohagakure, the Hyuga clan possesses a unique ocular technique known as Byakugan, whose power even surpasses the Sharingan, making it one of the hallmarks of the village. Byakugan is an extremely rare ocular technique, its abilities not only limited to observation and insight, but also capable of sensing the flow of chakra, even perceiving the Bodhis meridians and chakra points. This ability allows the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to more easily identify their opponent's weaknesses during battle, enabling more effective attacks. In an era where the power and range of ninjutsu were paramount, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan became a highly valuable strategic resource. With the help of the Byakugan, Konohagakure could more easily discern enemy movements during combat, thereby gaining an advantage. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan also place great emphasis on training and utilizing the Byakugan, continuously enhancing their abilities through practice and cultivation. In Konohagakure, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan became figures of admiration and envy, their presence significantly elevating the village's strength. In summary, the Hyuga clan serves as the face of Konohagakure, with the Byakugan being a powerful ocular technique that surpasses the Sharingan. In an era where the power and range of ninjutsu were paramount, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan became the most precious strategic resource for Konohagakure, contributing immensely to its prosperity and development. While the Sharingan possesses insight and the ability to see through and replicate ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, the Byakugan boasts a 360-degree field of view, allowing it to see through any object, including the Bodhis meridians and the flow of chakra clearly. Coupled with the specialized taijutsu training of the Hyuga clan, it is no wonder that Niji Hyuga often claims their clan is the strongest in Konohagakure. After the peak duel between Rock Lee and Gaara, it would soon be the Hyuga's internal conflict. As a member of the branch family, Niji has harbored hatred for the main family's Hinata since childhood, feeling that he, being more capable, must become a scapegoat for others. Niji's life has been entangled with fate, unable to escape its constraints. Perhaps, as he often says, fate is determined at the moment of birth. In contrast, Hinata, inherently kind, yet timid, initially hesitated to face her brother and consider forfeiting. It was the encouragement from her crush Naruto that gave her the courage to decide to compete against Niji. Both activated their Byakugan to clash in power. Unlike the external injuries inflicted by Guy and Lee's taijutsu, the Hyuga clan can disrupt the enemy's chakra flow within their body, causing internal damage. As a genius of the Hyuga clan, Niji had already learned to see through his opponent's chakra points, capable of sealing Hinata's chakra flow through acupoint strikes. Just as victory seemed within reach, Hinata displayed a tenacious fighting spirit. Despite the vast disparity in strength, she steadfastly chose to fight. That resilient will, much like Naruto's, deeply moved Niji. In that moment, Niji realized his error. He should not underestimate someone who fights bravely. He decided to put aside his disdain and confront this opponent seriously. He saw the determination in her eyes and understood that if he wanted to win this match, he had to give it his all. She charged again. Though fatigued, she summoned all her strength to throw a punch at Niji. Niji also exerted his full power, using gentle fist to block her attack. The battle between them intensified, each exchange filled with power and technique. Yet despite her utmost effort, she could not defeat Niji. Niji gradually gained the upper hand in the fight, ultimately succeeding in knocking her to the ground. She lay there panting, her eyes still shimmering with unyielding spirit. Niji stood before her filled with respect. He knew that although she lost this match, her ninja way and spirit had triumphed over all. After that unforgettable battle, Niji developed a deeper respect for her. He admired not only her courage, but also the steadfast belief and wisdom she displayed during the fight. Niji realized that a true ninja is not merely one with great strength, but also one with unwavering belief and profound understanding. As ninjas, they must fight to protect the people and ideals they cherish, continually growing and improving themselves through battle. She also had a deep impression of that battle. Although she felt fear and worry at the time, she chose to face the challenge with bravery. That battle made her acutely aware of the areas she needed to improve and sparked her motivation to strive to become an exceptional ninja. She began to work harder to learn ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu to enhance her overall strength. Additionally, she focused on cultivating her strategic awareness and mental resilience to remain calm and confident in the face of any difficulty. As time passed, the friendship between Niji and her deepened. They learned from each other, progressed together, and became the strongest partners on each other's paths of growth. They undertook many missions together, facing various difficulties and challenges, but with their steadfast belief and seamless collaboration, they successfully overcame these obstacles. In the process, their strengths underwent significant improvements, gradually becoming renowned, excellent ninjas in the village. Niji and she both understood that the path of a ninja is long and arduous. On this path, they must confront countless difficulties and challenges, but precisely because of this, they cherish their friendship and bonds even more. However, they do not fear, for they hold steadfast beliefs and goals in their hearts. To become the best ninjas and protect everything they cherish is their shared dream. To achieve this goal, they are willing to put forth all their efforts, regardless of how difficult it may be or what great sacrifices it may require. They will continue to pursue becoming the best ninjas in the process, continually enhancing their abilities to become stronger. They know that only by becoming strong can they protect themselves and everything they cherish and realize their dreams. They will keep striving regardless of the challenges they face. They will not easily give up. They will advance, bravely working hard for their dreams and fighting for their beliefs. In this process, they will learn to cherish the friendship and bonds between each other, which will become the most important motivation on their path forward. They will walk hand in hand, facing all difficulties and challenges together, striving to realize their dreams. Niji and she both understand that the path of a ninja is long and arduous, but they do not fear, for they hold steadfast beliefs and goals in their hearts. They will continue to pursue becoming the best ninjas, protecting everything they cherish, and work hard for this goal. The first meeting between Naruto and Jiraiya marked the beginning of their master-disciple relationship. At that time, Naruto was a young, lonely child yearning for attention. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, wandered the world with a carefree attitude, seeking inspiration for his cultivation and creative endeavors. When they encountered each other on the streets of Konoha, Naruto was being scolded by the villagers for his pranks. However, Jiraiya saw a certain quality in Naruto, an untapped potential. He decided to give this child a chance to find his life direction. Thus, Jiraiya put on his signature smile, attempting to catch Naruto's attention. He showed Naruto his first novel, Ika Paradise, although the work was still unfinished at the time. Naruto was immediately captivated by the romantic storyline and developed a strong interest in Jiraiya. To further win Naruto's trust, Jiraiya decided to teach him a ninjutsu. The chosen technique was the transformation technique, which allows the user to transform into a beautiful woman to deceive enemies. Although Naruto was puzzled by this ninjutsu, he earnestly began to learn it. To Jiraiya's surprise, Naruto displayed astonishing talent in the transformation technique. With just one attempt, Naruto successfully performed the technique, transforming into a beautiful girl. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh, deeply attracted by Naruto's talent. From that day on, Naruto's fate became closely intertwined with Jiraiya's. Their first meeting marked the beginning of a deep bond between master and disciple. At that time, Naruto was still a young, lonely child yearning for attention. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, wandered the world with a carefree attitude, seeking inspiration for his cultivation and creative endeavors. To prepare for the elimination round a month later, Kakashi arranged for Naruto to have Ebisu as a temporary mentor, but during the training on walking on water, he was unexpectedly defeated by Jiraiya, who was peeping on girls bathing. Jiraiya's encounter with Naruto in Konoha appeared to be for the purpose of guiding Naruto, but in reality, another important reason for his visit was to gather material for his novel Ika Paradise. The novel had already gained a certain level of popularity, beloved by many readers. To maintain the freshness and appeal of his work, Jiraiya needed to constantly seek inspiration and expand the plot. In Konoha, Jiraiya observed Naruto's growth and changes, feeling the passion and fighting spirit within this young ninja. These elements sparked Jiraiya's creative inspiration, and he decided to incorporate Naruto's story into the plot of Ika Paradise, allowing more readers to learn about this vibrant young ninja. While guiding Naruto in training and practicing ninjutsu, Jiraiya carefully observed his every move, experiencing the joys and sorrows within him. He recorded these observations and insights as material for the novel. At the same time, he imparted his understanding and experiences of ninjutsu to Naruto, helping him become a stronger ninja. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto gradually grew into an excellent ninja, and his proficiency in ninjutsu deepened. All of this provided rich material for Ika Paradise, making the work even more exciting. As time passed, the bond between Jiraiya and Naruto grew stronger. They were no longer just a simple master-disciple relationship, but had become close friends and partners. Throughout this process, Jiraiya's Ika Paradise continued to evolve and enrich, becoming a widely acclaimed masterpiece. Naruto complained to Jiraiya about Ebisu's interference, which hindered his training, and thus he pestered Jiraiya, demanding that he teach him instead of Ebisu. Faced with Naruto's persistent requests, Jiraiya also set a condition: Naruto had to bring him a curvy ripe fruit. Upon hearing Jiraiya's request for a curvy ripe fruit, Naruto's eyes lit up, as he knew such fruits were hard to find near Konoha, so he decided to venture farther afield. After much effort, Naruto finally found a fruit called dragon fruit at the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. This fruit not only had curves, but also tasted sweet, perfectly suited to Jiraiya's palate. Naruto returned to Konoha with the dragon fruit and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was very pleased upon seeing the fruit and decided to fulfill his promise by teaching Naruto a new ninjutsu. He told Naruto that he had learned a powerful ninjutsu called toad summoning from a place known as Myaboku Mountain, which could help Naruto unleash greater power in battle. Sasuke watched all of this closely. As their companion and friend, he understood the hardships and difficulties that Neji and the others had undergone. Despite the thorny path of a ninja, they remained steadfast and courageous. Sasuke was deeply moved by their bravery and spirit. He understood that to become the best ninja and to protect everything they cherished, they had made tremendous efforts and were even willing to sacrifice themselves when necessary. This spirit of dedication and sacrifice made Sasuke cherish the friendship and bonds they shared even more. He knew that on the path to pursuing dreams, setbacks and failures were inevitable. But he also understood that only by experiencing setbacks and failures could they become stronger. He believed that no matter what difficulties they encountered, Neji and the others would overcome them, for they had unwavering faith and goals. As their companion and friend, Sasuke decided to support them in every possible way. He would extend a helping hand whenever they needed assistance, accompanying them through every challenge. He believed that as long as they worked together and made joint efforts, they would surely achieve their dreams and protect everything they cherished. And all of this was witnessed by Sasuke. He was willing to join hands with them, facing all difficulties and challenges together, striving to realize their dreams. However, just as Naruto was feeling pleased with his progress, he noticed that his companions, especially Sasuke, were becoming increasingly distant. It turned out that upon learning that Naruto was studying the toad summoning technique under Jiraiya, Sasuke felt a strong sense of jealousy and loss. He worried that Naruto would surpass him and become the strongest student in the class. To help restore Sasuke's confidence, Naruto decided to challenge him, hoping to prove their friendship through a fair competition. In the presence of Kakashi, Naruto and Sasuke engaged in an intense duel. Despite Sasuke putting forth his utmost effort, he ultimately lost to Naruto. After the match, Sasuke finally understood Naruto's sincerity and they reconciled. Jiraiya, witnessing Naruto's growth and friendship, felt a sense of satisfaction. From then on, Naruto continued to diligently train under Jiraiya's guidance, striving to realize his ideals and goals. Through rigorous training with Jiraiya, Naruto successfully mastered the toad summoning technique in a short time. He continually improved his strength, flexibility, and endurance during training, gradually comprehending the deeper principles behind the toad summoning technique. As time passed, Naruto utilized various techniques and strategies of toad summoning, gradually showcasing amazing strength and talent. He could walk on water like a toad, skillfully dodging enemy attacks, and also used the toad's abilities for long-range offense and defense. In the water walking competition against Ebisu, Naruto fully utilized his toad summoning techniques. He leaped gracefully over the waves, flowing through the water like a gentle breeze. Using the toad's jumping ability, he inched closer to the finish line, ultimately winning with impressive speed and agility. This victory not only filled Naruto with immense pride, but also allowed more people to recognize his strength and talent. Toad summoning became Naruto's unique skill, and through battles with other ninjas, he continuously refined and enhanced his toad summoning techniques, making them even more powerful and diverse. However, Naruto did not stop there. He knew that toad summoning was just a small step on the path of a ninja, and he still needed to continue learning and improving. Thus, he decided to continue consulting Jiraiya for other more advanced ninjutsu, hoping to break through his limits and become a great ninja. Building on the foundation of toad summoning, and through his relentless efforts and challenges, Naruto gradually grew into an excellent ninja. To protect his village and friends, he would continue to explore more ninjutsu and battle techniques, paving a challenging and glorious path for his life. The battle between the underdog and the genius is a confrontation destined to be recorded in history. Naruto, the boy long known as the underdog, faced Neji, who was hailed as a genius without a trace of fear, resolutely choosing to engage in close combat. Neji, as a genius of the Hyuga clan, possessed innate powerful abilities. He displayed unmatched strength in his fight against Hinata, easily defeating her. However, when faced with Naruto, the underdog, who had always been overlooked and ridiculed, Neji felt unprecedented pressure. After witnessing the clash between Neji and Hinata, Naruto not only did not retreat, but became even more determined. He understood that to establish himself in this harsh world, he must continuously challenge his limits. Thus, he stepped onto the battlefield without hesitation, ready for a fierce confrontation with Neji. In this intense battle, both Naruto and Neji showcased exceptional ninja talent and indomitable spirit. Despite Neji holding an advantage in the early stages of the fight, Naruto did not flinch in the face of a formidable opponent, bravely engaging Neji in intense close combat. Although Neji enjoyed a stellar reputation among genius ninjas and was extraordinarily powerful, Naruto did not back down. He knew that to have a chance against a top opponent like Neji, he had to effectively utilize his ninjutsu and physical techniques in close combat. Naruto was acutely aware that Neji possessed the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, Byakugan, which allowed him to effortlessly perceive his opponent's movements and chakra flow, giving him a significant advantage in battle. However, Naruto also had his unique skills, such as his shadow clone technique and multi-shadow clone technique, which could help him quickly close the distance to Neji, making it difficult for the Byakugan advantage to be fully realized. In addition, Naruto had excellent physical skills, especially his Rasengan and attack technique that condenses chakra in his hand and spins it at high speed. Naruto hoped to apply pressure on Neji through the Rasengan in close combat, thereby breaking Neji's defenses. However, Neji was not an easy opponent to defeat. His Kaiten technique could form a circular defensive barrier, effectively blocking Naruto's attacks. Moreover, Neji possessed powerful physical techniques like the 8 trigrams 64 palms, which posed a significant threat to Naruto. In this intense battle, both Naruto and Neji exhibited exceptional ninja talent and tenacious fighting spirit. Despite Neji having an advantage in the early stages of the fight, Naruto faced his strong opponent without retreating, bravely engaging in fierce close combat. Focusing his mind, Naruto adjusted his breathing, trying to capture Neji's movements. Neji, noticing this, did not dare to be careless and immediately showcased the unique gentle fist style of the Hyuga clan. His movements were swift and graceful, each strike filled with strength and beauty. Naruto's gaze sharpened as he carefully observed Neji's techniques, attempting to find a flaw. However, Neji's gentle fist seemed flawless, each strike perfectly timed, making it difficult for Naruto to counter. He knew he had to change his tactics quickly or he would find himself in an increasingly disadvantageous position. He attempted to concentrate chakra in his feet to increase his speed. However, Niji's Byakugan had already seen through his intentions, easily evading Naruto's attack. Niji seized the opportunity, grabbing Naruto's arm and forcefully throwing him away. Naruto's body traced an arc in the air before crashing to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, he struggled to rise, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, Naruto's eyes filled with determination. He understood that in this contest of overwhelming strength, he had to overcome his fear and put forth all his might to have any chance of defeating Niji. Taking a deep breath and focusing his mind, he launched a new wave of attack. This time he would utilize both his ninjutsu and physical techniques. He knew that against a master like Niji, he could only effectively deploy his ninjutsu and physical techniques in close quarters to seek an opportunity for victory. Although he had improved significantly over a month of training, every attack he launched was ineffective against Niji's gentle fist. After creating distance, Naruto distributed his chakra evenly among his clones, aiming to attack Niji from an unexpected angle, but the Byakugan provided Niji with a 360-degree view, easily nullifying Naruto's attack, and soon only Naruto's original body remained. Upon hearing Niji say that fate is predetermined and unchangeable from birth, Naruto felt a surge of anger and summoned multiple shadow clones to swarm Niji. Just as he was about to strike Niji, he was thwarted by Niji's Kaiten. Unlike Gaara's absolute defense, Niji's Kaiten released a massive amount of chakra at the moment of attack, spinning to create a 360-degree barrier that rebounded all incoming attacks. Even though Naruto's attacks were blocked by Niji's Kaiten, he did not lose heart. In the heat of battle, Naruto began to adapt to Niji's fighting style and found flaws in Niji's techniques. Naruto realized that while Niji's Kaiten could form a 360-degree barrier, this technique required a certain preparation time. Thus, Naruto decided to leverage his speed advantage to launch a fierce attack before Niji could activate his Kaiten. Gathering chakra at his feet, Naruto unleashed his ultimate move, the Whirlwind Leg. His speed was like lightning, and in an instant he appeared right in front of Niji. Caught off guard, Niji was struck in the abdomen by Naruto's kick and stumbled back several steps. Seizing the opportunity while Niji was off balance, Naruto pressed his attack. He used his newly learned ninjutsu, the Rasengan, concentrating chakra in his palm to form a rapidly spinning energy sphere and struck it fiercely towards Niji. Niji hurriedly dodged, but was still grazed on the shoulder by the Rasengan. While he did not suffer serious injury, he realized that Naruto was gradually turning the tide of battle. As Naruto grew more and more confident, Niji became increasingly passive. In the end, Naruto seized an opportunity to unleash his ultimate move, the 1,000 Years of Pain. He concentrated a large amount of chakra at his fingertips and rapidly thrust towards Niji's weak spot. Niji, unable to evade in time, was struck by the 1,000 Years of Pain, enduring excruciating pain. In that instant, Naruto successfully defeated Niji, winning the battle. Despite his victory, Naruto felt no joy. He understood that Niji remained a formidable opponent, and his victory was largely due to his tenacious will and a stroke of luck. Naruto approached Niji and extended his hand. Niji was taken aback for a moment, then grasped Naruto's hand, standing up with a smile. In that brief silence, the two expressed mutual respect. Naruto gratefully said to Niji, "Thank you, Niji. I admire your strength, and it is because I met you that I have become stronger." Niji smiled and replied, "Naruto, your growth amazes me. You are a true strongman, and I believe that as long as we work together, we can achieve the goal of becoming Hokage." From then on, Naruto and Niji became allies who admired each other. They trained hard together, learning from one another and progressing together. On their long journey of growth, they always supported each other, striving together towards the goal of becoming Hokage. As time passed, Naruto and Niji gradually became the most outstanding ninjas in the Leaf Village. They participated in countless battles together, defeating numerous powerful enemies. Throughout this process, their friendship deepened, and they became heroes admired by the people of the Leaf Village. And when they looked back on their past, they would always remember that battle that changed their fates and the profound friendship they shared. The battle between Sasuke and Gaara officially commenced. Upon seeing the sand rising behind Gaara, Sasuke instinctively withdrew to create distance. However, just as Gaara's sand was about to attack, his headache suddenly struck, causing him to mutter to himself. Once he calmed down, Sasuke threw a shuriken to test the waters. Gaara retaliated by unleashing his sand, but to his surprise, Sasuke, having undergone intense training with Kakashi, moved with a speed that rivaled that of Lee, who had removed his weights. It was truly ironic that after years of training, Lee was caught up by Sasuke in just over a month. Sasuke quickly retreated, distancing himself from Gaara. In this situation, he understood that he had to unleash his strongest technique to possibly withstand Gaara's assault. Sasuke focused his mind and summoned the chakra within him, preparing to release the powerful jutsu Kakashi had once taught him, Chidori. Chidori, one of Kakashi's signature techniques, is known for its high-speed strike and sharp destructive power. It can unleash a massive bolt of lightning in an instant resembling 1,000 birds chirping, hence the name Chidori. A glint of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he focused the power of Chidori into his right hand, gazing intently at Gaara. With a roar, he charged towards Gaara like a bolt of lightning, the power of Chidori so immense that it seemed to tear through the very air. In the blink of an eye, Chidori collided with Gaara's absolute defense. This was the first time Gaara faced such a formidable offense. His sand armor seemed to crumble before the might of Chidori. With a violent explosion, Gaara's sand armor was instantly pierced by Chidori. Everyone present watched in astonishment. They were shocked to see Gaara's defense breached, while simultaneously awed by Sasuke's immense power. This battle had transcended a mere ninja duel. It resembled a legendary clash. Gaara was severely injured, his body collapsing backward. Sasuke, affected by the recoil of Chidori, paused momentarily. Gaara looked at the blood flowing from his body, feeling his strength gradually fading. Faced with such a powerful opponent, he realized he could not continue like this, and had to reveal his final trump card. At this critical moment, Gaara's will erupted. The power deep within him awakened, and a torrent of chakra suddenly surged out from his body, lifting him into the air and forming a gigantic sand sphere. In the darkness, a fierce gaze flashed by. Sasuke was drenched in cold sweat, feeling the terrifying power emanating from Gaara. This power felt extremely dangerous, and he couldn't help but worry about Gaara's next move. Suddenly, a massive arm emerged from Gaara's sand sphere. This arm, composed of sand, seemed to possess infinite strength, capable of tearing apart anything in an instant. As the arm appeared, the entire sand sphere began to tremble violently, as if a colossal heart was beating. All those present were astonished at this scene. They felt fear at Gaara's sudden rampage while also being shocked by the immense power he wielded. This battle had surpassed a mere ninja confrontation. It resembled an epic war. Gaara's control began to spiral out of control, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. He manipulated the giant arm to launch a fierce attack towards Sasuke. How would Sasuke respond to such a formidable enemy? Meanwhile, Orochimaru and the Sand Village also began to move. In this grand Chunin exam, the spectators at the sidelines had all been ensnared in an illusion, falling into a deep slumber. The once lively arena became silent in an instant as the audience collapsed to the ground like puppets, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them. In the stands, the Kazekage shed his disguise, revealing that he had been lurking among the crowd, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Seizing the chaos, he swiftly acted to capture the third Hokage, launching a sudden coup. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage was tightly bound by the Kazekage, unable to move. The Kazekage's intentions were crystal clear. He aimed to control the leader of the Leaf Village, to force it to submit to his will. Everything unfolded too quickly, catching everyone off guard. The ninjas of the Leaf Village rushed to the scene, trying to rescue their Hokage. However, Orochimaru and the elite ninjas from the Sand Village also joined the fray, complicating and intensifying the battle. The originally peaceful Chunin exam had swiftly turned into a life-and-death struggle. In this turmoil, the young ninjas faced unprecedented challenges. They had to not only protect themselves, but also defend the honor and peace of the Leaf Village. During this process, they forged deep friendships and solidified their resolve to become excellent ninjas. Despite the dire situation, the ninjas of the Leaf Village did not waver. It turned out that the Kazekage before them was actually a disguise worn by Orochimaru. The real Kazekage had been assassinated on his way here. The 4 members of the Sound Village, having received the signal, also appeared, collaborating to execute the 4 Flames formation, isolating external disturbances. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, the once tranquil forest had turned into a scene of devastation. Summoned beasts trampled through the village, destroying houses as terrified villagers fled in all directions. These summoned beasts were colossal and incredibly powerful, each of their attacks shaking the ground, making it difficult for the defending ninjas to withstand. The Leaf ninjas responsible for guarding put forth their utmost effort to stop the assaults of the summoned beasts. They wielded kunai and shuriken, employing various jutsu, but their efforts yielded little success. The skin of the summoned beasts was as tough as iron, rendering ordinary ninja tools ineffective. Their swift and lethal attacks forced the defending ninjas to retreat continuously. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the Leaf Village found itself in unprecedented peril. At this moment, several elite jonin from the Leaf Village arrived at the scene. They quickly assessed the situation and decided to join forces to combat these powerful summoned beasts. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gaara was on the verge of rampaging. Temari sensed something was wrong and took Gaara to escape. Upon seeing this, Sasuke immediately gave chase, with Naruto and others following under the guidance of the ninja dogs. During the pursuit, Naruto realized that his speed was slightly lacking, causing the fugitive to slip away from him repeatedly. Shikamaru, as Naruto's friend and comrade, decided to help him by time, so that Naruto could catch up to the fugitive. Calmly assessing the situation, Shikamaru noticed they were surrounded by 8 enemies. Shikamaru knew that to help Naruto buy time, he had to first deal with these enemies. Despite being outnumbered, he was undaunted, confident in his strength and intelligence. Shikamaru assumed a combat stance, ready to engage. He excelled in using shadow imitation technique, allowing him to replicate the movements of his enemies and counterattack. Shikamaru concentrated, carefully observing the movements of his enemies, looking for the right moment. The enemies surged forward, launching a fierce assault at him. Shikamaru calmly responded, using shadow imitation technique to successfully fend off several enemies. However, the enemy's strength was formidable, and they quickly regained their footing, continuing to attack Shikamaru. Shikamaru knew that to defeat these enemies, he had to go all out. He gathered his chakra and unleashed his ultimate technique, shadow binding technique. This technique could seal the enemy's shadows in a small black sphere, rendering them immobile. Shikamaru threw the black sphere at the enemies, successfully sealing their shadows. The enemies panicked, unable to launch further attacks. Seizing the opportunity, Shikamaru broke free from their encirclement, buying precious time for Naruto. Just as Shikamaru was engaged in battle with the enemies, Asuma arrived at the scene in time. As a jonin of the Leaf Village, Asuma possessed rich combat experience and formidable strength. Seeing Shikamaru in trouble, he decided to lend a hand. Asuma joined the battle, fighting alongside Shikamaru. With their seamless cooperation, the enemies gradually fell into the disadvantage and were ultimately defeated. Asuma and Shikamaru successfully defended the Leaf Village, buying precious time for Naruto. As this fierce battle raged on the other side, the fateful duel between the third Hokage and Orochimaru, the former master and disciple, had also begun. These two once shared a deep bond, but now they stood on completely opposite sides, fighting for their respective beliefs and ideals. The wheel of fate had already begun to turn as the two met at this crossroads of destiny. Would they be able to unravel their knots and restore their former friendship? Or would they ultimately walk diverging paths? Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru had ignited. This pair of former master and disciple once shared a profound connection, but now they stood on entirely different fronts, fighting for their own beliefs and ideals. The third Hokage, a wise and benevolent elder, was one of the Hokages in the history of the Leaf Village. He had experienced countless battles, possessing rich experience and formidable strength. However, facing his beloved disciple Orochimaru, his emotions were extremely complex, wanting to save this lost soul, while also defending the village and its people. Orochimaru, once a talented ninja, had now embarked on a dark path. He sought power, yearned for immortality, and was even willing to use cruel experiments to achieve his goals. To fulfill his ambitions, he not only betrayed the Leaf Village, but also plotted this coup, aiming to seize the position of Hokage. The two understood each other. Their battle was not just a clash of strength, but a collision of will and belief. In this fateful confrontation, every jutsu and physical technique exchanged was filled with passion and tragedy. Thus, the fateful duel between the two former master and disciple began. This was a battle of cage-level intensity. The confrontation pitting the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi against his former disciple Orochimaru. They stood now on a tranquil forest clearing, locked in silent, unblinking gaze. The air hung thick with tension and gravity. Hiruzen and Orochimaru had once shared a profound master-disciple bond, enduring countless perilous missions side by side. Yet as Orochimaru's obsession with power and forbidden jutsu deepened, their philosophies gradually diverged. Ultimately, Orochimaru abandoned Konoha, embarking upon a path shrouded in darkness and ambition. Now, years later, master and disciple met again, not as kin, but as sworn adversaries. Hiruzen fully grasped Orochimaru's formidable prowess and lethal cunning, and resolved to give his all to defend Konoha and the Will of Fire. The battle erupted, with Hiruzen launching the first assault, dashing forward with lightning speed, seeking to overwhelm Orochimaru through sheer taijutsu dominance. Orochimaru, however, evaded the onslaught with serpentine fluidity and consummate ninjutsu mastery, slipping through openings while scanning for his counterstrike. Seeing this, Hiruzen invoked one of his most trusted techniques, the Fire Dragon Bullet. With swift hand seals, he expelled a colossal fireball roaring toward Orochimaru. Undeterred, Orochimaru countered with Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, summoning a massive earthen barrier that absorbed the inferno without harm. Back and forth they clashed, each unleashing their most refined arts, neither gaining decisive advantage. Refusing to remain locked in stalemate, Hiruzen prepared his ultimate technique, the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, a jutsu whose very invocation carried mortal consequence. Anticipating its horror, Orochimaru feigned vulnerability, only to secretly activate the impure world reincarnation, summoning the first and second Hokage from beyond the grave. In an instant, the battlefield was transformed. Confronted by two legendary shinobi long deceased, Hiruzen recognized the direness of his plight and steeled himself for a final desperate stand in defense of Konoha and the Will of Fire. This cage-level clash would become legend across the shinobi world, a searing testament to the tragic rupture between master and disciple and the irreconcilable chasm between their ideals. Regardless of victory or defeat, this battle would echo through generations, forever enshrined in the oral traditions of shinobi, a story etched into memory and myth. They stood now on a tranquil forest clearing, locked in silent, unblinking gaze. The air hung thick with tension and gravity. The third Hokage, though seasoned in years, struck first, binding Orochimaru with Earth-Release Great Earthflow River, then merging earth and fire techniques in a spectacle of overwhelming scale, yet yielding little tactical gain. Orochimaru once again revealed his extraordinary intellect and adaptive combat style. Faced with Hiruzen's ferocious assault, he swiftly assessed the situation and chose to vanish beneath the earth, evading the onslaught entirely. He coiled his body like a serpent and sank soundlessly into the soil, erasing all trace of his presence. Hiruzen's barrage crashed like thunder upon the ground, yet struck nothing but empty earth, perfectly evaded. After this furious exchange, both understood the depth of the other's skill and tenacity. Hiruzen knew that against such a cunning mercurial foe, only his utmost strength would suffice. And Orochimaru too recognized that Hiruzen, the veteran Hokage, would never fall easily. Thus the skirmish ceased to be mere probing. Both abandoned restraint and engaged in full earnest, pouring every ounce of will and technique into the fray. Hiruzen continued to demonstrate masterful command of ninjutsu, while Orochimaru wove intricate deceptive tactics with his uncanny jutsu, each striving relentlessly for supremacy. In this brutal contest, both embodied the unyielding spirit and ironclad conviction of true shinobi. Amidst the carnage, Orochimaru resolved to unleash one of his most forbidden arts, the impure world reincarnation. This forbidden jutsu could compel the souls of the departed back into corporeal form to wage war once more, yet it demanded the sacrifice of living souls, rendering it abhorrent and profane. Having already offered 3 Sound Village shinobi as sacrifices, Orochimaru successfully summoned the souls of the first and second Hokage into the mortal realm. With the fourth Hokage poised to face a hopeless 3-Genstone siege, the crisis reached its apex. At this critical juncture, Hiruzen sprang into action, determined to halt Orochimaru's ritual before it claimed another soul. He knew well that each additional reincarnated shinobi would tip the balance irrevocably against him. So he focused his chakra, aimed squarely at the third coffin mid-ritual, and unleashed a devastating assault. Through Hiruzen's relentless intervention, the third coffin remained unsanctified, its occupant's soul denied passage into the world of the living. Thus only the first and second Hokage manifested, preventing further escalation. In this moment, Hiruzen revealed the seasoned judgment and incisive clarity forged over decades of leadership. His timely intervention spared the battlefield from total imbalance, leaving a fragile sliver of hope for Konoha's survival and future resistance. Yet even these 2 Hokage posed a grave threat. After a fleeting hollow reunion, Orochimaru implanted cursed seals within their bodies, stripping Hashirama and Tobirama of consciousness, reducing them to merciless, obedient weapons. Faced with the first and second Hokage, 2 Titans reborn, Hiruzen summoned his signature Dragon Flame Bullet technique. This jutsu transmuted Chakra into a roaring serpentine dragon of flame, capable of sweeping devastation. With rapid hand seals, Hiruzen gathered Chakra in his mouth and roared Dragon Flame Bullet. Instantly, a thunderous fire dragon surged forward, jaws agape, bearing down upon the 2 reincarnated Hokage. An attack of such raw destructive force, it threatened to obliterate even these legendary warriors. But Tobirama, ever perceptive and master of water release, reacted without hesitation, raising the water encampment wall, a towering curtain of chakra-infused water that rose directly into the dragon's path. The water encampment wall possessed peerless defensive potency, effortlessly absorbing myriad jutsu. The fire dragon slammed into it, erupting in a cataclysmic plume of scalding steam. Under Tobirama's precise control, the wall neutralized the Dragon Flame Bullet entirely, extinguishing its fury. Though thwarted, Hiruzen did not falter. He understood the staggering difficulty ahead, requiring not just power but agile, unpredictable strategy to withstand the combined might of 2 Hokage. Tobirama then retaliated with a colossal tidal wave, surging forward with terrifying momentum. Hiruzen, without pause, elected Earth Release for defense. He formed hand seals, rapidly condensed decades of cultivated chakra in his mouth, and bellowed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Instantly, a massive, unyielding earthen rampart erupted from the ground, towering dense and impregnable, blocking Tobirama's deluge heat. Its imposing height and solidity bore witness to Hiruzen's unparalleled mastery of earth techniques. The tidal wave crashed against it, shattering into torrents of spray and froth. The earth flow wall blunted the wave's force dramatically, robbing it of lethality. Yet Hiruzen remained vigilant, undistracted by temporary reprieve. He knew these were no ordinary foes. The first and second Hokage were legends who had once reigned supreme over the shinobi world. Thus, unwavering alertness was essential, for what came next would test every facet of his wisdom, will, and artistry. It was precisely this decisive use of Earth Flow Wall that defused an imminent catastrophic blow, showcasing Hiruzen's strategic brilliance and technical mastery as Hokage. Yet Hashirama charged anew, riding the waves barehandedly, intercepting the dragon flame bullet, then unleashing a brutal, unrelenting assault upon Hiruzen. Before he could recover, Tobirama emerged silently from behind, dragging him underwater. Only after a grueling struggle did Hiruzen break free. Confronted with utter desperation, Hiruzen turned inward and resolved upon the very technique that had once sealed the Nine Tails, the dead demon consuming seal. This was his final gambit. He knew full well the price his own life. Yet for Konoha, and for the will of fire, he embraced this ultimate sacrifice without hesitation. Orochimaru watched stunned beyond measure as his revered master invoked the seal. He had never imagined Hiruzen capable of such absolute resolve, willing to surrender everything he held sacred. But it was too late. The ritual had begun. As the seal activated, the souls of the first and second Hokage were drawn inexorably into the belly of the Shinigami. Simultaneously, Hiruzen's life force ebbed away, fading like twilight. In his final moments, he entrusted his hopes and convictions to his disciples, those racing to his aid, imploring them to uphold Konoha and the will of fire. Orochimaru witnessed firsthand his beloved master's selfless, courageous death, offered freely to protect the village and the ideals he cherished. A profound wave of remorse and sorrow washed over him. In that instant, he saw the hollowness of his pursuit, how ambition and power paled before love, loyalty, and sacrifice. In the crucible of battle, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, chose the dead demon consuming seal, the ultimate technique, to safeguard Konoha and the will of fire. He succeeded in sealing the reincarnated first and second Hokage, but paid the ultimate price, his own life. In his final breaths, Hiruzen passed his hopes and convictions to his arriving disciples, charging them to continue defending Konoha and the will of fire. With Hiruzen's passing, Konoha was plunged into profound grief. Yet his sacrifice bore no emptiness. It became the enduring lodestar for generations of shinobi. His spirit remained indelibly woven into Konoha and the will of fire, inspiring every shinobi to fight bravely, not for glory, but for home and comrades. In the years that followed, Hiruzen's legend spread far and wide. Every shinobi of Konoha would remember his devotion and sacrifice, carrying his legacy forward as the very lifeblood sustaining the village's resilience and growth. Though the shinobi world lost a great leader in Hiruzen, his spiritual flame burned eternal, illuminating Konoha and the entire shinobi world forever, guiding those who follow in his footsteps. The sky cleared, and the rain ceased. Sasuke felt he was back in form. After months of arduous training, he had not only mastered the transformations of lightning release chakra, but had also created his own unique jutsu, Chidori. This newfound power filled him with confidence, and he realized he was finally qualified to pursue the goal he had longed for, to avenge his family. On a bright morning, Sasuke packed his belongings and bid farewell to his mentor Kakashi and his companions Naruto and Sakura. He was acutely aware of the perilous road ahead, yet he could not suppress the impulse within him. He must chase the pinnacle of power, and this path of vengeance was destined to be fraught with twists and hardships. Setting off on his journey alone, Sasuke began a trial filled with storms and challenges. He confronted powerful ninjas along the way, honing his will through battles drenched in blood and fire. In the process, he met many like-minded friends who supported each other and grew together. However, on the path of vengeance, he also encountered numerous enemies, some who sought to manipulate him, while others aimed to thwart his progress. Yet the obsession with revenge caused Sasuke to lose his direction for a time. He discovered that the beliefs he once held so steadfastly might not be absolutely correct. Through continuous reflection and struggle, he gradually understood that true strength was not merely about brute force, but the courage and conviction to protect everything he cherished, even at the cost of everything. Throughout that long journey of revenge, Sasuke's mindset matured, and he realized that his true goal was not revenge but protection. Facing the partially tailed beast transformed Gaara, Sasuke prepared to unleash Chidori for a decisive blow, but instead of defeating Gaara, he found himself in peril. Gaara became even more exhilarated, his right hand ripped apart by Sasuke's Chidori instantly healed, and a tail sprouted from his back, launching him at Sasuke with deadly force. Sasuke knew that continuing like this would lead to his demise, so he disregarded Kakashi's advice and activated the cursed seal's power. Exhausting all his chakra, he unleashed his final Chidori, yet he still could not defeat Gaara and collapsed to the ground on the brink of death. In that moment of crisis, Naruto made a dramatic entrance, kicking Gaara away. Throughout the fierce battle, Naruto had been closely monitoring the situation. When he saw Gaara about to deliver a lethal blow, he did not hesitate to step forward. At this critical juncture, Naruto displayed incredible speed, executing his signature taijutsu by leaping in front of Gaara and delivering a powerful kick to the attacker's chest. Gaara was pushed back several steps by the force of Naruto's strike, his face showing shock. Meanwhile, Naruto caught the falling Gaara, safely lowering him back to the ground. This timely rescue not only prevented Gaara from being harmed, but also showcased Naruto's exceptional judgment and bravery. The crowd was stunned by this scene, cheering for Naruto's courageous act. Once Naruto steadied himself, he finally saw the enemy's form. In that moment, he recalled the fear of being dominated by Gaara, instinctively urging Sakura to escape. However, at that moment, Sasuke was in excruciating pain due to the curse seal's influence. Faced with Gaara's attack, Sakura bravely stood in front of Sasuke, only to be knocked unconscious by Gaara's sand. In this dire situation, only Naruto and Gaara continued their fierce battle. Naruto prepared to summon Gamabunta, but his chakra could only support the summoning of Gamakichi. On the other hand, Gaara had completely transformed into Shikaku, displaying even greater power. At this critical moment, Naruto decided to adopt a more daring strategy. He employed the shadow clone technique, creating multiple clones. Each clone executed different jutsu to launch an attack on Gaara. However, Gaara effortlessly defended against these attacks, thanks to Shikaku's abilities. Naruto did not give up. He continued attempting to summon Gamabunta. Focusing his mind, he concentrated his chakra in his fingers, trying to connect with Gamabunta. Finally, through his efforts, Gamabunta was successfully summoned. The appearance of Gamabunta completely altered the tide of battle. He swung his enormous blade, launching a fierce assault against Gaara. Faced with Gamabunta's overwhelming power, Gaara began to struggle. However, Gaara did not easily give up. He harnessed Shikaku's abilities to create a sandstorm, attempting to counter Gamabunta's attack. Gamabunta and Gaara engaged in an intense struggle, with sandstorms and blades colliding, creating massive waves of energy. Amidst the fierce battle, Naruto was also hard at work. He continued to use the shadow clone technique, searching for Gaara's weaknesses. Eventually, he discovered a flaw in Gaara's defense and seized the opportunity to strike. In the moment Gaara was distracted, Gamabunta seized the chance to unleash a fierce attack. With this blow, Gaara was utterly defeated, reverting to his original form. Naruto finally achieved ultimate victory. After this battle, the bond between Naruto and Gaara deepened. They respected each other, grew together, and ultimately became remarkable ninjas. This is a clash between the Sharingan and the Sharingan, one side being Uchiha Itachi with his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the other being Kakashi, who matches him evenly. In the world of Naruto, the Sharingan is regarded as one of the most powerful bloodline limits. It grants the user immense power, including insight, the ability to copy ninjutsu and genjutsu. In Konoha Village, two ninjas are renowned for their Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi, a former Konoha ninja, possesses the formidable Mangekyo Sharingan. After leaving Konoha, he joined the mysterious Akatsuki organization and became a core member. His Mangekyo Sharingan grants him an absolute advantage in battle, especially with his ultimate technique, Tsukuyomi, which can plunge enemies into a painful illusionary world, subjecting them to endless torment. Kakashi, an elite jonin of Konoha, is famous for his ability to copy ninjutsu using his Sharingan. Although he is not a member of the Uchiha clan, he has successfully mastered the power of the Sharingan through a transplanted eye. With his intelligence and effort, Kakashi has pushed his Sharingan to its limits, even being able to contend with Itachi in certain aspects. However, the people of Konoha are unaware that a confrontation between Sharingans is about to unfold. The Akatsuki's target is not only the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but the entire Konoha as well. At this moment of crisis, the fates of Itachi and Kakashi are about to intertwine, and their duel will determine the future of Konoha and the ninja world. A fierce battle is inevitable. The fight between Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi is not only a contest of Sharingan abilities, but also a test of wisdom and courage. In this battle, each ninja will exert themselves to showcase their strongest powers. While the power of the Sharingan is indeed formidable, battles between ninjas are not solely dependent on bloodline limits. Courage, wisdom, and friendship will all be crucial factors influencing the outcome. In this clash of the Sharingan, who will emerge as the ultimate victor? Let us wait and see. Just moments ago, Konoha appeared particularly tranquil under the night sky. However, this tranquility is about to be shattered. Members of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame stealthily infiltrated the village, their objective being to capture the tailed beast, the Nine Tails. As elite jonin of Konoha, Asuma and Kurenai have been closely monitoring the village's safety. That night, they suddenly sensed a strange chakra. With the keen intuition of ninjas, they deduced that intruders had entered the village. Asuma and Kurenai stealthily tracked Itachi and Kisame, trying to locate their whereabouts. Suddenly Itachi and Kisame halted, seemingly aware of Asuma and Kurenai's presence. Their eyes met and battle was imminent. Asuma drew his chakra blade while Kurenai unleashed her signature ninjutsu, Jinjutsu. However, Itachi and Kisame were no ordinary foes. They effortlessly fended off Asuma and Kurenai's assault. Kisame even employed his ninja blade technique, Water Dragon Jutsu, injuring Asuma. Seeing her husband hurt, Kurenai anxiously tried to use Jinjutsu to control Itachi and Kisame. But what she did not know was that Itachi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan capable of easily breaking Jinjutsu. Kurenai found herself trapped in Itachi's Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi caught in an endless cycle of suffering. Seeing his wife trapped, Asuma rushed towards Itachi in a desperate attempt to save her. However, Itachi effortlessly dodged Asuma's attack and formed seals with his hands, casting another Jinjutsu, Kagami Tenshi. In an instant, Asuma fell into an inverted world, unable to discern direction. With words failing to convey understanding, the fight commenced. Asuma was the first to be wounded by Kisame's great sword, while Kurenai naive attempted to cast Jinjutsu on Itachi, but was countered by a mere glance. At this critical moment, Kakashi arrived just in time, anxiously observing the unfolding situation. Asuma lay injured on the ground, and Kurenai was trapped in Itachi's Tsukuyomi, the situation dire. Kakashi knew that to rescue them, he must first neutralize Kisame's attack. Kisame unleashed his signature technique once more, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon surged towards Kakashi and Asuma. Undaunted, Kakashi swiftly gathered his chakra, focusing his mind, and maximized the potential of his Sharingan. With the Sharingan's powerful copying ability, Kakashi successfully replicated Kisame's Water Dragon Jutsu. He formed hand seals and shouted Water Dragon Jutsu. Instantly, a water dragon roared forth from his hands, colliding head-on with Kisame's water dragon. With a thunderous crash, the two water dragons collided, a colossal water column shooting into the night sky, pouring down like a torrential rain. Thanks to Kakashi's efforts, Kisame's attack was successfully neutralized, and Asuma and Kurenai were temporarily out of danger. Seeing this, Kisame couldn't help but secretly admire Kakashi's strength. However, he did not abandon the plan to capture the Nine Tails. Itachi and Kisame decided to adopt a more cautious strategy, seeking the right moment to strike again. Kakashi realized that to protect the village and his comrades, he must remain vigilant against Itachi and Kisame's movements. He signaled to Asuma to look after Kurenai, while he concealed himself in the shadows, closely monitoring the Akatsuki's every move. The clash of Sharingans in Konoha is far from over. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and the entire village will face unknown challenges. However, unlike Itachi and Kisame, who instantly unleashed their ultimate move, Tsukuyomi, Kakashi hurriedly instructed Asuma and Kurenai to close their eyes, thinking he could battle them with his Sharingan. But he underestimated the might of Itachi's Tsukuyomi, and Kakashi found himself trapped in an illusion, bound to a cross, confronted by countless Itachis stabbing him with knives, enduring 72 hours of torment before escaping the Jinjutsu. Yet in the real world, only a moment had passed. Kakashi was utterly exhausted and unable to fight further. Upon learning that Uchiha Itachi's target was not Sasuke, but Naruto, Kakashi recalled Jiraiya's warning regarding the Akatsuki. Itachi ordered Kisame to take Kakashi and kill the other two. Just then, Might Guy suddenly burst in, kicking Kisame away. Facing the Sharingan, Might Guy has his own method. As long as he does not meet the eyes of the opponent directly, he can discern their movements and respond accordingly. Might Guy instructed Asuma to cover him in a Ani against Wo situation. In response to Might Guy's fierce assault, Kisame's fighting spirit ignited. Though he knew Guy's taijutsu was formidable as a member of the Akatsuki, he was equally confident in his own strength. Kisame decided to go all out and engage Might Guy in a fierce battle. He drew his ninja blade, its edge glimmering with a haunting blue light. He took his stance, ready to welcome Might Guy's attack. Meanwhile, Might Guy's gaze grew resolute. He understood that the enemy before him was not to be underestimated, yet he charged towards Kisame without hesitation. In an instant, the two became a whirlwind of combat, blades flashing and fists howling. Might Guy's taijutsu was swift and powerful, each strike carrying a fierce momentum that forced Kisame to give his all. Kisame utilized his ninja blade techniques and Jinjutsu, attempting to withstand Might Guy's onslaught. The battle intensified, with both sides moving at a dizzying pace. Onlookers could only see two fleeting shadows intertwining the air, filled with the sounds of clashing blades. At that moment, Itachi stood quietly by, his gaze fixed on Might Guy, seemingly pondering something. After a fierce battle, Kisame and Might Guy temporarily separated, staring at each other as they adjusted their breathing. Despite Kisame's valiant efforts, he was astonished to find that Might Guy's taijutsu was even more powerful than he had anticipated, putting him under considerable pressure. Just then, Itachi suddenly spoke. "Kisame, that's enough. We need not linger in battle, it's best if we leave quickly." Itachi understood that continuing to fight would only exhaust them, and their current objective was to capture the Nine Tails, making it unnecessary to waste too much time here. Though Kisame felt reluctant, he realized Itachi's decision was correct. After a brief exchange with Might Guy, he understood that defeating the opponent in such a short time was improbable. Thus, Kisame nodded and swiftly withdrew, with Itachi vanishing into the night. Might Guy and Asuma did not pursue, but chose to remain and guard Kurenai. Although this clash did not produce a clear victor, Might Guy successfully delayed Itachi and Kisame's actions, winning valuable time for Konoha. However, the departure of Itachi and Kisame did not signify the end of the crisis. The Akatsuki had set its sights on Konoha, and an even fiercer battle was sure to unfold. Might Guy and Asuma realized that to defend the village they must enhance their strength. Asuma began to diligently study wind-release ninjutsu, hoping to better counter Kisame in battle. Meanwhile, Might Guy continued to hone his taijutsu skills, aiming to be more adept in the face of Sharingan. Kakashi, although freed from Tsukuyami, suffered significant mental and physical exhaustion. Under Tsunade's treatment, Kakashi gradually recovered. However, this battle also deeply impressed upon him the gap between himself and Itachi. To bridge this gap, Kakashi resolved to delve into the mysteries of the Sharingan, hoping to better confront Itachi in the future. On the other hand, Naruto learned that he was being targeted by the Akatsuki, filling him with unease. Determined to defend himself and those around him, Naruto resolved to intensify his training to enhance his strength. Under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto began learning to harness the power of the Nine Tails, aiming to protect himself and his friends at crucial moments. As time passed, the ninjas of Konoha gradually returned to a state of calm. Yet everyone knew that the struggle against the Akatsuki had only just begun. In the days to come, they would face even graver challenges. To protect Konoha and safeguard all they cherished, the ninjas of Konoha would resolutely throw themselves into this fateful battle. The sun shone brightly as Jiraiya and Naruto walked side by side through the dense forest, their purpose being to find the successor of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Listening to Jiraiya recount stories from the past, Naruto couldn't help but develop a keen interest in the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage was your disciple, right? Yes, indeed, Minato was my proudest disciple, Jiraiya replied with a smile. Not only did he possess exceptional talent, but he also had a strong will, always willing to risk everything for his village and friends. Naruto listened with rapt attention, feeling as if he shared a special connection with the image of the fourth Hokage. He couldn't help but ask, what kind of person was the fourth Hokage? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before saying, he was gentle and kind, always able to bring warmth and hope to others. Moreover, he always wore a sunny smile on his face, as if he could illuminate the entire world. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, that sounds just like me. Jiraiya chuckled and patted Naruto on the shoulder. You indeed have many similarities, Naruto. You both possess a fiery passion and loyalty to friendship. And I believe you too have the potential to become a great ninja. Upon hearing Jiraiya's praise, Naruto's excitement grew even more. He declared firmly, I will definitely become a great ninja like the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame lay in wait deep within the forest, vigilantly observing Jiraiya and Naruto ahead. They had been tracking the two for several days, aiming to find the right moment to take Naruto back to the Akatsuki. Itachi knew that Jiraiya was no ordinary opponent. As one of the legendary three of Konoha, he was exceptionally powerful. Though both Itachi and Kisame possessed considerable strength, a reckless attack could easily lead to mutual destruction and even jeopardize their mission. We must wait for the right moment, Itachi whispered to Kisame. Kisame nodded, understanding that Itachi's caution was not unfounded. Having faced other ninjas in the past, they were well aware that a single misstep in battle could result in mission failure or even cost them their lives. In the following days, Itachi and Kisame continued to lurk, covertly observing every move of Jiraiya and Naruto. They discovered that Jiraiya was not only protecting Naruto, but also teaching him ninjutsu and survival skills. Watching Naruto grow little by little, Itachi felt a pang of emotion. He had once felt this way about his brother Sasuke, but now Sasuke had diverged from him, becoming a member of the Akatsuki. Thus, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame employed the art of seduction, seizing the opportunity while Jiraiya was enjoying drinks with a beautiful woman to find Naruto alone in a room. On the other side, upon hearing the news of Itachi returning to the village, Sasuke hurried off to search for him, as it turned out that Itachi was Sasuke's biological brother. Once Itachi was the genius of the Uchiha clan, possessing exceptional talent in ninjutsu and outstanding leadership skills. During his time at the Ninja Academy, Itachi was already a standout among his peers, achieving excellent results and being well loved by teachers and classmates. As Sasuke's older brother, Itachi had always cared deeply for him. He kept a close eye on Sasuke's growth, teaching him ninjutsu hand in hand and accompanying him through countless joyful moments. In Sasuke's heart, Itachi was not only his brother, but also his hero and role model. The relationship between Itachi and Sasuke was very close. They trained together, carried out missions together, and grew into excellent ninjas of Konoha. In Sasuke's eyes, Itachi was the goal he strived to achieve, longing for the day when he could become as strong as Itachi and bring pride to Konoha. However, life is unpredictable. On a tranquil night, Itachi accepted a mission from Konoha, deciding to personally annihilate the Uchiha clan. Though his heart was filled with pain and helplessness for the sake of a higher goal, Itachi resolutely carried out the mission. From that day on, he became a rogue ninja of Konoha and a sinner in Sasuke's heart. Sasuke could not comprehend Itachi's actions, filled with anger and resentment, vowing to take revenge for his parents and clan. As time passed, Sasuke gradually grew into a powerful ninja. Itachi killed his own parents and the entire Uchiha clan, intentionally allowing Sasuke to see and letting him go, while telling him that if he wished for revenge, he should hate him and continue to live. This was the reason for Sasuke's deep-seated hatred for Itachi. Filled with rage, Sasuke found Itachi, who was preparing to take Naruto away. Naruto then realized that the man before him was the one Sasuke had been desperate to kill. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashed his Chidori, charging at Itachi along the wall, only to be effortlessly subdued by Itachi, who had previously broken Sasuke's wrist. Seeing this, Naruto immediately tapped into the chakra of the Nine Tails, wanting to summon the Toad Fukusaku for assistance, but Kisame's shark skin absorbed his chakra directly. In a critical moment, Jiraiya appeared just in time to save the two, confidently declaring his intent to defeat both Itachi and Kisame there. However, Sasuke warned Jiraiya and Naruto not to interfere, stating that only he could kill Itachi. Just as he was about to attack Itachi, he was kicked away by Itachi. At that moment, Sasuke was blinded by rage, once again launching an attack on Itachi, fueled by his desire for revenge. Seeing such a foolish Sasuke, Itachi mercilessly struck him with a punch and used Tsukuyomi to trap Sasuke in the night of the Uchiha massacre, forcing him to relive the pain of losing his loved ones repeatedly until he soon broke down and lost consciousness. With Sasuke silenced, Jiraiya finally made his move, summoning the giant toad from Mount Myaboku and using the toad binding technique to reclaim Sasuke while preparing to digest Itachi and Kisame. Kisame wanted to confront Jiraiya Hiden, but Itachi urged him to retreat quickly, then used the second ability of his Mangekyo, Sharingan Amaterasu, to break through the impenetrable meat wall. While escaping from Jiraiya, Kisame finally found the opportunity to ask Itachi again why they chose to flee. Itachi's cold mask revealed a slightly weary expression, as if he had been bearing a tremendous burden. Jiraiya's strength is extraordinarily formidable, Itachi replied slowly, especially his chakra, which far exceeds mine. If we continue fighting, it will be difficult for us to escape unscathed. Kisame nodded, indicating his understanding. He recognized that facing Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, indeed required cautious action. However, he still had a question in mind. But why did you expend so much chakra to use Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu? This places a great burden on your body. Itachi sighed lightly, his gaze deep and revealing a hint of helplessness. I worry that if we do not demonstrate enough strength, Jiraiya will not believe we have done our utmost. Only by making him think we truly cannot defeat him will he allow us to leave. Kisame fell silent. He understood Itachi's character, knowing that Itachi always thought of the organization even at the cost of his own health. Though this mission had failed, they had at least gathered crucial intelligence regarding Naruto. Itachi-san, Kisame said with concern, looking at Itachi, is your body okay? Do you need to pause the mission and rest for a while? Itachi shook his head. Don't worry, Kisame. My body can still hold up. What we need now is to return to the organization as soon as possible and report the results of this mission to Pain. Kisame respected Itachi's decision, so they continued their journey. While escaping from Jiraiya, Kisame finally found the opportunity to ask Itachi again why they chose to flee. Itachi's cold mask revealed a slightly weary expression, as if he had been bearing a tremendous burden. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was greatly shocked by Itachi breaking through the meat wall, as no one had ever been able to leave this place alive. Looking at the broken meat wall before him, Jiraiya felt an indescribable shock. As a legendary ninja with the title of the Legendary Three, he had experienced countless dangers and witnessed various bizarre events, yet the sight before him was still hard to believe. The meat wall was an evil barrier formed from countless corpses and souls, and it was said that no one could break it, let alone leave alive. Yet this young boy Itachi, who was barely in his teens, managed to break through it on his own, leaving Jiraiya unable to fathom the extent of his power. Amidst the swirling black flames, Itachi's figure flickered, resembling a Shura returning from hell. His gaze was resolute and cold, starkly different from the boy Jiraiya had once known. This immense transformation pained Jiraiya's heart, further solidifying his resolve to save Itachi. Itachi, he called out loudly. I know you have endured tremendous pain within, but please do not give up on yourself. I will definitely help you break free from this nightmare and bring you back to the right path. Itachi looked up at Jiraiya, his eyes briefly flickering with emotion only to be replaced by indifference. He shook his head, saying nothing, and vanished into the darkness. Jiraiya understood that in order to save Itachi, he must first uncover the secrets behind the meat wall and the origins of the Black Flames. He decided to return to the village and share this information with other elite ninjas to collectively seek solutions to the problem. In the following days, Jiraiya led a special operations team to begin in-depth research on the meat wall and the Black Flames. After months of investigation and research, they gradually uncovered the secrets hidden behind the meat wall and flames, the legend of the Sage of Six Paths and the Nine Tails. To gain control over the Black Flames, Jiraiya resolved to delve into the lair of the Nine Tails, seeking further clues. After a grueling battle, he finally located the hiding place of the Nine Tails and successfully persuaded it to reveal the secret of the Black Flames. It turned out that this black flame known as Demon Fire was a special power derived from the Chakra of the Nine Tails, possessing immense destructive force and regenerative abilities. Under the guidance of the Nine Tails, Jiraiya found a way to seal the Demon Fire and successfully sealed it. At that moment, Might Guy finally arrived at the scene, panting as he halted, scrutinizing the situation with sharp eyes. In his view, this unfamiliar man in white clothes was undoubtedly an enemy. A surge of anger welled up in Might Guy's heart, and without a second thought, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Leaf Hurricane. His leg whirled through the air, sending Jiraiya flying with a powerful kick. The force of this kick was so immense that Jiraiya soared through the air for dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. Only then did Might Guy realize he might have accidentally harmed an ally. He hurried to Jiraiya's side, helping him up with a face full of regret, saying, "I'm sorry, Lord Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to be here." Jiraiya waved his hand, dismissively indicating that he didn't mind. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, smiling as he said, "It's all right, Guy. I know you acted decisively to protect Konoha." Upon hearing Jiraiya's understanding, Might Guy could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But he quickly regained his serious demeanor, fixating on the unfamiliar man in white. He could now confirm that this person was definitely not an ally of Konoha. "Who are you?" Might Guy asked sternly. "Why are you here?" The man in white smiled slightly and coldly replied, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that I'm here to take Naruto away." Might Guy was taken aback. He hadn't expected this person was after Naruto. Without hesitation, he positioned himself in front of Naruto, resolutely stating, "I will not allow that." In his eyes, the unfamiliar man in white was undoubtedly an enemy. At this moment, Jiraiya made a decision. He looked at the injuries on Might Guy and Sasuke's legs, a worried expression appearing on his face. He understood that allowing Might Guy and Sasuke to continue with Naruto would be dangerous, so he decided to have Might Guy take Sasuke back to Konoha to recover while he continued to search for Tsunade alone. Might Guy understood Jiraiya's concerns. Although he very much wanted to press on, he knew that protecting Sasuke was the most important task in this situation. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Then Sasuke, we need to return to Konoha to recuperate. Konoha has excellent medical facilities that can help you recover quickly." Sasuke furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat reluctant. He didn't want to give up the mission to find Tsunade, but he also understood that his current state was not conducive to continuing. So he silently nodded in agreement to return to Konoha with Might Guy. Jiraiya watched as Might Guy and Sasuke left, silently praying for their safe return to Konoha. Then he turned around and continued his journey to find Tsunade with Naruto. Along the way, Jiraiya and Naruto traversed dense forests, scaled steep mountain ranges, and crossed desolate deserts. They inquired for information in every village, trying to find any trace of Tsunade. During this process, Jiraiya not only taught Naruto many survival skills, but also shared his own experiences and stories. During the journey, Jiraiya began teaching Naruto the Rasengan, starting with water sphere practice, using Chakra to rapidly rotate the water inside the sphere until it burst. Confidently, Naruto approached the lakeside, ready to attempt breaking the water sphere according to Jiraiya's guidance. He initially thought this task would be easy, but it soon proved to be more difficult than anticipated. The afternoon sun shimmered on the lake's surface, creating a sparkling spectacle. Naruto took a deep breath, concentrating as he gathered his chakra at his fingertips. He cautiously extended his fingers toward the lake's surface, attempting to form a water sphere above it. However, time and again the sphere would disperse the moment his fingertips touched the water, failing to maintain a complete shape. Naruto felt extremely frustrated, sweat beading on his forehead as his expression turned anxious. Jiraiya stood by the lakeside, observing Naruto's struggles without intervening too much. He knew that this was a necessary process for Naruto, and only through continuous attempts and exploration could Naruto truly master this technique. Minutes ticked by, and the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the entire scene. Naruto had been trying all afternoon, yet he still could not keep the water sphere intact. However, he did not give up. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, adjusted his breathing, and continued to try. He told himself that as long as he kept trying, he would surely succeed in breaking the water sphere. That night Naruto practiced by the lake until the moon rose and starlight illuminated the water's surface. Naruto listened intently as Jiraiya recounted the origins of the Rasengan. This ninjutsu and a rank technique was created by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and possessed immense destructive power. Jiraiya spoke with deep respect, telling Naruto that the Rasengan was not just a powerful attacking technique, but also symbolized the fourth Hokage's pursuit of peace and hope. The Rasengan is a technique filled with creativity, Jiraiya continued. Its principle involves concentrating chakra in the palm to form a rapidly rotating sphere, thereby generating tremendous destructive force. However, mastering this ninjutsu is not an easy task. It consists of 3 stages. The first stage is breaking the water sphere, the second stage is condensing chakra, and the third stage is forming the Rasengan. I spent 3 whole years before I finally mastered this ninjutsu. Naruto felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing this. 3 years was an unimaginable amount of time for him. However, he was not daunted by this figure. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve to learn this technique. He recalled Jiraiya's words that the Rasengan symbolized the fourth Hokage's pursuit of peace and hope, and he wished to bring peace and hope to the world like the fourth Hokage. "Don't worry, Naruto," Jiraiya said, observing Naruto's determined expression with a smile. "Although this technique is difficult to master, I believe you will definitely learn it. I will do everything I can to help you. Let's work hard together." Naruto nodded, filled with gratitude. He understood that Jiraiya regarded him as a true disciple, imparting the most valuable knowledge and experience to him. In the days that followed under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto continued to diligently practice the Rasengan. Although progress was slow, he never gave up. He knew that mastering this technique required time, patience, and relentless effort. However, breaking the water sphere was merely the first stage in learning this ninjutsu. If he couldn't accomplish this, then no amount of effort in the subsequent stages would hold any meaning. After 3 days of intense practice, Naruto still struggled to find the trick to popping the water sphere. Feeling disheartened, he did not understand what he was doing wrong. Just then a cat appeared in his line of sight. The cat skillfully waved its paws, effortlessly catching objects. This sparked Naruto's curiosity, and he carefully observed the cat's movements, hoping to glean some inspiration. Suddenly, Naruto realized that the cat's paws exerted different forces with each claw as it grabbed objects, allowing it to hold onto them easily. This revelation struck him. Perhaps he could also generate chakra from different directions with his right hand's fingers to pop the water sphere. With this inspiration, Naruto resumed his practice. This time, instead of merely concentrating chakra in his palm, he tried to make each finger generate varying degrees of chakra. He carefully adjusted the flow of chakra, creating subtle differences at his fingertips. After countless attempts and explorations, Naruto finally discovered the correct method. His right fingers emitted chakra in different directions, and these chakras interacted, working together on the water sphere. As the chakras flow quickened, the water sphere began to tremble violently, as if it might burst at any moment. During his final attempt, Naruto exerted force with all 5 fingers of his right hand, generating immense centrifugal force. With a bang, the water sphere ruptured under the powerful rotational force, scattering into countless sparkling droplets. Seeing that he had successfully popped the water sphere, Naruto was incredibly excited. He understood that during his training it was essential not only to work hard, but also to maintain a keen heart, adept at drawing inspiration from the smallest details in life. This breakthrough not only brought significant progress in Naruto's training of the Rasengan, but also deepened his understanding of the essence of practice. Despite Naruto's notable progress in popping the water sphere, the practice of the second stage proved to be even more challenging. This time he needed to rotate a rubber ball with chakra until it burst. However, unlike the water sphere, the rubber ball lacked fluidity, making it challenging to envision the direction of chakra's rotation. Compared to the water sphere exercise, the difficulty of the rubber ball practice clearly escalated several levels. Faced with this challenge, Naruto did not back down. He patiently observed the surface of the rubber ball, attempting to imagine how the chakra would flow inside it. After multiple attempts, he finally managed to inject a small amount of chakra into the rubber ball, causing it to rotate slightly. However, that was still far from the speed required for chakra rotation. In the days that followed, Naruto practiced diligently day after day. He attempted to adjust the speed and intensity of the chakra flow to better control the rotation inside the rubber ball. Throughout this process, he continuously challenged his limits and sought better methods. Despite experiencing countless failures, Naruto never gave up. He constantly motivated himself, believing that one day he would conquer this challenge. After weeks of grueling practice, Naruto finally found the key. He realized that only by stabilizing the rotation of the rubber ball while injecting chakra could he achieve the maximum rotation speed. Inspired by this insight, Naruto adjusted his strategy, focusing on maintaining the rubber ball's stable rotation. In his final attempt, Naruto gathered chakra in the palm of his right hand and slowly injected it into the rubber ball. At the same time, he carefully controlled the ball's rotation to keep a steady rhythm. However, Naruto still failed. One day, while descending the mountain to buy food, he saw a father and son happily enjoying ice cream. This heartwarming scene made him reminisce about his father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Naruto's heart was filled with longing and sadness, how he wished his father could return to be by his side, accompanying him in his growth and training. Thinking of this, Naruto felt a deep loneliness. He wished for someone to practice with to share the joys and troubles of growing up. Thus, Naruto sought out Jiraiya, hoping he could accompany him in his ninjutsu training. However, to Naruto's disappointment, Jiraiya unhesitatingly rejected his request. Jiraiya told Naruto that training was inherently a solitary process, and only by learning to be independent could one achieve greater success in ninjutsu. He encouraged Naruto to learn to endure solitude, overcome difficulties, and become a powerful ninja. Even though Naruto felt lonely because mastering the Rasengan depended solely on his own understanding, Jiraiya always thought of him. He would reward Naruto with ice cream when he made progress, and even drew a single tomo on Naruto's palm to help him focus on strengthening his chakra. After a period of hard practice, Naruto successfully popped a rubber ball. Meanwhile, during Jiraiya's search for Tsunade, Orochimaru had found her first. At that time, Tsunade was hiding in a remote village trying to escape her inner pain. The appearance of Orochimaru caught her off guard and also stirred deep-seated fears within her. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade and bluntly told her that he was the one who killed the third Hokage. His hands had been severely injured in that battle and still had not healed. Orochimaru stated this brutal fact with an air of composure, as if everything was under his control. "I can help you heal your hands." Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, her gaze filled with caution, "But you must pay a price." Orochimaru smiled, knowing that Tsunade would eventually agree to his terms. He told Tsunade that he could bring her brother and lover back to life, but in exchange Tsunade must heal the injuries on his hands. Hearing this, Tsunade trembled. The temptation was far too great for her. "I will give you a week to think about it," Orochimaru said. "Before then, please prepare 2 living sacrifices." He knew Tsunade's weakness and that she could not refuse this deal. After saying this, Orochimaru left, leaving Tsunade to struggle alone. She understood that this decision would change her life. She feared facing blood again, but she longed even more to reunite with her lost loved ones. In the days that followed, Tsunade fell into intense inner turmoil. She began to prepare the sacrifices, knowing that this would be her last act of defiance against her beliefs. She understood that she was walking down a dark path, but she could not control her inner desires. When Jiraiya arrived, the scene was left in ruins, the aftermath of Tsunade's unleashed fury. In this distant village, the duo had already become weary in their search for Tsunade. Just when they felt utterly helpless, they stumbled upon a small tavern. The tavern was filled with the aroma of food and drink, where people gathered to enjoy delicious meals and fine alcohol. The duo decided to step in for a brief respite, hoping to alleviate their exhaustion from the past few days. As they entered the tavern, they immediately spotted a familiar figure. It was a tall woman with messy red hair cascading over her shoulders, her face bearing a hint of sadness. She was none other than Tsunade, the very person they had been searching for. Beside her, a concerned female ninja, her disciple Shizune, was watching over her. Tsunade was currently drowning her sorrows with alcohol, attempting to escape the deep pain within her. When Jiraiya saw Tsunade, he felt a surge of emotion. He cautiously approached her, trying to engage her in conversation. However, Tsunade merely cast a cold glance at him before continuing to drink, seemingly uninterested in talking. Jiraiya did not give up. He insisted on talking to Tsunade, hoping she would regain her spirit and return to Konoha. But Tsunade remained indifferent, seemingly lost in her own world. Shizune looked at Tsunade with concern, knowing her teacher's heart was filled with pain. She pleaded with Jiraiya to give Tsunade some time to heal on her own. Jiraiya understood that no amount of passionate persuasion could sway Tsunade back to her former self. He decided to respect her wishes and give her some time to mend her emotional wounds. He believed that one day Tsunade would rediscover her former self. In the days that followed, Jiraiya and Naruto stayed in the village accompanying Tsunade. They quietly cared for her, helping her through this difficult time. And under their companionship, Tsunade gradually regained her confidence and began to face the challenges of life. The setting sun cast a tranquil glow over the streets of Konoha. Jiraiya strolled along the familiar path, his heart racing with excitement at the thought of finally finding Tsunade. This legendary Sannin, once the proud princess of the ninja world, was now 50 years old. Tsunade resided in a serene bamboo grove outside the village, her favorite place. As Jiraiya approached the bamboo grove, he caught sight of that familiar figure from a distance. Although time had left its marks on her face, her demeanor remained as bold and unrestrained as ever. Jiraiya walked up to Tsunade, politely bowed, and got straight to the point. "Tsunade, Konoha wants you to return as the 5th Hokage." Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glance, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of her mouth. "Hokage, only a fool would take on a job that risks their life." She grabbed the bottle on the table and took a hearty swig. Besides, I've been away from Konoha for so many years, what would be the point of going back? In the face of Tsunade's rejection and mockery, Jiraiya did not lose hope. He knew that to change her mind, he had to touch her heart. So Jiraiya altered his approach, bringing up the softest part of Tsunade's heart, her brother and her lover. Tsunade, I know this is difficult for you, but we truly need you. Konoha is in crisis right now, and only a powerful person like you can save it. Jiraiya looked into Tsunade's eyes and spoke sincerely. Haven't you always wanted to protect those you love? Now Konohagakure is your family, it needs your protection. Tsunade was taken aback, her gaze became somewhat lost, as if she was struggling. She reminisced about the past, the moments shared with her loved ones, and the sacrifices they made for her. Suddenly, it seemed she understood something, and her expression grew resolute. All right, I agree, Tsunade finally decided. But I have one condition. Jiraiya sighed in relief, knowing that she was willing to reconsider. What condition? He asked with a smile. As long as it brings you back to the village as Hokage, I'll agree to anything. Tsunade pointed her finger at Naruto's forehead, saying, this boy will be the hope of Konohagakure. I will train him to become an excellent ninja. If he can master the Rasengan within a week, I will agree to return to the village as the 5th Hokage. Thus the wager between Tsunade and Naruto was formed. However, Naruto was still confused. Hearing Tsunade's words, he was instantly filled with rage. He could not tolerate the disgrace to the image of the Hokage he respected, especially coming from one of the legendary Sannin he admired most. His gaze sharpened, fists clenched, and chakra surged within him. Lady Tsunade, please apologize for what you just said. The Hokage is a noble position, and many outstanding ninjas have sacrificed their lives to protect the village and its people. How can you view their sacrifice as the actions of fools? Tsunade let out a cold laugh, a flicker of contempt in her eyes. She stood up, her tall figure casting a shadow over Naruto, looking down at him. Oh, what do you understand about sacrifice? You are just a young kid, do you know what true sacrifice means? Naruto stood unafraid, his eyes wide as he stared directly at Tsunade. I know. I watched Iruka Sensei get hurt protecting me. I saw Sasuke leave the village in search of power. They all fought for their loved ones and things they cared about, not as fools. Tsunade's expression darkened, her lips twitching slightly, clearly moved by Naruto's words. But are you brave enough to pay the price for your beliefs? Are you willing to challenge me to a duel? If you win, I will apologize to you. But if you lose, you must give up on your dream of becoming Hokage. Naruto unhesitatingly accepted Tsunade's challenge. He understood that this was an opportunity to prove himself, and the only way to gain Tsunade's recognition and trust. Only by demonstrating his determination and strength could he change Tsunade's view on the Hokage and persuade her to return to Konohagakure as the 5th Hokage. Thus began the showdown between Tsunade and Naruto. Despite the vast age and experience gap, Naruto did not back down. He utilized his signature jutsu, dodging Tsunade's attacks with agility and seizing opportunities to counter. Tsunade's strength was undoubtedly superior, but Naruto's tenacious spirit and fighting spirit made her take notice. The battle entered a heated phase, with both sides locked in a stalemate. At that moment, the power of the 9 tails within Naruto erupted, instantly amplifying his strength. He seized this chance and successfully struck Tsunade. Tsunade stumbled back a few steps, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face as she observed this spirited and determined Naruto. He could not tolerate the disgrace to the image of the Hokage he respected, especially coming from one of the legendary Sannin he admired most. His gaze sharpened, fists clenched, and chakra surged within him. Tsunade stood across from Naruto, her expression serious. She told Naruto that she would not bully him due to age and would only fight him with one finger. At first, Naruto did not take this seriously, believing that Tsunade, being older, would naturally let him win a few times. However, the moment the battle began, Naruto immediately realized he was mistaken. Tsunade's eyes were resolute, her demeanor calm, as she gathered chakra at the tip of her right index finger and gently poked, unleashing a powerful force. Naruto was struck by this force, feeling as if he had been hit by a massive wave, and involuntarily flew backwards. He staggered, trying to regain his balance, but ultimately fell to the ground. He gazed in astonishment at Tsunade, unable to believe her strength, having easily defeated him with just one finger. Seizing the moment while Tsunade was distracted, Naruto attempted to launch an incomplete Rasengan sneak attack, but Tsunade merely pointed and shattered the ground, leading to Naruto's defeat. Tsunade looked at Naruto before her, as if seeing the shadows of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan. Their smiles and dedication lingered in her mind. Even though Naruto was mischievous, his bravery and determination reminded Tsunade of her past loved ones. Thus, she decided to give Naruto a challenge to inspire his greater potential. Tsunade told Naruto that if he could master the Rasengan within a week, she would give him the pendant she wore around her neck. At first, Naruto did not take it seriously, thinking this wager was unimportant. However, when he learned that this pendant was a relic of the first Hokage, he realized that this wager was far more precious than he had imagined. Seeing Tsunade's high expectations for Naruto, Jiraiya decided to help him complete this challenge. He informed Naruto that the Rasengan was a very advanced jutsu that required a large amount of chakra and control to master. However, Naruto was undeterred by these difficulties. He was determined to win this wager while also wanting to prove his strength. In the following days, Naruto trained diligently under the guidance of Jiraiya and Tsunade. He practiced controlling his chakra, attempting to gather the Rasengan over and over. Despite the arduous process, Naruto never gave up. He firmly believed that he could succeed. On the evening of the 6th day, after numerous failures, he finally managed to perform the Rasengan. Excited, he rushed to find Tsunade with the Rasengan, hoping to win the precious pendant. Seeing the smile on Naruto's face, Tsunade happily acknowledged his success. Tsunade kept her promise and gave Naruto the relic of the first Hokage. Naruto carefully took the pendant, feeling the weight and responsibility it carried. He understood that this pendant was not only a precious treasure, but also Tsunade's trust and expectations for him. From that moment on, Naruto trained even harder, determined to become a great ninja like the first Hokage. At night, the moonlight bathed Konoha, making everything seem so peaceful. It was at this moment that Shizen found Naruto, her expression serious, as she informed him that the pendant Tsunade had given him was actually an ominous object. Shizen told Naruto the story of Tsunade's brother Nawaki and her lover Dan. They were once the most precious people in Tsunade's life, but they had both left her due to war and disease. Tsunade had never been able to move past the pain of losing her loved ones, and this pendant was a token of her longing for them. Naruto listened to Shizen's story, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He fell silent, quietly gazing at the pendant in his hand. Although it held significant meaning for Tsunade, Naruto understood that her willingness to give it to him signified her trust and expectations. With complex emotions, Naruto made his way to the back mountain. He was determined to train hard to become a ninja worthy of this pendant. In the stillness of the night, Naruto practiced diligently under the moonlight, trying to better control his chakra and improve his ninja skills. Time passed second by second, and Naruto had never felt so filled with fighting spirit. He understood that he bore Tsunade's expectations along with the future of Konoha. To realize his dreams and protect those around him, Naruto silently vowed that no matter how great the difficulties he faced, he would not give up. It was this unwavering belief that supported Naruto as he continually advanced on the path of ninjutsu, challenging his own limits. And the ominous pendant became a perpetual motivation for Naruto, propelling him forward on the journey to become an exceptional ninja. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the bustling streets of Konoha, while the statue of Hokage Rock silently observed everything. In a nearby tavern, Jiraiya found Tsunade, who was drinking alone. The atmosphere in the tavern was warm and relaxed. However, Jiraiya's mood was heavy. Tsunade was his close friend, and they had grown up together, facing countless missions and battles side by side. However, since Tsunade left Konoha, her whereabouts and intentions had become elusive. Jiraiya suspected that she had reached some sort of agreement with Orochimaru, which deeply troubled him. Tsunade looked up, slightly surprised to see Jiraiya. She put down her bottle and gestured for him to sit. "What's wrong, Jiraiya?" Her tone remained carefree and unrestrained, but Jiraiya could detect a hint of tension in her voice. Jiraiya's face grew serious as he walked straight up to Tsunade. "Tsunade, I hope you know that I consider you my best friend. However, if you betray Konoha, even if it's you, I will not let it go unpunished." His tone was firm and resolute, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, a flicker of sorrow passing through her gaze. She stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant sky. "Jiraiya, you know I have my reasons." Her voice was low and filled with helplessness. "Konoha is the place where I grew up, and I love this village dearly. But there are some things I cannot do as I please." Jiraiya understood that Tsunade carried tremendous pressure in her heart. He had witnessed her pain after losing family and loved ones, and understood the guilt and self-blame she bore within. Yet he firmly believed that deep down Tsunade still loved Konoha. He gently patted Tsunade's shoulder. "Tsunade, I believe in you. But I hope you understand that no matter what you encounter, I will stand by your side. We have both lost important people, but we must continue to move forward for Konoha and for ourselves." Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya, her eyes filled with gratitude. She smiled slightly, a smile of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. "Thank you, Jiraiya." She raised her glass. "To Konoha, cheers." Jiraiya and Tsunade clinked their glasses together, the sound ringing clear. The atmosphere in the tavern remained warm and relaxed, while their hearts grew even more closely connected at that moment. Yet Tsunade's heart was deeply conflicted. She stood at a crossroads in her life, with one path leading to her beloved brother and partner, and the other to the village of Konoha, protected by her ancestors with their lives. She was acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities she bore, yet she could not easily forsake those who had accompanied her through the most significant moments of her life. Her brother Nawaki and her lover were the most precious people in her life. Nawaki was her only remaining relative in this world. She had witnessed his heroic sacrifice on the battlefield and felt an immense pride for him, yet it left an indelible pain in her heart. And Dan, the lover with whom she had shared beautiful moments, had stood by her side when she needed him most, yet he lost his life in the brutal war. Konohagakure was the place where Tsunade had grown up. She had witnessed its rise and fall and knew the immense sacrifices made by countless ancestors to protect it. Her grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, and her granduncle, the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, laid a solid foundation for Konohagakure with their own hands, becoming heroes in the hearts of its people. Tsunade understood the weight of her responsibility to uphold her family's will and protect the village. Faced with such a difficult choice, her heart was filled with struggle. She loved her brother and lover dearly and wanted to seek justice and fairness for them. Yet as a member of Konohagakure and as an excellent ninja, she knew she had a duty to protect the village and uphold its peace and tranquility. On countless sleepless nights, Tsunade pondered how to make the right choice. The torment and conflict within her heart plunged her into deep pain. She knew that her decision would impact many destinies, potentially altering the future of Konohagakure. Soon a week passed since Tsunade's agreement with Orochimaru. On this day, Jiraiya specifically sought out Tsunade, wanting to share a few drinks with her. They arrived at a tranquil tavern near Konohagakure, finding a window seat that overlooked the village's beautiful scenery. Jiraiya and Tsunade reminisced about past memories, those missions and adventures they had experienced together. They recalled the times they had grown together and fought side by side, their faces breaking into radiant smiles. After several rounds of drinks, Jiraiya appeared quite relaxed, oblivious to the unusual expression on Tsunade's face. When Jiraiya went to the tavern counter to order more drinks, Tsunade seized the opportunity to sprinkle some colorless and odorless powder into his glass. She carefully manipulated the powder, ensuring it went unnoticed by Jiraiya. After completing this, Tsunade took a deep breath, her heart filled with conflict and pain. When she returned to her seat, Jiraiya was already back at the table with the newly ordered drinks. He raised his glass, gesturing to Tsunade, then downed it in one gulp. Tsunade also took a sip, yet her heart was tormented. She didn't know if what she was doing was right, but she understood that she could not betray Konohagakure and the people in the village. Before long, the effects of the drug began to take hold. Jiraiya felt a wave of dizziness and the glass fell from his hand to the ground. His vision blurred and consciousness gradually slipped away. Before he fell into a coma, he struggled to look at Tsunade, trying to understand what was happening. Tsunade gazed at the unconscious Jiraiya, her heart filled with guilt and pain. She knew that her actions would hurt Jiraiya, but she also understood that she had to take action to prevent Orochimaru's plot from destroying Konohagakure. She helped the unconscious Jiraiya onto a chair and then quickly left the tavern. On the dimly lit street, she hurried toward the rendezvous point, with Orochimaru, her heart filled with anxiety and unease. She knew she was about to face a storm of blood. At that moment, Naruto also fell into a coma due to excessive training, leaving no one to stop Tsunade's transaction with Orochimaru. The next morning, Jiraiya learned about Tsunade's agreement with Orochimaru from Naruto at the Silent Mouth and hurried to the agreed location to stop Tsunade. By this time, Tsunade had already been waiting at the rendezvous point for quite some time, and Orochimaru arrived as promised. Despite her lingering doubts, Tsunade ultimately agreed to the deal proposed by Orochimaru. However, to ensure the safety of Konohagakure, Tsunade proposed a condition to Orochimaru that he would not take action against the village. Upon hearing Tsunade's condition, Orochimaru pondered for a moment. He understood that this was a test of Tsunade's trust in him and the key to regaining recognition from Konohagakure. After some thought, he nodded and agreed to Tsunade's condition. Seeing Orochimaru agree to her conditions, Tsunade sighed in relief. Although she did not fully trust Orochimaru, she was willing to give him a chance to prove his sincerity. She knew this decision was fraught with risks, but if it could guide Orochimaru back to the right path, it would be a tremendous help to Konohagakure. Orochimaru also understood that this was a critical moment. He was well aware of the mistakes he had made in the past and the negative image he had left in Konohagakure. He needed to take action to gradually restore his reputation and reintegrate into Konohagakure. However, just as Tsunade was about to take action to heal Orochimaru, Kabuto suddenly intervened, interrupting her jutsu. Kabuto, a mysterious ninja and Orochimaru's assistant with exceptional medical ninjutsu, stepped forward, causing the atmosphere at the scene to become tense. Tsunade was taken aback, realizing that Kabuto's appearance was no coincidence. She couldn't help but wonder what Kabuto's intentions were. Was he also here for Orochimaru, trying to stop her from healing him? Kabuto slowly approached Tsunade, his expression serious and a hint of wariness in his eyes. He looked at Tsunade and calmly said, "I know what you want to do, but Lord Orochimaru needs a stable healing environment right now. Your chakra is filled with killing intent, which could adversely affect the healing process." Upon hearing this, Tsunade's heart flashed with a moment of hesitation. She knew Kabuto spoke the truth. She truly could not wholeheartedly heal Orochimaru in such a state. She glanced at the unconscious Orochimaru beside her heart filled with conflict. She wanted to save this once familiar friend, yet she could not ignore their bitter history. As a fellow medic, Kabuto immediately sensed the killing intent surging within Tsunade's chakra. She was not genuinely trying to heal Orochimaru, she wanted to kill him. However, to everyone's surprise, Orochimaru showed no hostility. Instead, he earnestly reiterated his sincerity. His snake-like eyes revealed a rare sincerity at that moment. Orochimaru slowly and laboredly spoke, "Tsunade, you have truly misunderstood me. I once walked a dark path, but those days are far behind me. Now I genuinely hope to make amends for my past mistakes and contribute to our village." Tsunade felt a flicker of pity rise in her heart upon hearing this. She looked at the once mighty ninja before her, now reduced to such weakness. Yet she still could not completely dispel the doubts in her heart. She reminded Orochimaru, "You know I once trusted you, but you betrayed me and Konoha. How can you expect me to trust you again?" Orochimaru sighed softly, understanding the pain and struggle in Tsunade's heart. He continued to explain, "I know it is not easy to atone for past mistakes, but I am determined to change. Please give me a chance to prove my resolve to you." Tsunade hesitated for a moment, looking at Orochimaru and trying to judge the authenticity of his words. Finally, she made a difficult decision. "All right, Orochimaru, I will trust you this once. However, if you betray me again, I will not hesitate to take action." Tsunade's tears flowed like rain after hearing Orochimaru's words. She indeed wanted to see her brother and lover, even if it was just once, but meeting Naruto reminded her of her brother and lover's dreams, and fulfilling their dreams was also her wish. As Orochimaru said, tangible things will someday perish, but their will continue to be passed down and live on. The negotiations between both parties broke down. Tsunade shattered the ground with a powerful kick. Faced with her immense strength, Yakushi Kabuto decided to relocate the battlefield to a more spacious area. The battle between Tsunade and Yakushi Kabuto intensified, with each of Tsunade's mighty attacks leaving deep cracks on the ground and the surrounding trees and rocks shattering under her fists and feet. Seizing the opportunity, Yakushi Kabuto dodged to the side, quickly forming hand seals to cast a space ninjutsu, redirecting Tsunade's attack to an open plain. This plain, spanning several miles, had no obstacles, allowing them to unleash their full strength without interference. Seeing this, Tsunade did not pursue. She stood her ground, waiting for Yakushi Kabuto's appearance. Confident in her strength, she believed she could defeat him no matter where he fled. Yakushi Kabuto reappeared on the plain, looking at Tsunade with determination in his eyes. Although Tsunade's formidable strength pressured him greatly, he would not easily give up. As an excellent ninja with various extraordinary ninjutsu and tactics, he believed that with proper application, he could find Tsunade's weakness and win this battle. Thus, Tsunade and Yakushi Kabuto engaged in fierce combat once more on this vast plain. Their ninjutsu and physical techniques clashed, each attack stirring up clouds of dust while the ground trembled under the force of their battle. The spectacle of their fight was magnificent and breathtaking. However, the battle did not conclude quickly. Despite Yakushi Kabuto's utmost efforts, he still could not withstand Tsunade's overwhelming strength. As time passed, Yakushi Kabuto gradually felt his stamina depleting. Facing Tsunade's immense power, he realized that continuing to fight on the ground was detrimental to him, so he decided to move the battlefield to a more spacious area. Tsunade relentlessly pursued him, and Yakushi Kabuto recognized that the situation was unfavorable for him. After continuous fighting, he had exhausted most of his energy, while Tsunade's strength remained formidable. Yakushi Kabuto understood that if he couldn't quickly recover his stamina, he might not withstand Tsunade's next attack. At this critical moment, he made a decisive choice to take urgent measures. He quickly pulled out a soldier pill from his pocket, which he had prepared in advance, to rapidly replenish his energy during battle. The soldier pill is a special medicine that can swiftly provide a ninja with a significant amount of energy, allowing them to maintain their stamina in combat. Without hesitation, Yakushi Kabuto swallowed the soldier pill. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, he felt a powerful surge of energy spreading throughout his body, instantly restoring his depleted stamina. Yakushi Kabuto felt a resurgence of spirit, and his previously exhausted body was filled with strength once more. Tsunade noticed Yakushi Kabuto swallowing the soldier pill and realized he was attempting to regain his stamina. Thus, she decided to seize this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, giving Yakushi Kabuto no chance to catch his breath. She dashed forward and swung her fist at Yakushi Kabuto's face. Though Yakushi Kabuto had just regained his stamina, he still could not afford to underestimate Tsunade's assault. He quickly raised his arms and a cross to shield his face, trying to block her powerful attack. However, Tsunade's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even after the replenishment from the soldier pill, Yakushi Kabuto could not completely withstand her attack. After a loud crash, Yakushi Kabuto was pushed back several steps, barely managing to steady himself. Although he had successfully blocked most of the damage, he still felt a sharp pain in his arms. He understood that if he continued to consume his energy in this manner, he would ultimately be defeated by Tsunade. Thus, Yakushi Kabuto decided to change tactics, moving from pure defense to actively countering. He utilized his expertise in ninjutsu and tactics to search for Tsunade's weakness during the battle, hoping to turn the tide. Thus, the battle between Tsunade and Yakushi Kabuto grew even more intense as they continued their thrilling duel on the vast plain. Yakushi Kabuto precisely severed the muscles in Tsunade's arm and thigh with a surgical knife formed from chakra. The battle between Tsunade and Yakushi Kabuto gradually reached its boiling point. Despite Tsunade exerting all her strength, she still could not swiftly defeat Yakushi Kabuto. In the midst of battle, Tsunade couldn't help but marvel at Yakushi Kabuto's talent for ninjutsu and his powerful techniques, even feeling that he had surpassed her at her peak. Having experienced countless battles throughout her life, Tsunade had great confidence in her abilities. However, when facing Yakushi Kabuto, she felt an unprecedented level of pressure. Yakushi Kabuto possessed a wide range of ninjutsu, including both offensive and defensive techniques, as well as various bizarre and peculiar abilities that kept Tsunade on her toes. Moreover, Yakushi Kabuto could combine and alter his ninjutsu, further enhancing their power. His tactical thinking was also highly flexible, allowing him to adjust strategies based on the flow of battle, forcing Tsunade to remain vigilant at all times. During the fight, Tsunade discovered that Yakushi Kabuto had also achieved a very high level of chakra control. He could distribute his chakra among various ninjutsu, significantly increasing their power and duration. At the same time, he was able to rapidly recover chakra during combat, enabling him to sustain high-intensity fighting. All of this placed immense pressure on Tsunade, making her lament that Yakushi Kabuto's talent in ninjutsu had surpassed her at her peak. Although she recognized this was not a diminishment of her own strength, but an affirmation of Yakushi Kabuto's capabilities, she still hoped to showcase her full power in this battle to vindicate herself. Thus, Tsunade decided to give her all, channeling her chakra to elevate her strength to the utmost. This was also the time when Tsunade was at her lowest point, clearly not on par with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who were also legendary Sannin. Tsunade had been waiting for an opportunity to seize Yakushi Kabuto's flaw and defeat him in one fell swoop. Finally, she noticed the moment he was distracted. Tsunade knew she had to seize this opportunity, so she immediately focused her mind, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. She gathered her chakra, transforming it into a special form known as the electronic blade. The electronic blade is a ninjutsu with immense penetrating and destructive power, capable of disrupting the opponent's nervous system through chakra vibrations, causing temporary paralysis. Seizing the moment of Yakushi Kabuto's distraction, Tsunade aimed the electronic blade at him and decisively swung the chakra blade in her hand. An invisible chakra blade sliced through the air at incredible speed, striking Yakushi Kabuto's body directly. Yakushi Kabuto instantly felt a powerful force penetrate his body, his nervous system disrupted in an instant, causing him to fall into a brief state of paralysis. His movements slowed and reactions became sluggish, allowing Tsunade to initiate a series of fierce attacks. Despite Yakushi Kabuto's efforts to regain control of his body, the effects of the electronic blade lingered. He struggled to fend off Tsunade's attacks, but it was a significant challenge. However, Yakushi Kabuto, being a genius, did not give up, mastering this new body in an instant. He realized he still had a chance to turn the tide, so he decided to exploit Tsunade's hemophobia in an attempt to reverse the situation. Tsunade had a little-known weakness. She suffered from hemophobia. Although she appeared fierce in battle, seeing blood would cause her intense discomfort, even leading to physical weakness that impaired her combat effectiveness. Yakushi Kabuto decided to take advantage of this opportunity to put Tsunade in a difficult position. He quickly formed hand seals to cast an illusion, amplifying his injuries to make the wounds appear more horrific. Then he deliberately displayed these wounds in front of Tsunade, trying to provoke her hemophobic reaction. Upon seeing this, Tsunade indeed felt a wave of dizziness. She struggled to remain calm, attempting to overcome her discomfort, but she knew her time was limited, and she had to escape the predicament quickly. The battle between Tsunade and Yakushi Kabuto had reached a boiling point. Despite Tsunade giving her all, she still could not quickly defeat Yakushi Kabuto. At this critical moment, Jiraiya and others arrived just in time, hoping to help Tsunade defeat Yakushi Kabuto together. However, upon seeing their arrival, Tsunade did not feel relieved. She was well aware of Yakushi Kabuto's strength and worried that involving others in the battle could lead to unnecessary casualties. Thus, she decided to face Yakushi Kabuto alone, rejecting Jiraiya's assistance. Faced with Tsunade's determination, Jiraiya and the others could do nothing but stand by and observe, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Tsunade took a deep breath, her gaze becoming resolute. She knew she must overcome her hemophobic weakness to win this battle. Tsunade once again engaged in fierce combat, with Yakushi Kabuto doing her best to avoid seeing blood and steering the battle away from Jiraiya and the others. Despite her efforts to suppress her discomfort during the intense battle, she inevitably saw the blood from Yakushi Kabuto's self-inflicted wounds. Tsunade suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground involuntarily. Seeing this, Yakushi Kabuto realized his opportunity had arrived, deciding to seize this rare chance to deliver a fatal blow to Tsunade. However, Jiraiya and the others were not idle. Upon witnessing Tsunade in trouble, they immediately rushed forward to help, trying to prevent Yakushi Kabuto's attack. Upon learning that Yakushi Kabuto was a spy from the Sound Village, Naruto no longer hesitated and summoned shadow clones to launch an attack. However, this level of attack was merely child's play for Yakushi Kabuto, who quickly dispatched Naruto. Immediately afterward, Yakushi Kabuto consumed a blood-replenishing pill to make up for the lost blood, and combined with Orochimaru summoned a giant snake. On the other hand, Jiraiya faced a setback. Due to Tsunade's lingering effects from the medicine, he could only summon a toad with 30% of his strength, which turned out to be Gamakichi. Naruto attempted to summon Gamabunta, but instead brought forth Gamadon, Gamakichi's brother. Orochimaru, who had just regretted not killing Naruto sooner, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of this peculiar pair of master and apprentice. With no other choice, Jiraiya had to use the Hell Swamp to restrict the giant snake's movement, intending to use the Needle Kazashi to defend against Orochimaru's attack, but ended up getting struck in the throat by Orochimaru. In this fierce battle, Yakushi Kabuto showcased his prowess as an elite ninja from the Sound Village. He swiftly defeated Shizune, and then turned his attention to Tsunade. However, Tsunade, suffering from severe hemophobia, was unable to unleash her true strength against Yakushi Kabuto. She could only helplessly endure his relentless barrage of attacks. Though Yakushi Kabuto knew Tsunade could not retaliate, he showed no mercy. Yet a trace of inexplicable sympathy arose within him. As a ninja rigorously trained, he chose to continue his merciless assault on Tsunade. Just when she found herself in dire straits, Naruto suddenly stepped forward, shielding her. Despite being gravely injured, Naruto bravely stood up. Facing Yakushi Kabuto, he unhesitatingly unleashed his newly learned jutsu, Rasengan. Yakushi Kabuto was taken aback by Naruto's courage and determination. For a moment he was dazed and was struck directly by the Rasengan. Although he possessed formidable healing abilities, this attack still left him severely injured. After using Rasengan, Naruto collapsed due to his severe injuries. Tsunade, seeing Naruto bravely protect her, suppressed her discomfort and did her utmost to heal him. Although her healing skills were extraordinary, Naruto's vital signs remained alarmingly weak. At that critical moment, the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto was activated, gradually restoring his vitality. This was also the first time Naruto used Rasengan. In a moment of crisis, a brilliant idea struck him. He decided to use his shadow clone technique to assist in executing Rasengan. Thus, Naruto created two clones with the shadow clone technique. One continued to engage Yakushi Kabuto, while the other joined him in forming the hand seals to unleash Rasengan. This innovative tactic astonished Yakushi Kabuto. He never expected Naruto to cleverly utilize his ninja techniques in such a way. By the time Naruto's Rasengan was completed, Yakushi Kabuto had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the blow. The power of Rasengan was immense, striking Yakushi Kabuto hard. Despite his exceptional defensive and recovery capabilities, this attack still inflicted significant damage. He staggered back a few steps, barely managing to maintain his stance. On the other hand, Naruto, having expended all his energy and chakra from using Rasengan, collapsed to the ground. Though he had successfully defeated Yakushi Kabuto, he was utterly exhausted. Tsunade rushed over to treat Naruto. Under Tsunade's care, Naruto's injuries gradually began to heal. Despite Yakushi Kabuto being severely injured, he slowly began to recover thanks to his powerful self-healing ability. However, this confrontation made both sides realize they were facing a formidable opponent. Yakushi Kabuto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with vigilance. He understood that Naruto and Tsunade were not to be underestimated. Naruto and Tsunade equally understood that they must give their all to defeat Yakushi Kabuto, this formidable foe. Just then, Naruto was fiercely counterattacked by Yakushi Kabuto, suffering a grievous chest wound that nearly severed his heart. He collapsed to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. Even the Nine-Tails within him sensed Naruto's waning life force, its vision dimming. Seeing this, Tsunade felt a surge of anxiety within her. Although she deeply understood Naruto's importance to her as a medical ninja, she knew she must do everything in her power to save him. Therefore, Tsunade, suppressing her own discomfort, exhausted all her medical ninjutsu in an attempt to repair Naruto's damaged body. In this critical moment, Naruto's will was ignited to its limits. He felt Tsunade's heartfelt care, and a strong desire to survive surged from deep within him. Naruto knew he could not fall here, for he had too many important things to accomplish and too many cherished individuals to protect. With Tsunade's healing and Naruto's tenacious spirit, a miracle finally occurred. Naruto's vitality gradually returned, his heart began to beat again, and the nine tails within him slowly awakened. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Tsunade's anxious and worried face. Tsunade tightly grasped Naruto's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. She knew that Naruto had survived the most dangerous moment. Naruto also felt Tsunade's deep love and concern for him, filling his heart with gratitude and emotion. In this life-and-death struggle, Naruto and Tsunade exemplified the strength and resilience of life. Not only did they save each other's lives, but they also strengthened the trust and friendship between them. In the years to come, they would continue to walk hand in hand, facing one challenge after another, guarding all they cherished. Ultimately, it was Naruto's tenacious will that saved Tsunade. At that moment, Orochimaru, wary of Naruto's growth, launched a sneak attack. Reacting swiftly to Orochimaru's sudden assault, Tsunade responded immediately. Although she had not fully recovered from her hemophobia, she knew that protecting Naruto was her responsibility at that moment. With her formidable will and medical ninjutsu, Tsunade repaired Naruto's damaged heart. However, Orochimaru did not relent and continued to unleash even fiercer attacks. At this point, Naruto struggled to stand, joining Tsunade in combating Orochimaru. Despite the vast disparity in strength, Naruto and Tsunade successfully held off Orochimaru's onslaught through their seamless cooperation and unwavering conviction. In this fierce battle, Naruto's Rasengan technique improved further. He began to comprehend that Rasengan was not just a jutsu, but a powerful force that embodied belief and determination. Each release of Rasengan carried Naruto's concern for his friends, hatred for his enemies, and yearning for peace. As the battle intensified, Naruto and Tsunade gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing the situation turn against him, Orochimaru decided to employ his ultimate jutsu, Edo Tensei. With this jutsu, Orochimaru could resurrect long-deceased powerful figures and use them for his own ends. Faced with the onslaught of numerous powerful enemies, Naruto and Tsunade found themselves in a bitter struggle. However, they did not give up and bravely confronted their adversaries. Throughout this process, Naruto formed bonds with more like-minded friends as they fought together to protect the peace of Konoha and the world. After defeating Yakushi Kabuto, Naruto and his friends continued onward toward their ultimate goal, Orochimaru. Orochimaru was the mastermind behind all these dark schemes. Only by defeating him could they safeguard the peace of Konoha and the world. In the lengthy battles, Naruto and his friends continually grew and honed their skills. They faced a variety of formidable foes, from the mysterious members of the Akatsuki to the evil forces lurking in the shadows. Every battle was filled with hardships and dangers, but Naruto and his friends, with their steadfast beliefs and deep friendships, succeeded in overcoming each enemy. At last, they arrived at the decisive showdown with Orochimaru. This battle was crucial not only for the peace of Konoha and the world, but also for Naruto's fate and the lives of his friends. Confronting the powerful Orochimaru, Naruto and his friends exerted themselves to the limit, showcasing their maximum strength. Naruto's Rasengan had become even more powerful, and his friends displayed their own unique techniques. In the heat of battle, they supported each other, collectively facing Orochimaru's fierce attacks. Although Orochimaru was strong, Naruto and his friends were even more resolute. They understood that only by defeating Orochimaru could they protect everything they cherished. With this unwavering belief, they fought with growing courage and ultimately succeeded in defeating Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's downfall, peace finally returned to Konoha and the world. Naruto and his friends cheered joyfully. They had not only safeguarded peace, but also gained precious friendships and growth. Throughout this series of battles, Naruto gradually grew into a true ninja. His strength and wisdom were recognized by everyone, and his steadfast beliefs and kind heart earned him the respect of many. Naruto became a hero of Konoha, proving through his actions that a boy once seen as a failure could, through effort and courage, become a force that changes the world. In the days following the battle, Naruto and his friends continued to safeguard the peace of Konoha and the world. They weathered countless storms together, forging deep friendships. And their story would be passed down forever, inspiring everyone who pursued peace and growth. In order to protect Naruto, Tsunade was willing to sacrifice her own life. Facing the fierce onslaught of Orochimaru, she resolutely stood before Naruto, using her frail body to withstand Orochimaru's deadly sword. Orochimaru's swordsmanship was exceptionally formidable, each strike infused with immense power. Although Tsunade possessed exquisite taijutsu and remarkable medical ninjutsu, she gradually felt overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the attacks. However, with each wound, Tsunade gritted her teeth and endured the pain, fully aware that if she fell, Naruto would be plunged into grave danger. For the village she loved dearly, and for her cherished disciple, she had to fight until the end. Tsunade's blood stained her clothes, yet her gaze remained resolute. Utilizing her exceptional medical ninjutsu, she hurriedly healed her injuries to face Orochimaru's relentless assault. At this critical juncture, Tsunade seemingly saw the figures of past Hokages who had protected the Hidden Leaf Village with their lives. Today she would inherit this mission to safeguard the land beneath her feet. In this moment of peril, Tsunade suddenly recalled a story told by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. He had once informed her that the will of fire was not merely about strength, but also about protection and sacrifice. Every individual in the Hidden Leaf Village bore the responsibility of protecting their home, and as Hokage, she was even more obligated. With this thought, Tsunade felt a surge of power rising from the depths of her heart. She summoned her chakra, concentrating it in her hands, and fought fiercely against Orochimaru's onslaught. Amidst the fierce battle, the 100-heel seal gradually manifested on Tsunade's forehead, symbolizing her unwavering conviction. With this conviction, Tsunade finally withstood Orochimaru's attacks, buying precious time for herself and Naruto. She knew that as long as she persevered, the Hidden Leaf Village would surely weather this crisis. Faced with Orochimaru's ferocious assault, Tsunade realized that to protect herself and Naruto, she had to overcome her fear of blood. For a long time, her fear of blood had haunted her like a nightmare, preventing her from unleashing her full potential in battle. However, at this moment, Tsunade decided to confront her fear. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her tense nerves, then slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was resolute, staring directly at the blood-dripping sword in Orochimaru's hand. Tsunade understood that as long as she showed cowardice, she would fall into an irretrievable abyss. To protect the Hidden Leaf Village and those she cherished, she had to conquer this weakness. At this crucial moment, Tsunade concentrated her chakra in her right foot and with lightning speed kicked towards Orochimaru. This kick not only contained Tsunade's unwavering conviction, but also served as proof of her triumph over fear. Caught off guard, Orochimaru was sent flying by Tsunade's kick, crashing hard against the ground. He looked at Tsunade in shock, unable to believe that this kunoichi, who once feared blood, could now overcome this weakness. Tsunade stood firmly, her forehead glowing with the 100-heel seal. Her gaze was steadfast as she stared at Orochimaru, her determination seemingly capable of shaking the very world. In this moment, Tsunade not only saved herself, but also everything she held dear. She was no longer the ninja shackled by fear, but a true protector of the Hidden Leaf Village, the 5th Hokage. Tsunade declared herself the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, and the 100-heel seal appeared on her forehead, enabling her to use Creation Rebirth to accelerate cell division and heal her injuries. After healing her wounds with Creation Rebirth, Tsunade stood up with a commanding presence, her gaze fixed firmly on Orochimaru. She knew that to completely defeat Orochimaru, she had to go all out. Tsunade formed hand seals, summoning the summoning beast, a slug, and merged with it to gain more chakra and powerful healing abilities. Meanwhile, Orochimaru unleashed his own jutsu, summoning thousands of snakes, merging with them to further enhance his strength. The two engaged in fierce combat once more, with earth, water, and fire techniques blossoming in the sky, and each clash resulting in tremendous explosions. Despite Orochimaru using all his might, Tsunade resolutely held onto her belief in protecting the Hidden Leaf Village, refusing to back down. In the heat of battle, Tsunade suddenly spotted a faint flaw in Orochimaru's jutsu. Without hesitation, she concentrated her chakra in her fist and struck with overwhelming force at the flaw. The blow hit its target perfectly, and Orochimaru could not withstand such a powerful attack, sent flying and crashing through numerous trees. Orochimaru struggled to rise, his eyes filled with resentment and anger clearly visible. He glared at Tsunade, evidently unwilling to concede. However, Tsunade did not grant him any respite. She calmly charged forward, ready to deliver the final fatal blow to Orochimaru. Just as Tsunade was about to launch her attack, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared before Orochimaru. The figure donned a black cloak and a mask obscuring their features. A mysterious aura emanated from them, instilling a sense of awe. Upon seeing this, Tsunade immediately halted her attack, warily observing the enigmatic figure. She understood that anyone capable of appearing at such a critical moment was certainly not an ordinary individual. The mysterious figure slowly removed their mask, revealing a youthful and handsome face. With striking white hair and deep-set eyes, he exuded an enigmatic aura. Pain of Akatsuki, the mysterious individual calmly introduced himself. His voice carried an air of authority that demanded respect. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat as she immediately recognized the name. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, a legendary figure. The Akatsuki organization was a mysterious and powerful group with members scattered across the world wielding various formidable powers. Their goal was to maintain balance and stability within the ninja world. Pain looked at Tsunade and spoke calmly. The conflict between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village has caught our attention. I hope you can cease hostilities and work together to uphold peace in the ninja world. Pain looked at Tsunade and spoke calmly. The conflict between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village has caught our attention. I hope you can cease hostilities and work together to uphold peace in the ninja world. In order to prevent further conflict and loss, Tsunade decided to heed Pain's advice and reconcile with the Sand Village. Thus, under Pain's mediation, Tsunade and the representatives of the Sand Village engaged in peace negotiations. Ultimately, both sides reached a consensus to cease hostilities and jointly maintain peace and stability in the ninja world. The visitor turned out to be Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Pain stated that the conflict between the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village had attracted his attention, and he hoped the two nations could stop fighting and work together to maintain peace in the ninja world. Tsunade was acutely aware of Pain's formidable strength, believing that even the legendary founders of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, might not easily defeat him. Though she firmly believed she could protect the Hidden Leaf Village, she recognized that endless war would bring tremendous disaster to the village. After careful consideration, Tsunade decided to agree to reconcile with the Sand Village for the long-term benefit of the Hidden Leaf Village. She believed that only by doing so could she secure more time and space for the village's development, allowing the Hidden Leaf Village to occupy a favorable position in the future ninja world landscape. Thus, in a grand ceremony, the Hidden Leaf Village and the Sand Village officially reconciled under Tsunade's leadership. This news spread throughout the ninja world, and everyone knew that a brand new era was about to dawn. After successfully safeguarding the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade naturally became the fifth Hokage. She understood the immense responsibility she bore, not only to lead the village towards prosperity, but also to contribute to peace and stability across the entire ninja world. In this new era, Tsunade embarked on sweeping reforms. She improved the education system of the Hidden Leaf Village, nurturing countless excellent ninjas. She strengthened communication and cooperation with various nations, winning more allies for the village as she dedicated herself to promoting world peace, striving to resolve conflicts and disputes among nations. Under Tsunade's leadership, the Hidden Leaf Village gradually regained its former prosperity, becoming one of the most influential villages in the entire ninja world. Tsunade herself also became one of the greatest Hokages in the history of the ninja world, revered and loved by countless people. This handshake with the Sand Village not only led the Hidden Leaf Village toward prosperity, but also ushered in a brand new era for the entire ninja world. In this era, peace and cooperation became the norm, with nations beginning to understand and trust each other, working together to maintain global stability and prosperity. And all of this was inseparable from Tsunade's wisdom and courage. The fierce battle between Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya has come to an end. As the sun sets, the once tumultuous battlefield has now returned to tranquility. The battlefield is littered with the scars of combat, broken branches, and deep trenches bearing witness to the intensity of the fight. Orochimaru, his clothes tattered, is covered in wounds, his complexion pale. Despite showcasing formidable strength during the battle, he could only barely withstand the combined assaults of Tsunade and Jiraiya. The situation for Tsunade and Jiraiya is not optimistic either. Although they initially held the upper hand, as the battle deepened, Orochimaru revealed astonishing resilience and recovery abilities, plunging them into a grueling struggle. Tsunade helps the injured Jiraiya to his feet, worry etched in her eyes. Jiraiya wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, forcing a smile to indicate that he is all right. They are well aware that although this battle has concluded, they will still face many more challenges ahead. As the three legendary ninjas of Konoha, they must remain vigilant at all times to protect the village and its people. The last rays of sunlight bathe the three former comrades, their silhouettes appearing particularly weathered under the glow of the evening sky. In this moment, their thoughts drift back to the days when they fought and grew together. Despite past misunderstandings and conflicts between them, they can still choose to fight side by side against a common enemy, protecting everything they hold dear. As night falls, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru bid farewell to the battlefield. They know that many difficult paths still lie ahead of them. However, no matter how many obstacles the future holds, they will resolutely continue on fighting for Konoha and everything they cherish. Yet Naruto is still dissatisfied with Tsunade's acceptance of the Hokage position, so the two agree to have another duel. On a sunny day, the Hokage rock stands empty, the usual clamor replaced by an atmosphere of tension. Villagers of Konoha pause to watch, eagerly anticipating the upcoming showdown. Naruto and Tsunade stand at opposite ends of the arena, their eyes filled with determination. Despite their deep bond at this moment, they must fight for the beliefs they hold dear. Tsunade, clad in a tight-fitting combat outfit, is fully healed from her past injuries, her gaze sharp and ready for the challenge. Naruto, wearing his familiar orange jacket, has a determined look in his eyes, the chakra of the Nine Tails swirling around him, making him appear incredibly powerful. The battle begins with neither side holding back. Fierce attacks are unleashed immediately. Tsunade's monstrous strength and Naruto's Rasengan collide violently in the air, generating a massive shockwave. Their speed increases to such an extent that the audience can hardly track their movements with the naked eye. However, despite Tsunade giving her all she knows deep down that Naruto has become far stronger than she. Not only has Naruto inherited Jiraiya's will, but he has also learned new jutsu from Sasuke. More importantly, he has continuously trained without ever stopping his pursuit of strength. Ultimately, Tsunade decides to concede. She understands that Naruto has grown into a ninja capable of shouldering the responsibilities of Hokage. She believes that he will surely lead Konoha towards prosperity. After the match, Naruto and Tsunade share a smile. They both understand that regardless of the outcome, their friendship will never change. This duel will remain a cherished memory of their shared struggles, forever etched in their hearts. However, unexpectedly, Tsunade noticeably held back. During the battle, Tsunade did not flick Naruto away with her finger. Instead, she gave him a grown-up kiss on the forehead. This gesture caught Naruto off guard, causing his face to flush instantly. The audience erupted in a wave of cheers and whistles, concluding this extraordinary duel with a warm ending. Tsunade gently embraced Naruto, smiling as she said, "Naruto, you've really grown up, becoming a ninja who can stand on his own." Naruto awkwardly smiled, feeling warmth in his heart. He knew that this kiss carried Tsunade's affirmation of his growth and her appreciation for their bond. As the sun sets, golden rays of sunlight shine down on Naruto and Tsunade, as if celebrating this exhilarating moment. Surrounding villagers cheered joyfully, moved by the touching friendship between the soon-to-be Hokage and the former Hokage. In this moment, Konoha is filled with joy and hope. Naruto and Tsunade are also aware that many challenges await them ahead. However, with each other's support and trust, they firmly believe that no matter what difficulties they encounter, they will face them together, safeguarding Konoha and making it an even better place. In the end, Tsunade returns to Konoha to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. This news spreads through the village like a spring breeze, and the villagers cheer, joyfully thrilled by Tsunade's return. Tsunade's inauguration ceremony is set for a sunny day. Villagers come from all directions, filling the entire square. In front of the 3rd Hokage's monument, Tsunade, clad in a magnificent Hokage robe, appears serious and resolute. She gazes firmly at the crowd before her, filled with strength. During the inauguration ceremony, Tsunade delivers an inspiring speech. She promises to lead Konoha towards prosperity, allowing the villagers to live happier lives. At the same time, she emphasizes that Konoha will continue to uphold peace in the ninja world, setting an example for other villages. The villagers erupt in excitement at Tsunade's speech, chanting her name and offering their sincerest blessings to the new Hokage. Deep down, Tsunade knows she bears a tremendous responsibility. She will do her utmost to contribute to Konoha and the entire ninja world. As time passes, Tsunade achieves remarkable success in her role as the 5th Hokage. She leads Konoha to continuous growth, earning the villagers' respect and affection. The deep bond between her and Naruto becomes a beautiful tale in Konoha passed down through the ages. Sasuke leaves Konoha. In this thrilling battle, the young ninja Naruto faces off against Sasuke for the first time. At this moment, the audience can see the gap in strength between the two, while also foreshadowing Sasuke's later defection. As powerful ninja apprentices in Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke have been regarded as the two most promising ninjas of their generation. However, despite being companions, their fates are strikingly different. Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, has always been seen as a monster by the villagers, battling loneliness within himself, while Sasuke, a descendant of the prestigious Uchiha clan, possesses a powerful bloodline limit, Sharingan. As the flames fully dissipate, Naruto prepares his signature jutsu, Rasengan. With determination in his eyes, he is ready to unleash this strike upon Sasuke. Sasuke quickly reacts using Chidori, a high-density electric chakra, to counter Naruto's Rasengan. As both are unable to hold back any longer, this intense battle is on the verge of reaching a bloody climax. However, their companion Sakura does not give up hope that they will cease fighting. She bravely rushes between the two, trying to stop them. However, with Sakura's strength, she cannot possibly stop these two powerful ninjas. At this critical moment, their mentor Kakashi arrives just in time. He casts a powerful jutsu, flinging Naruto and Sasuke aside, preventing a tragedy of mutual harm. Simultaneously, this also spares Sakura from harm, avoiding her injury in this battle. Kakashi's sudden appearance makes both Naruto and Sasuke realize their impulsiveness. They temporarily stop fighting and reflect on their actions, allowing Sakura to escape unscathed. However, the intense clash has caused significant damage to the surrounding environment, particularly the two water towers on the roof, which have become casualties of their battle. Although Naruto's Rasengan opened a small hole in the water tower, it did not cause severe damage overall. In contrast, Sasuke's Chidori completely pierced through the water tower, creating a larger hole. Seeing this result, a surge of pride welled up inside Sasuke. He walked behind the water tower, wanting to see the gap between him and Naruto. However, this view left him utterly shocked. Although his Chidori did leave a large hole in the water tower, overall Naruto's Rasengan caused greater structural damage. Moreover, the power of Rasengan was more dispersed, resulting in less impact on the surrounding area of the tower. This realization left Sasuke deeply shaken, suddenly aware of the significant disparity between him and Naruto. This understanding gave rise to strong feelings of inferiority and jealousy within him. He began to doubt his own strength, while feeling immense envy towards Naruto's growth. Since then, a noticeable rift has emerged between Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke's jealousy and insecurity led him to seek greater power, yearning to surpass Naruto and become the strongest ninja. This drove him to leave Konoha in search of even more powerful abilities. However, despite the rift in their relationship, their friendship and bond still existed. On a quiet night, Kakashi finds Sasuke ready to have a heartfelt conversation with him. He understands that Sasuke's heart is filled with hatred and pain, emotions that have plunged him into a dark abyss. Kakashi decides to help Sasuke untangle his feelings, making him understand the importance of his comrades. Kakashi takes Sasuke to a beautiful location far from the village's noise where they can talk quietly. Kakashi expresses his concern for Sasuke, telling him that he understands his inner pain because he has also experienced countless moments of such suffering. Kakashi recalls his past. He once had a wonderful family, but a tragic event caused him to lose all his loved ones. During that time, he was filled with hatred, yearning for revenge for his family. However, over time, he gradually realized that hatred only begets more hatred and pain, while true strength comes from the friendship and trust between comrades. Kakashi encourages Sasuke to open his heart and try to accept the love of his companions. He tells Sasuke that Naruto, Sakura, and their other comrades genuinely care for him and wish for his happiness. Kakashi hopes that Sasuke can abandon hatred and cherish the friends around him, as this will be the key to becoming an excellent ninja in the future. Sasuke listens intently to Kakashi's words, his eyes gradually softening. He had always believed himself to be a lonely ninja burdened by heavy hatred. However, Kakashi's words made him realize that he was not alone. His comrades had always been by his side, supporting him. After this conversation, Sasuke begins to reevaluate his relationship with his comrades. He realizes that their love makes him stronger rather than hatred. He decides to cast aside the hatred in his heart and cherish the friendship with his comrades. Although some sadness and pain still linger within Sasuke, he has begun to learn to face them instead of being governed by hatred. However, just as Kakashi leaves, Orochimaru's Sound 4 arrive one after another, sent to take Sasuke away. Faced with the enemy, Sasuke retaliates fiercely, not expecting the strength of the Sound 4 to be exceptionally formidable, easily beating him to near death in a single encounter. Sasuke endures the pain, quickly adjusting his state, trying to find the enemy's weakness. However, the coordination of the Sound 4 is seamless, their attacks raining down on Sasuke like a torrential storm. Sasuke knows that if he cannot quickly escape this situation, he will fall into despair. He concentrates, trying to find a flaw in the enemy's attack. However, the Sound 4 seem to have seen through Sasuke's thoughts. Their attack speed suddenly accelerates, making it even harder for him to defend. At this critical moment, Sasuke suddenly has a flash of inspiration, thinking of a possible way to break through. He deliberately exposes a flaw, creating a clear opening. One of the members of the Sound 4 indeed falls for the trap, launching a heavy blow at Sasuke. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke employs a complex taijutsu, barely evading the attack. Although it is still a bit hasty, he finally gains some breathing room. He begins to rethink his tactics, looking for a way to defeat the Sound 4. After a fierce psychological battle, Sasuke decides to take the initiative, no longer merely defending. He employs a dangerous jutsu, enveloping himself in a layer of lightning, then charges towards the Sound 4. This tactic catches the Sound 4 off guard, causing them to momentarily panic. Sasuke seizes this chance to successfully repel one of them. However, the Sound 4 are experienced and soon regain their composure, launching even more ferocious attacks. In this fight for survival, Sasuke gradually feels overwhelmed. Despite giving his all, he cannot withstand the combined assaults of the Sound 4. Just as he is about to collapse, thoughts of those who have encouraged and supported him surge within him, granting him newfound strength. Sasuke is enraged. Unable to contain himself, he activates his cursed seal form. The cursed seal patterns rapidly spread across his body, his eyes turning crimson, and his aura instantly becomes terrifying. However, Sasuke is shocked to find that the Sound 4 also possess cursed seal forms, and theirs surpasses his. The cursed seal forms of the Sound 4 are more fearsome than Sasuke's. Their bodies become stronger, muscles grotesquely twisting, and expressions of pain etched on their faces. They unleash beast-like roars, their eyes shimmering with eerie crimson light, resembling demons from hell. Faced with the formidable strength of the cursed seal Sound 4, Sasuke's heart sinks. He knows he must give his all, leaving nothing in reserve. Thus, he concentrates attempting to unleash the full power of his cursed seal form. The two sides engage in another fierce battle. The Sound 4 attack in unison, their speed, strength, and endurance far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Under the onslaught of the Sound 4, Sasuke can only barely hold on, realizing the gap between him and these enemies is heart filled with reluctance and anger. In the midst of the intense battle, Sasuke suddenly recalls the time he fought against his brother Itachi Uchiha. Back then, Itachi's techniques seemed unbeatable, leaving Sasuke in despair. However, Sasuke ultimately overcame his inner fears and successfully escaped from Itachi's clutches. Reflecting on this, Sasuke's resolve becomes even stronger. He begins to calm down, trying to analyze the attack patterns of the Sound 4 and identify their weaknesses. After an intense battle of wits, Sasuke finally discovers the flaws in the Sound 4's coordination, noting their vulnerabilities. However, the fight is far from over. The fierce battle resumed. The four members of the Cursed Seal attacked in unison, their speed, strength, and endurance far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. Under the onslaught of the four, Sasuke could barely hold on. He realized the vast gap between himself and these enemies, filled with unwillingness and anger. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke unleashed a powerful lightning release technique, successfully repelling one of the enemies. Though it was a small victory, it reignited hope within him. He continued to engage with the four, utilizing his wit and indomitable will to gradually turn the tide of battle. However, in the end, Sasuke still failed. After demonstrating their strength, the four mentioned the name Uchiha Itachi with an air of superiority. This caused Sasuke's heart to nearly stop, flooding his mind with hatred and rage. Itachi, the one who had instilled both fear and hatred in Sasuke, loomed like an unerasable shadow in his heart. Upon hearing the forementioned Itachi, Sasuke's emotions spiraled out of control. His eyes turned red and he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. At that moment, he suddenly realized that no matter how hard he tried, he might not reach Itachi's level of power for a long time. Just as Sasuke fell into despair, Orochimaru extended an olive branch to him. Orochimaru hinted that he could help Sasuke gain greater strength, granting him the power for revenge. Faced with this temptation, Sasuke's heart began to waver. He felt that following Orochimaru might allow him to acquire the power of revenge more quickly. After much struggle, Sasuke finally made up his mind to follow the four to find Orochimaru. He knew that this choice might lead him down an irreversible path, but he felt he had no other option. For the sake of revenge, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant allying with dark forces. On the night of his departure, Sasuke quietly packed his belongings, preparing to leave Konoha without alarming anyone. No one knew that this young man, who had once aspired to be the strongest ninja, was about to embark on a path filled with darkness and hardship. However, what Sasuke did not expect was that Sakura was already waiting outside his door, her face filled with anxiety and sadness. When she saw Sasuke appear with his luggage, she immediately understood everything. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and tears were welling up in her eyes. Sakura stepped forward, tightly grasping Sasuke's hand, her voice trembling as she pleaded with him not to leave. She told Sasuke that Konoha was where he grew up, where his friends and family were, and she couldn't imagine a day without him. Seeing Sakura's tear-streaked face, Sasuke's heart ached. He understood her feelings, but on the path of revenge, he felt he had no choice. To become stronger, he had to leave this place to seek the power that belonged to him. Nevertheless, Sasuke's heart softened. He gently placed his hand on Sakura's head, tenderly stroking her hair. He understood that this farewell might mean they would never meet again. "Sakura," Sasuke said softly, "I will always remember you." In the next moment, he used the body flicker technique to appear behind her. He was afraid to face Sakura's sorrowful expression and chose to bid her farewell in this way. Sakura felt that all that was left in her hand was the breeze left by Sasuke's departure. She knew that from this moment on, her fate with Sasuke would diverge in completely different directions, and she could only stand still, silently praying for his safety. Cursed Seal second form. Sasuke and Sakura had once been teammates of Team 7, going through many trials and challenges together, but as a vengeful soul burdened with the blood feud of his family, Sasuke's heart was filled with hatred and pain. He knew he could not give Sakura the love she desired, for he had resolved to forsake everything for revenge. To Sasuke, Sakura was a kind, brave, and lovely girl who deserved a better life, not to be dragged into the vortex of revenge alongside him. He understood that he was destined to walk a dark path fraught with dangers and sacrifices. He did not want to implicate Sakura, nor did he want her to worry. Thus, Sasuke chose a cruel way to bid farewell to Sakura. He deliberately acted cold and heartless, wanting to hurt her as much as possible, hoping she would hate him, forget him, and start a new life. Although doing so felt like a knife to his heart, he knew it was for Sakura's own good. Sakura, though unable to understand Sasuke's choice, could still sense his inner pain and struggle. She respected Sasuke's decision. Although her heart was filled with sadness and reluctance, she knew she had to face the future with strength. Sasuke, on the path of revenge, gradually realized his mission and responsibility. He recognized that revenge could not truly solve problems, only love could. Upon learning of Sasuke's defection, Tsunade was filled with concern. As the Hokage of Konoha, she understood the gravity of the situation. Sasuke was not only an excellent ninja of Konoha, but also the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan. His defection would not only negatively impact Konoha, but also pose a threat to the entire ninja world. Therefore, Tsunade immediately called Shikamaru a genius ninja with extraordinary intelligence. Though young Shikamaru had already demonstrated remarkable leadership and analytical skills, Tsunade believed he would be able to handle this daunting task. Shikamaru arrived before Tsunade, awaiting her orders. Tsunade looked at Shikamaru seriously and explained the situation regarding Sasuke's defection. She told Shikamaru that they must not let Sasuke fall into the hands of evil, or it would lead to immeasurable losses for Konoha and the entire ninja world. Tsunade appointed Shikamaru as the leader of the search team with the mission of finding Sasuke and bringing him safely back to Konoha. Tsunade also assigned several experienced Jonin as Shikamaru's teammates to provide guidance and support during the mission. Shikamaru accepted the mission, understanding the immense responsibility he bore. He quickly drafted a detailed action plan, including search areas, routes, and strategies to deal with various unexpected situations. He was well aware of the risks and difficulties of this mission, but he also believed in his ability to complete it. The next morning, Shikamaru led the search team on their journey to find Sasuke. Konoha is a ninja village that relies on taking on various missions to sustain itself. Recently, due to a decrease in mission volume, the village's economic situation fell into crisis. To restore normal operations to the village, Hokage Tsunade decided to send most of the Jonin to take on high-paying missions to alleviate the economic pressure. However, not long after the Jonin left, Konoha received an urgent mission to retrieve a lower-ranking ninja from Konoha who had been captured by enemies. Tsunade immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation, as the captured ninja held crucial information about Konoha, and if leaked, it could pose a significant threat to the village. In this situation, Tsunade had no choice but to urgently gather capable lower-ranking ninjas from the village to form a rescue team to retrieve their captured companion as soon as possible. Shikamaru, being a genius ninja with exceptional intelligence, was appointed as the leader of this rescue team. Upon receiving the mission, Shikamaru immediately began the intense preparations. He understood that this mission was not only dangerous, but also time-sensitive. He quickly selected several experienced and capable lower-ranking ninjas from the village to form a temporary rescue team. During a brief mission briefing, Shikamaru explained the details and importance of the mission to the team members. He emphasized that the goal of this mission was to retrieve the captured companion and ensure the safety of the information. Simultaneously, Shikamaru assigned corresponding tasks and responsibilities based on the abilities and characteristics of the team members. Once everything was ready, Shikamaru led the rescue team on their journey. They followed the direction the enemies had fled, continuously collecting clues. Under Shikamaru's organization and leadership, the 5-member team of Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, and Choji was quickly assembled. Shikamaru arranged suitable positions for each team member based on their abilities and characteristics, forming a perfect formation. The team composition was as follows. 1. Naruto, the core and main attacker of the team. Naruto possesses the power of the 9 tails and can utilize powerful techniques like the Rasengan. In the team, he is responsible for breaching the enemy's defenses and drawing attention, creating opportunities for his teammates to attack. 2. Shikamaru, the commander and strategist of the team. Shikamaru possesses exceptional intelligence and command abilities, allowing him to quickly analyze battlefield conditions and devise corresponding tactics. In the team, he is responsible for leading the team and adjusting tactics in response to changing circumstances. 3. Kiba, the agile attacker and scout of the team. With the help of Akamaru, his ninja dog partner, Kiba possesses high mobility and perception abilities. In the team, he is responsible for scouting enemy positions, tracking targets, and assisting Naruto in attacks. 4. Neji, the defender and support of the team. Neji possesses the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, demonstrating superb taijutsu and defensive capabilities. In the team, he is responsible for protecting teammates, fending off enemy attacks, and providing support. 5. Choji, the logistics and auxiliary support. Choji possesses family secret techniques that can significantly enhance the strength and endurance of his teammates. In the team, he is responsible for supporting teammates and enhancing the overall strength of the team. This perfect formation allowed everyone to maximize their strengths in battle, assisting each other to form a united and powerful whole. The rescue team, composed of Naruto, Shikamaru, and other lower-ranking ninjas under Tsunade's instructions and hopes, prepared to embark on their journey to find Sasuke. Just before their departure, Sakura also came forward to bid farewell to everyone. She looked at Naruto with a face full of worry, her eyes filled with expectation. Sakura understood the danger and urgency of this mission. Although she was filled with anxiety, she also realized that she could not stop Naruto from going to rescue Sasuke. So she stepped up to Naruto and earnestly said, "Naruto, please be sure to bring Sasuke back." Naruto felt a slight tremor in his heart at Sakura's request. He understood Sakura's concern for Sasuke, considering they had once been teammates of Team 7 going through many trials and challenges together. However, Naruto felt that Sakura's request was somewhat selfish, as it seemed she had not considered his feelings and the dangers involved. Naruto had always harbored feelings for Sakura and hoped to earn her recognition and attention through his efforts. Yet at that moment he suddenly realized how important Sasuke was to Sakura, even surpassing himself. This realization left Naruto deeply disappointed, complicating his feelings for Sakura. Despite his complex emotions, Naruto firmly nodded, agreeing to Sakura's request. He knew that as a ninja, he had the responsibility to save his comrades, and Sasuke was a friend he valued greatly. Thus, Naruto and his teammates embarked on their quest to find Sasuke, filled with determination and courage. Meanwhile, Sasuke was found by the 4 members of the Sound and brought to Orochimaru's base. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Sasuke met the powerful ninja, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru welcomed Sasuke's arrival, informing him that to gain immense power he must undergo a life-and-death test. Orochimaru explained his plan to Sasuke. First, Sasuke needed to die once, meaning he would experience a mock death, allowing his body and consciousness to enter a brief state of death. This way, Orochimaru could take the opportunity to modify Sasuke's body, enabling it to adapt to greater power. The 4 members of the Sound stood nearby, assisting Orochimaru in carrying out this task. They informed Sasuke of Orochimaru's first task, to let Sasuke die once. Although the idea sounded very strange, Sasuke understood it was a necessary step on his path to becoming stronger. After Sasuke agreed, Orochimaru and the 4 members of the Sound began their plan. Orochimaru used his ninjutsu to place Sasuke into a deep hypnotic state. In this state, Sasuke's heartbeat and breathing slowed, making him appear as if he were dead. Next, Orochimaru began to modify Sasuke's body. He utilized various complex medical and ninjutsu knowledge to enhance and adjust Sasuke's cells, tissues, and organs. This process required high precision and control to ensure that Sasuke could adapt to the new power upon awakening. After several hours of effort, Orochimaru finally completed the modifications to Sasuke's body. The members of the Sound closely monitored Sasuke's condition, ensuring the entire transformation process went smoothly. Finally, Orochimaru used a lifting seal technique to awaken Sasuke from his hypnotic state. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he had gained a new power. Although the entire process left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he understood that he had now embarked on an irreversible path. To obtain the power for revenge, he must endure these risks and sacrifices. Cursed Seal Second Form. The strength of Choji after consuming the tricolor ball has been a topic of great interest. The tricolor ball is a secret medicine that can temporarily enhance a ninja's strength significantly. Though it comes with severe side effects, it can turn the tide in critical moments. Choji, as an excellent ninja from Konoha, has always been known for his strength and courage. When he consumes the tricolor ball, his power increases exponentially. With just one move, he successfully eliminated Jirobo in his Cursed Seal Second Form. Jirobo, a powerful ninja from the Sound Village, should not be underestimated. Especially in his Cursed Seal Second Form, his speed and strength reached unprecedented heights, making it impossible for ordinary ninjas to contend with. However, when facing Choji after he had consumed the tricolor ball, Jirobo found himself powerless. This scene occurred during an intense battle. At that time, Konoha and the Sound Village clashed for some reason, engaging in a fierce fight. Jirobo, a strong member of the Sound Village, easily defeated several Konoha ninjas using his Cursed Seal Second Form. Just as he was basking in his glory, Choji made his appearance. A mysterious power said to greatly enhance a ninja's combat ability. However, this power also carries extremely dangerous side effects. If not controlled properly, it can lead the ninja to lose themselves and even their sanity. During a mission, Sasuke encountered Zwajin, a mysterious figure with extensive research on the power of cursed seals. Zwajin told Sasuke that he could help him attain the power of the second cursed seal, but only if Sasuke swallowed a specially made death-like pill and then was sealed inside a large jar. Faced with enormous risks and unknown consequences, Sasuke hesitated. However, the desire for power and his conviction told him that this was the path he must take to become stronger. After careful consideration, Sasuke decided to take the risk. He swallowed the death-like pill given by Zwajin. The moment it hit his stomach, a wave of intense pain surged through him, as if his very soul were being torn apart. Next, his consciousness began to blur, and his body grew numb. Seeing this, Zwajin quickly placed Sasuke into a large jar and sealed it tightly with sealing techniques. Inside the sealed jar, Sasuke fell into deep darkness. His consciousness wandered like a lost soul in an abyss filled with torment. Yet his inner resolve remained steadfast, for he knew this was a trial he must endure to gain the power of the second cursed seal. Unbeknownst to him, the power began to flow within him, gradually merging with his chakra. Konoha Ninja Village, once a tranquil ninja settlement, experienced a stir that night. A tremendous sound shattered the peaceful night, waking the nearby villagers. The noise was so great that it piqued curiosity about what was happening inside. Nearby patrolling figures, Xianjian and Lei Tong, were also drawn to the commotion. As Chunin of Konoha, they were on duty that night, responsible for patrolling the village perimeter. Hearing the colossal noise, they recognized that an emergency might be unfolding and rushed to the scene. Upon arriving at the scene, they saw 4 figures, the 4 sound ninja. At that moment, the 4 had entered their cursed seal forms, radiating eerie red chakra, their eyes glowing crimson, with expressions twisted in rage. Xianjian and Lei Tong recognized the origins of the 4 and understood their cursed seal transformation abilities. However, witnessing the 4's cursed seal forms firsthand left them both shocked. Faced with such a formidable enemy, they understood that they had to give it their all. Without hesitation, Xianjian and Lei Tong launched their attack. Lei Tong used his ninjutsu to concentrate electricity in his hand, forming a lightning sword that stabbed toward the 4. Xianjian, skilled in using ninja tools, unleashed a flurry of shuriken like a raging storm toward the enemy. However, the cursed seal forms of the 4 were overwhelmingly powerful. They easily blocked Xianjian and Lei Tong's attacks before launching a counterattack. One of them knocked Lei Tong away with a heavy punch, while another used earth release to blow all of Xianjian's shuriken away. Sensing the danger, Xianjian and Lei Tong attempted to retreat and regroup. But the 4 did not give them a chance. One member used earth release to create a massive mudslide that engulfed Xianjian and Lei Tong. Facing such tremendous power, they were powerless to resist and ultimately defeated by the 4. Jing Yin, an outstanding medical ninja of Konoha, was known for her exceptional medical ninjutsu and cautious demeanor. She was constantly vigilant about the village's safety, especially when she learned that Xianjian and Lei Tong had been defeated by the 4, making her extremely anxious. Jing Yin hurried to the scene. On her way, she silently prayed for Xianjian and Lei Tong's safety. Upon arriving, she couldn't help but gasp in shock. Xianjian and Lei Tong lay unconscious, barely clinging to life, their bodies riddled with wounds and their clothes shredded. Jing Yin rushed to their side, initiating emergency medical treatment. Utilizing her superb medical ninjutsu, she first stabilized their vital signs, and then proceeded to staunch their bleeding and heal their wounds. After a considerable effort, Xianjian and Lei Tong's conditions finally improved, temporarily escaping the danger of death. Meanwhile, Jing Yin also observed the situation of the 4. After a fierce battle, they also appeared exhausted, sitting aside to rest. Jing Yin knew that to defeat the 4, she must take this opportunity to prepare herself, enhancing her strength to better deal with their threat in the future. Niji, as a genius ninja of the Hyuga clan, possessed the unique bloodline limit, Byakugan. This eye allowed him to see the flow of chakra around him and even discern the enemy's meridian system and acupoints. In this critical moment, Niji decided to utilize his Byakugan to scout the situation of the 4. Using the power of the Byakugan, Niji clearly observed the current state of the 4. Just as Shikamaru had anticipated, they were resting. Niji quickly informed Shikamaru of this report, prompting Shikamaru to start formulating a battle plan. Shikamaru, the genius strategist of the Nara clan, was renowned for his exceptional intellect and tactics. Aware that conventional methods would struggle to defeat the powerful 4, he decided to adopt a special tactic. Shikamaru planned to leverage his and his teammates' abilities to launch a comprehensive attack on the 4. He hoped to disrupt their formation and find an opportunity for victory. However, just as Shikamaru was preparing to implement this plan, the 4 suddenly stopped resting, seemingly aware of their presence. It turned out that one member of the 4 possessed sensing abilities and had detected the flow of Shikamaru and his team's chakra. Although they had tried to conceal their presence as much as possible, they were still discovered by the enemy. In this situation, Shikamaru understood that there was no other choice but to reveal themselves. He, along with Niji Choji and Inazuka Kiba, stood before the 4. Facing this sudden challenge, Shikamaru realized that they must give it their all to defeat this formidable enemy. Niji, Shikamaru, Choji, and Inazuka Kiba immediately entered combat, each showcasing their remarkable strength. Niji utilized his Byakugan's insight to find the weaknesses in the enemy's defenses, successfully restraining one of them. Shikamaru calmly analyzed the battle situation, developing strategies while dodging the enemy's attacks. The 4 were momentarily taken aback by the display of strength from Choji and the others. However, they did not give up. Instead, it ignited even stronger fighting spirit within them. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides unleashing their full power, each move filled with force and speed, leaving spectators dazzled. During the battle, Choji played a crucial role. His physical skills and abilities significantly increased, making it challenging for the enemy to counter him. Each of his moves was filled with strength, leaving the enemy unable to withstand. Under Choji's relentless assault, one of the 4 quickly fell. Shikamaru showcased his exceptional intellect and strategy during the fight. By analyzing the enemy's movements and tactics, he predicted their next actions, devising countermeasures. Under his clever guidance, they successfully broke through the enemy's defenses, gradually gaining the upper hand. Neji and Inuzuka Kiba also excelled in their respective specialties during the battle. Neji used his Byakugan to repeatedly read the enemy's movements, successfully restraining one of them. Shikamaru calm and collected analyzed the battle situation, crafting strategies while dodging the enemy's attacks. Ultimately, they defeated the enemy. Neji and the mysterious demon Kido Maris battle. Kido Maru, a mysterious creature, drew his power from the spider god. His spider silk could instantly bind enemies, rendering them immobile. On a pitch-black night, Kido Maru walked alone along a mountain path. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura, his prey a pursuing squad. He knew these hunters came to eliminate him, yet he felt no fear, for he possessed incredible power. As the pursuit squad drew near, Kido Maru suddenly lunged out, swinging his spider silk. The spider silk shot out like lightning, instantly ensnaring each hunter. Before they could react, they found themselves bound by Kido Maris' silk. They struggled desperately, but it proved futile. The silk bound them tightly like iron chains. Kido Maru leisurely approached the hunters, not immediately killing them, but rather mocking their terrified expressions. He said to them, "You hunters always mistakenly believe you can eliminate all demons. But now you are captured by me, and your lives are in my hands. Please, we beg for mercy," the hunters pleaded, realizing they were no match for Kido Maru. However, Kido Maru ignored their pleas, coldly stating, "I will give you a chance. If you can break free from my silk, I will let you go." With that, Kido Maru flicked his finger, tightening the silk. The hunters exerted every effort to escape the binds. Kido Maru, the mysterious creature, derived his power from the spider god. His spider silk could instantly bind enemies, rendering them immobile. Kido Maru sneered, "It seems you are not as strong as you thought. Then farewell, hunters." At a critical moment, Naruto swiftly drew his kunai, attempting to find a way to break Kido Maris' silk. However, when the kunai touched the silk, Naruto discovered it was far more resilient than he had imagined. Kido Maris' silk was not ordinary spider silk. It was a mixture of Kido Maris' unique bodily fluid and chakra. Such silk possessed incredible strength and flexibility. It was said that even 2 elephants could not pull it apart. Naruto attempted to cut the silk with his kunai, but the silk remained unaffected by the cutting, instead wrapping tightly around the kunai. Naruto increased his strength, gathering chakra into the kunai, trying to use chakra enhancement to sever the silk. However, Kido Maris' silk continued to resist, absorbing some of Naruto's chakra and becoming even stronger. Naruto was astonished to discover that this silk could absorb chakra and convert it into its own power, making his task of breaking free increasingly difficult. Refusing to give up, Naruto continued trying various methods to find a way to escape the bindings. He employed various ninjutsu such as fire release and lightning release, but the silk remained unyielding under the attacks. Naruto began to realize that if he could not identify the silk's weakness, he would be unable to rescue himself and his companions. Meanwhile, Kido Maru, watching from the side, wore an evil grin, telling Naruto, "Give up, your efforts are in vain. My silk can never be cut, you are destined to become my prey." Naruto furrowed his brow, acutely aware that if he could not untie the silk, he and his companions would perish at Kido Maris' hands. However, he steadfastly refused to believe that there could exist an unbreakable binding in this world. Thus, he decided to calm down and carefully observe the silk's characteristics, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Naruto and his companions found themselves in a grave crisis, but fortunately Neji arrived just in time to rescue them. Neji, using his exceptional physical skills and keen insight, successfully broke free from Kido Maris' silk. When Neji saw Naruto and the other hunters tightly bound by Kido Maris' silk, he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Neji dove into battle, displaying his formidable strength. Neji gathered his chakra in both hands and struck the silk at lightning speed. His attacks were exceptionally precise, consistently hitting the weak points of the silk. Thus, Neji successfully severed the silk that had ensnared Naruto and the other hunters. After their escape, the companions expressed their gratitude to Neji. However, Neji wasted no time. He recognized that the key to defeating Kido Maru lay in preventing him from releasing more silk. Consequently, Neji decisively launched a fierce offensive against Kido Maru, attempting to suppress him. Kido Maru was taken aback by Neji's sudden appearance, yet he did not retreat, but instead engaged in fierce combat with Neji, using his silk and ninjutsu. The battle was intense, with both sides exchanging blows, difficult to discern who held the upper hand. In this fierce fight, Neji displayed his incredible prowess. His gentle fist proved to be crucial against Kido Maris' silk, becoming Kido Maris' nemesis. Neji's gentle fist is a unique physical technique that channels chakra into the palms, forming an attack with tremendous penetrating power. This attack can not only directly strike the opponent's body, but also penetrate their chakra meridians, causing severe internal injuries. Although Kido Mara's silk was powerful, its essence remained a chakra-based material. Niji's gentle fist was the nemesis of this chakra material. When Niji's gentle fist struck Kido Mara's silk, the internal chakra structure of the silk would be disrupted, losing its original flexibility and strength. Throughout the battle, Niji fully utilized his advantages, evading Kido Mara's silk attacks with swift and agile movements, all while seeking opportunities to close in on Kido Maru. Whenever Niji's gentle fist connected with Kido Mara's silk, it would instantaneously wither and snap, no longer posing a threat to Niji and his companions. Kido Maru found himself helpless against Niji's gentle fist. His silk was ineffective before Niji. In this situation, Kido Maru had no choice but to change tactics and attempt to use other ninjutsu to counter Niji. However, Niji did not give Kido Maru a moment's respite. He continued to suppress Kido Maru with his powerful gentle fist, preventing him from releasing more silk. After defeating Kido Maru, Niji voluntarily offered to stay behind to deal with Kido Maru, ensuring he would not regain his strength to threaten Naruto and the other hunters again. Facing Kido Mara's continuous silk attacks, Niji showcased his exceptional physical skills and sharp reflexes, successfully blocking Kido Mara's offensive. Kido Maru did not easily concede. He continued to unleash a torrent of silk from all directions toward Niji. The silk flew fast and densely enveloping Niji like a massive spider web. Niji stood undeterred. He concentrated chakra in his eyes, enabling him to perceive the trajectories of the flying silk. He then displayed incredible agility, weaving between the silk to avoid entanglement. Whenever Niji approached Kido Maru, he would unleash a fierce, gentle fist attack, aiming to disrupt Kido Mara's silk release. Kido Maru was forced to shift from offense to defense, gathering silk before him to create a barrier against Niji's attacks. The battle entered a stalemate phase. Both Niji and Kido Maru demonstrated their formidable strengths, making it hard to determine a victor. However, Niji was acutely aware that prolonged entanglement would. The duel posed a disadvantage for him, and he had to quickly find a way to defeat Gitongwan. After a fierce competition, Ningxi discovered that Gitongwan would inevitably reveal flaws when releasing his threads. Thus, Ningxi began to adjust his tactics, dodging the thread attacks while seeking Gitongwan's vulnerabilities. Despite showcasing exceptional physical skills and sharp reflexes in battle, Ningxi still fell victim to Gitongwan's thread trap, with his hands and feet tightly bound, rendering him immobile. Faced with such a predicament, Ningxi did not panic but calmly sought a way to escape. Gitongwan, seeing Ningxi fall into his thread trap, could not help but reveal a triumphant smile. He began to mock Ningxi, believing he was merely a figure of renown, ultimately falling to his own hands. However, Ningxi was not angered by Gitongwan's taunts. He understood deeply that maintaining a calm mind during battle was crucial. Thus, Ningxi began to reprimand Gitongwan in an attempt to provoke him, hoping to expose more of his flaws. Ningxi reminded Gitongwan that even though he was at a disadvantage now, as long as he still had breath, he would never give up. He warned Gitongwan not to become overly complacent, for victory does not always belong to the strong, but to those who persevere and never surrender. Upon hearing Ningxi's words, Gitongwan inevitably felt a twinge of panic. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, telling himself not to be influenced by Ningxi. Thus, Gitongwan launched another thread attack, attempting to completely subdue Ningxi. However, during the reprimanding, Ningxi had secretly gathered his chakra. In the tense battle, both Ningxi and Gitongwan exerted their full strength. Gitongwan's killing move was imminent, about to strike Ningxi. Yet at the critical moment, Ningxi suddenly transformed into a beam of light, swiftly breaking free from the thread's restraints and dodging this fatal blow. Gitongwan was taken aback. Before he could react, Ningxi seized the opportunity, taking advantage of his momentary lapse to unleash his ultimate move, the 8 trigrams 64 palms. The 8 trigrams 64 palms was a long-standing secret technique of Ningxi's clan, possessing immense destructive power. Faced with Gitongwan, Ningxi unleashed this powerful move without reservation. In an instant, countless palm shadows surged towards Gitongwan like a torrential storm. Gitongwan panicked, trying to evade, but amid Ningxi's powerful onslaught, he found no escape. The 8 trigrams 64 palms struck heavily against Gitongwan, causing him to kneel in pain. This blow utterly shattered Gitongwan. He struggled to stand, but Ningxi did not give him the chance. He charged towards Gitongwan again, concentrating chakra in his palm, delivering a final soft punch to his chest. In the fierce battle, Ningxi believed he had finally defeated Gitongwan. However, Gitongwan revealed another powerful ability. He could secrete a special golden liquid from his sweat glands, which would quickly solidify into a tough, adhesive gold shell upon contact with air. Seizing the opportunity, Gitongwan smeared the adhesive gold liquid over himself, forming a solid protective layer. Although Ningxi's soft fist was powerful, it could not break through this layer of adhesive gold shell. Gitongwan counterattacked, instantly reversing the battle situation. Ningxi found himself in a predicament, unable to inflict effective damage on Gitongwan with his soft fists. However, Ningxi did not give up. He began searching for a new strategy to deal with Gitongwan's adhesive gold shell. After some contemplation, Ningxi decided to combine physical techniques with ninjutsu, seeking to break through Gitongwan's defenses. Thus, Ningxi first utilized high-speed physical techniques, moving rapidly around Gitongwan in an attempt to find weak points in the adhesive gold shell. Next, he combined his wind-release ninjutsu, gathering chakra in his hands to create a rapidly rotating vortex of air. Ningxi forcefully slammed the air vortex against Gitongwan's adhesive gold shell. Under the powerful cutting force of the wind, cracks gradually appeared in the adhesive gold shell. Seeing this, Ningxi continued to increase the force, repeatedly attacking the same spot. Finally, the adhesive gold shell could not withstand the burden and shattered completely, although it did not pose much harm to Gitongwan. However, Gitongwan realized he could not defeat Ningxi in close combat, so he decided to change tactics, distancing himself from Ningxi to use ranged attacks to wear him down. Gitongwan quickly retreated to a hidden spot, then began using various hidden weapons to attack Ningxi from all directions. These hidden weapons were fast and unpredictable, aimed at disrupting Ningxi's defense and exposing flaws. However, Ningxi possessed the Byakugan, a bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan has exceptional vision and insight, able to see through everything around. In front of the Byakugan, Gitongwan's hidden weapon attacks had nowhere to hide. Facing Gitongwan's offensive, Ningxi calmly executed the Kaiten. Kaiten is a unique defensive technique that forms a circular protective shield around the body through rapid rotation, effectively blocking external attacks. Gitongwan's hidden weapons continually struck against the protective shield formed by Kaiten, producing ringing sounds. Despite the dense attacks, Kaiten firmly protected Ningxi, leaving him unscathed. Seeing that his attacks were ineffective, Gitongwan felt a bit anxious. Meanwhile, Ningxi calmly observed the battlefield, searching for opportunities to counterattack. After a period of stalemate, Ningxi discovered Gitongwan's hidden location. Utilizing the Byakugan's vision, Ningxi quickly locked onto Gitongwan's position and rushed toward him. Caught off guard, Gitongwan had no time to escape and was pursued by Ningxi. Ningxi seized the opportunity to execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms, striking heavily against Gitongwan and defeating him. As the situation grew increasingly tense, Gitongwan knew he had to take action to turn the tide. Reluctantly, he decided to take a risk and activated the Cursed Seal first stage he had initially not wanted to use. This state would temporarily grant him greater power, but would also bring a certain degree of burden and pain. With the activation of the Cursed Seal, Gitongwan felt his strength and speed greatly increase as the patterns on his body twisted and writhed like living creatures. He gripped his dual knives tightly, determination filling his gaze. Then he performed the summoning technique, calling forth his powerful partner, a gigantic spider. This spider was pitch black and terrifying in appearance, a reliable assistant for Gitongwan. He conveyed his intentions to the spider, hoping it could find the blind spots of Ningxi's Byakugan using the small spiders from the nest. Upon receiving the command, the spider swiftly sprang into action. It led countless small spiders from the nest, weaving through the forest to form a massive search network. These small spiders had keen sensing abilities, easily capturing Ningxi's chakra flow. Meanwhile, Ningxi remained unaware of Gitongwan's actions. He continued to focus on battling his enemy, remaining vigilant. However, in this complex forest, even with the Byakugan, he could not avoid having some visual blind spots. At that moment, a small spider quietly crawled up behind Ningxi, sensing the faint fluctuations of his chakra. It quickly relayed this information to the mother spider, which then passed it on to Gitongwan. Seeing this, Gitongwan's heart filled with delight, knowing the opportunity had arrived. Taking advantage of Ningxi's moment of inattention, he suddenly launched an attack, dual knives infused with strong chakra, slashing towards Ningxi. Ningxi heard the wind and quickly turned to defend, but it was still a moment too late, as Gitongwan's dual knives left a deep wound on his shoulder. Enduring the pain, Ningxi quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Gitongwan. He realized that the battle had become significantly more challenging. In the face of Gitongwan, who possessed the power of the first stage of the Cursed Seal, he had to remain vigilant at all times, otherwise he could easily fall into crisis. The battle continued, with the clash between Gitongwan and Ningxi gradually intensifying. In this forest filled with deadly intent, every moment was fraught with uncertainty. Ultimately, who would emerge victorious remained unknown. At this crucial moment, Gitongwan seized the opportunity when Ningxi's Kaiten was restricted by the threads, striking decisively. The kunai in his hand shot out like lightning, aimed directly at Ningxi's vital points. This sudden attack caught Ningxi off guard, but thanks to his excellent combat intuition and adaptability, he managed to respond just in the nick of time. Ningxi concentrated all his chakra, elevating his power to the utmost. Although Kaiten could no longer continue spinning, he still released a powerful chakra in a state of extremity, forming an invisible barrier. This barrier protected him from within, successfully deflecting the kunai thrown by Gitongwan. Gitongwan could not help but feel astonished at the sight. Ningxi's tenacity and adaptability exceeded his expectations, prompting him to reassess this adversary. However, Gitongwan did not lose heart. He continued to search for opportunities to secure victory. On Ningxi's side, although he successfully blocked Gitongwan's attack, his situation was not optimistic. Countless small spiders were incessantly spitting out threads, attempting to restrict his movements. These threads appeared weak, but in reality they were highly adhesive and resilient. Once ensnared, they were difficult to escape. Ningxi knew that if he could not break free from these threads' constraints, he would ultimately become Gitongwan's prey. Thus he calmed down and sought to identify the weaknesses of these threads. After careful observation and thought, he finally discovered the method to break the threads. Ningxi concentrated chakra in both hands and then forcefully waved outward. This chakra formed a strong airflow, blowing away the threads that wrapped around him. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly jumped out of the encirclement of the small spiders, regaining his freedom. However, Gitongwan would not allow Ningxi to escape easily. He continued to command the spider army, issuing orders to the small spiders. These small spiders swiftly adjusted their tactics, no longer simply using threads for entanglement, but weaving them into a net to trap Ningxi. The battle between Ningxi and Gitongwan entered a stalemate, with both sides constantly seeking breakthroughs. In the fierce battle, the gigantic spiders summoned by Gitongwan continuously produced small spiders, making the battlefield even more complex and dangerous. Facing this dense army of spiders, Ningxi decided to unleash his new ultimate move, the 8 trigrams 128 palms. The 8 trigrams 128 palms was a new technique that combined soft fists with Kaiten. This technique has explosive power, capable of releasing a large amount of chakra in a short time, producing a series of palm strikes that would sweep over the enemy like a storm. Ningxi adjusted his breathing, gathering chakra in his palms, his eyes firmly fixed on the approaching army of spiders. In an instant, his figure transformed into countless afterimages, unleashing a multitude of palm strikes. The 8 trigrams 128 palms struck the spider horde like a torrential downpour, the overwhelming force repelling and shattering the spiders, leaving their corpses scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Gitongwan was secretly astonished. He had not expected Ningxi to possess such a powerful technique. However, he did not panic, but calmly commanded the spider army to continue attacking. The large spider again produced countless small spiders, charging toward Ningxi one after another. In the face of the fearless onslaught from the spiders, Ningxi maintained his offensive with the 8 trigrams 128 palms, continuously repelling the spiders. However, under such intense pressure, Ningxi quickly felt the depletion of his chakra. He realized that if he could not find a way to break the spider army's assault soon, he would ultimately fall into a predicament. Meanwhile, Gitongwan was seeking flaws in Ningxi's technique. He finally discovered that although the 8 trigrams 128 palms was powerful, Ningxi would inevitably experience moments of chakra insufficiency during continuous releases. As long as he seized this opportunity, he could deliver a fatal blow to Ningxi. Although Ningxi had doubled the speed of the 8 trigrams 128 palms, facing the continuously produced large spider, he still found it challenging. The spider army charged toward Ningxi one after another, wearing him down. Under this relentless assault, Ningxi finally revealed a flaw. The moment Gitongwan had been waiting for finally arrived. He seized the instant Ningxi became distracted, hurling a kunai. The kunai sliced through the air like lightning, cutting deep into Ningxi's shoulder, inflicting intense pain. Ningxi endured the pain and hurriedly retreated, creating distance between himself and Gitongwan. Blood slowly flowed from his shoulder, staining his clothes red. However, this minor injury did not make Ningxi give up. He fixed his gaze on Gitongwan, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Gitongwan did not give Ningxi a moment to breathe. He continued to command the spider army, issuing orders to the small spiders. The spider army continued to launch a siege against Ningxi, attempting to defeat him completely. Ningxi knew that continuing down this path would only lead him into a predicament. He had to quickly devise a method to counter the spider army, though otherwise this battle would end in his defeat. In a tense moment of contemplation, Ningxi suddenly remembered a secret technique of his clan. This technique required the combination of the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan to execute, but could significantly enhance his abilities in a short time. Although using this secret technique would impose a great burden, Ningxi knew it was his only chance at the moment. After making up his mind, Ningxi focused his spirit and activated the clan's secret technique. As the secret technique was invoked, Ningxi's eyes radiated dazzling light, and chakra surged within his body. In this state, both his speed and strength greatly increased, enabling him to handle the spider army's assaults more easily. Seeing this, Gitongwan was secretly astonished. He had not expected Ningxi to have such a powerful move hidden. Nevertheless, Gitongwan did not panic, but continued to calmly command the battle. In this fierce battle, both displayed steadfast beliefs and strong wills. Their clash was far from over. In this intense battle, both Ningxi and Gitongwan had given their all. After Ningxi activated the clan's secret technique, he successfully repelled the spider army's attacks and began to gradually turn the tide of battle. However, Gitongwan did not give up. He continued searching for Ningxi's flaws, hoping to turn the situation around. Just then, Ningxi spotted an opportunity. During Gitongwan's command of the spider army's attack, he made a slight mistake. This mistake might not mean much to an ordinary person, but for a master like Ningxi, it was enough to become a decisive factor in determining the outcome. Seizing this critical moment, Ningxi unleashed Kaden once more. The massive chakra vortex spun rapidly under his control, sending nearby spiders flying. Taking advantage of this opening, Ningxi charged towards Gitongwan, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Gitongwan knew Ningxi had seized his flaw, but he did not give up resisting. He quickly reacted, attempting to block Ningxi's attack. However, under the enhancement of Ningxi's secret technique, Gitongwan's movements could no longer keep pace with Ningxi's speed. Ningxi broke through Gitongwan's defenses like a bolt of lightning, delivering a palm strike to his chest. Gitongwan immediately felt intense pain, and his whole body was thrown backward. Despite his efforts to maintain balance, he could not withstand Ningxi's onslaught. In that moment, Ningxi successfully defeated Gitongwan. As the spider army dissipated with Gitongwan's fall, the forest once again fell silent. Ningxi stood before Gitongwan, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Despite winning the battle, he knew that this victory came at a great cost. Gitongwan struggled to stand and looked at Ningxi with eyes full of respect. Although he had failed, he deeply admired Ningxi's strength and wisdom. In this battle, both of them showcased the tenacious will and unwavering belief of a ninja. In the end, Ningxi extended his hand to Gitongwan, signaling that the battle was over. Gitongwan grasped Ningxi's hand and managed to get to his feet. He understood that in this life-and-death confrontation, they were both enemies and respected rivals. Under the sunlight, their figures intertwined, bearing witness to the end of this fierce battle. Tooth versus Zwijin up. With Ding Xiai and Ning Xiai falling one after another, the team chasing to retrieve Sasuke was left with only 3 members. These 3 were Nara, Shikamaru, Hyuga, Hinata, and Aburame Shino. Despite the heavy losses, they did not abandon their goal of retrieving Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru, as the team's strategist, had always taken on the responsibility of planning and commanding. Although he was well aware of the daunting task ahead, he remained calm. He carefully analyzed the current situation and decided to adopt a strategy of splitting up to increase the chances of finding Sasuke. Hyuga Hinata, an excellent ninja from the Hyuga clan, possessed keen insight and superb physical skills. Though she usually had a timid personality, faced with the fall of her teammates, she resolved to do her utmost to complete the mission. She set off in one direction, hoping to quickly find Sasuke's trace. Aburame Shino, as the team's insect user, excelled in using insects for reconnaissance and combat. After Ding Xiai and Ning Xiai fell, Shino realized that his responsibility had become even greater. He utilized his insect techniques, constantly monitoring the surrounding environment, striving to find any clues regarding Sasuke. Through their combined efforts, they gradually narrowed their search. However, at this point, Sasuke had already been rescued by Orochimaru, complicating the situation further. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Shino had to face even stronger enemies, making their mission to retrieve Sasuke increasingly difficult. Naruto, along with Shikamaru, Tooth, and others, quickly caught up with Zwijin and Doyo, and without a word they started fighting. Naruto immediately used the shadow clone technique to create multiple clones while preparing to unleash the spiraling sphere. However, Zwijin reacted swiftly, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Naruto's hand as he cast his technique, directly interrupting his ninjutsu. Zwijin's speed was so fast that even Tooth and Shikamaru did not react in time. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his wrist and instinctively took a few steps back. However, he knew this was not the time to retreat, so he gritted his teeth and charged towards Zwijin. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Tooth began to launch their attacks. Shikamaru used the shadow imitation technique, attempting to control Zwijin's movements, while Tooth summoned his ninja dog Akamaru to assist in the assault. However, Duoyu immediately countered, unleashing a sound wave attack that disrupted Shikamaru and Tooth's assault. Zwijin took this opportunity to escape from Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique and launched a fierce attack on Naruto. He cast ninjutsu, transforming his body into a rubber-like material, making Naruto's attacks difficult to inflict effective damage. Moreover, Zwijin could use the elasticity of his rubber body to rebound Naruto's attacks. Naruto had to dodge Zwijin's counterattack, which conveniently fell into Duoyu's trap. Duoyu seized the opportunity to cast a sound wave illusion technique, causing Naruto to fall into a hallucination. In the illusion, Naruto saw Sasuke seemingly drifting away from him. Naruto struggled desperately, trying to break free from the illusion, but this exposed him to vulnerabilities. Zwijin took this chance to launch a fierce assault, knocking Naruto to the ground. Seeing this, Shikamaru and Tooth hurriedly rushed to help, but Zwajin and Duoya's teamwork was so seamless that Shikamaru and Tooth found it hard to cope. Little did they know Tooth was ruthless enough to even hit his own allies. He was actually attacking Naruto's clone, while their real target was the large jar next to Duoyu that sealed Sasuke. Tooth knew that if they couldn't rescue Sasuke quickly, all their previous efforts would be in vain. He first pretended to attack Naruto's clone, drawing the attention of Zwajin and Duoyu. Meanwhile, Shikamaru seized the opportunity to use the shadow imitation technique to bind Zwajin in place. Tooth took this chance to command Akamaru to dash toward Duoyu at full speed. With his agile speed and strong impact, Akamaru knocked Duoyu aside. Duoyu lost his balance and could no longer maintain the stability of the sound wave illusion. Naruto took the opportunity to break free from the illusion and quickly regained his senses. Tooth and Shikamaru successfully drew Zwajin and Duoya's fire, creating a precious chance for Naruto. Shikamaru took advantage of Duoya's momentary distraction to decisively use the shadow imitation technique, tightly binding Duoyu. Seeing this, Tooth rushed forward to assist Shikamaru, firmly controlling Duoya's movements. Shikamaru and Duoyu engaged in an intense dialogue. Shikamaru explained their purpose for this mission and the deep bond of friendship they shared with Sasuke. He tried to persuade Duoyu to give up his resistance in order to avoid unnecessary suffering. However, Duoyu was not swayed by Shikamaru's words. He insisted that Sasuke had already made up his mind to leave Konoha and join Orochimaru. He told Shikamaru that even if they brought Sasuke back, he would never again become part of Konoha. Shikamaru patiently listened to Duoya's perspective, trying to find a way to persuade him. He told Duoyu that they understood Sasuke very well, and they knew that he truly valued friendship and bonds deep down. Shikamaru believed that as long as they could resolve the confusion in Sasuke's heart, he would definitely return to Konoha and reunite with everyone. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, Duoyu seemed somewhat shaken. He told Shikamaru that he once had a beautiful friendship, but for some reason, they ultimately parted ways. He did not want Sasuke to face a similar fate, but that did not mean he would let them off easily. Seeing that Duoyu was wavering, Shikamaru decided to seize the opportunity. He assured Duoyu that they would do their utmost to bring Sasuke back to Konoha and help him through his difficulties. He hoped that Duoyu could give them a chance and let Sasuke make his own choice. Duoyu fell into deep thought. Although he was impressed by Shikamaru and the others' determination, he still worried about what would happen to Sasuke if they failed. After much consideration, Duoyu finally agreed to give Shikamaru and the others a chance to try to rescue Sasuke. Tooth, Shikamaru, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief at Duoya's agreement to cooperate. They knew that to save Sasuke they still had a long way to go, but this was already a good start. However, Duoyu still did not accept. Tooth successfully retrieved the large jar that sealed Sasuke and threw it to Naruto. Seeing this, Zwajin and Duoyu were furious and immediately decided to activate their cursed seal form to chase after Naruto and the others. However, they did not expect that Akamaru had already set up an explosive trap nearby. When Zwajin and Duoyu entered the trap area, Akamaru immediately detonated the explosive tag he had buried. With a loud bang, Zwajin and Duoyu were knocked back by the shockwave of the explosion, filled with rage. Zwajin swore to blow Akamaru to pieces. He summoned a swarm of small bombs, ordering them to chase after Akamaru. The bombs flew toward Akamaru like raindrops, and the situation was dire. Seeing this, Shikamaru immediately commanded the shadow imitation technique in an attempt to intercept Zwajin's bombs. Tooth also urged Akamaru to dodge swiftly while searching for a chance to counterattack. Meanwhile, Naruto waited for the right moment to attack. Although Shikamaru and Tooth did their utmost to protect Akamaru, a few bombs still struck him. Akamaru yelped in pain, but bravely continued to fight. He knew that this was a test of his coordination with his partners, and he had to persevere. Zwajin and Duoyu did not cease their attacks. They continued to activate their cursed seal form, attempting to completely defeat Naruto and the others. Shikamaru, Tooth, and Naruto showed no signs of retreat. They stood united, determined to protect their friendship and bonds. In this intense battle, everyone faced tremendous challenges. To save Sasuke, they had to overcome numerous difficulties until they achieved ultimate victory. To save Akamaru, Tooth, and Zwajin were both blown into the cliff. The two engaged in a fierce clash at the bottom of the cliff. However, what Tooth did not expect was that Zwajin was actually a twin body. Normally, his brother Eugene slept within Zwajin, but could appear in any part of the body. When Tooth thought he had defeated Zwajin, Eugene suddenly appeared on Zwajin's shoulder and launched a fierce attack on Tooth. Tooth was caught off guard and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Eugene's strength and speed surpassed Zwajine's, and he possessed even stronger ninjutsu. Tooth realized that if he could not quickly find Eugene's weakness, he would find it very hard to win. In the heat of battle, Tooth observed that when Eugene attacked, Zwajine's consciousness seemed to weaken. An idea struck him, and he devised a countermeasure. He decided to engage Eugene in close combat, forcing Eugene into a state of unconsciousness so that Eugene could not continue fighting. Thus, Tooth adjusted his strategy, focusing on close-quarters combat with Eugene. By avoiding Eugene's powerful ninjutsu, he successfully found Eugene's weakness and launched a fierce counterattack. Eugene gradually fell behind, ultimately succumbing to Tooth's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Eugene's consciousness also returned to clarity. To end the battle quickly, Eugene activated the second form of his curse seal, significantly enhancing his strength. Faced with a formidable enemy, Tooth and Akamaru decided to use their combined ninjutsu to transform into a two-headed wolf. This form greatly enhanced their strength, speed, and attack power. After transforming into a two-headed wolf, Tooth and Akamaru unleashed their signature ninjutsu, Tooth Wolf Fawn. This technique could slice the enemy's body in half, boasting immense power. However, when Tooth and Akamaru split Eugene in half, something strange happened. Eugene was completely unharmed and rapidly restored to his original form. It turned out that Eugene and Eugene were a twin body. Eugene could freely enter and exit Eugene's body. When Tooth and Akamaru's attack came, Eugene swiftly dodged from Eugene's body, preventing Eugene from taking damage. After discovering this shocking secret, Tooth and Akamaru realized that they had to change their tactics to defeat Eugene and Eugene. They decided to first separate Eugene and Eugene and then eliminate them one by one. In the ensuing battle, Tooth and Akamaru focused more on tracking Eugene's movements. They found that although Eugene could move freely within Eugene's body, each time he appeared and disappeared, Eugene's body would tremble slightly. Having grasped this pattern, Tooth and Akamaru began to concentrate their attacks on the spots where Eugene's body trembled. After several attempts, they finally managed to force Eugene out of Eugene's body. Upon emerging, Eugene was immediately met with a fierce assault from Tooth and Akamaru. Without Eugene's protection, Eugene gradually fell behind and was ultimately defeated by Tooth and Akamaru. Eugene also fell unconscious, losing his combat capability. However, this did not mean Eugene was completely defeated. The fact that Eugene and Eugene were a twin body also explained the source of the shuriken that suddenly attacked Shikamaru in the woods earlier. In that incident, Shikamaru was struck by a shuriken, but he did not know who the attacker was. Now he understood that the shuriken had originally been thrown by Eugene. At that time, Shikamaru was trying to track down the traces of Eugene and Eugene. He was hiding in the woods, carefully observing the movements around him. Suddenly, a shuriken flew from behind him and struck his shoulder. Shikamaru fell in pain, but quickly regained consciousness and managed to escape. Now Shikamaru realized that the shuriken had been thrown by Eugene, and he understood that the twin brothers were more cunning and dangerous than he had imagined. He secretly resolved to be more vigilant next time to guard against the sudden attacks of Eugene and Eugene. Moreover, Shikamaru began to think about how to use the twin characteristics of Eugene and Eugene to win the battle. He knew that as long as he defeated one, the other would also fall unconscious. Thus, the key lay in how to separate Eugene and Eugene and concentrate their efforts to defeat one of them. Tooth versus Eugene down. Eugene and Eugene, the powerful summoners known as twin bodies, showed no fear in the face of Tooth's attacks. They were in sync, quickly formulating a countermeasure. They chanted obscure incantations, their hands swiftly forming intricate seals. With an inspiring call, a massive portal appeared before them. This ancient-looking portal exuded a daunting aura, the legendary Rashomon. Eugene and Eugene exerted all their strength to summon Rashomon, positioning it before Tooth's attack, successfully defending against the strike. Tooth couldn't help but be secretly astonished. He was well aware of Rashomon's power, and to be summoned at a critical moment by Eugene and Eugene showcased the strength of this twin body. However, Tooth did not back down. He calmly observed the battle, trying to find a flaw in the opponent's tactics. Eugene and Eugene did not give Tooth much time to think. They pressed the attack, turning Rashomon into a giant blade, striking fiercely at Tooth. This blow was powerful enough to seem as if it would split heaven and earth. Tooth remained composed in the face of crisis, knowing he could not take this blow hidden and had to evade its edge. Thus, he quickly channeled his chakra and executed his most adept body flicker technique. Tooth's figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing at the side of Rashomon. Eugene and Eugene reacted with equal speed, immediately adjusting Rashomon's attack direction, trying to continue suppressing Tooth. However, Tooth had seen through their strategy. He decided to give them a taste of their own medicine, turning Rashomon against Eugene and Eugene. Tooth clasped his hands together, concentrating a powerful chakra. Then he clapped his hands together, infusing chakra into Rashomon. The Rashomon, originally under the control of Eugene and Eugene, suddenly reversed its course, turning toward them. Eugene and Eugene were taken aback, never anticipating Tooth would have such astonishing control. However, it was too late to react. The massive blade of Rashomon struck toward them, leaving them with no way to evade. In this critical moment, Eugene and Eugene were forced to relinquish control of Rashomon and dodge to the sides. Although they avoided the direct hit, they were still affected by the shockwave, sustaining varying degrees of damage. Simultaneously, Zwajin took the opportunity to counterattack, while Tooth was distracted. In this life-and-death moment, Akamaru displayed remarkable courage and intelligence. Knowing that against strong foes like Zwajin and Eugene, he had to win by surprise, Akamaru seized the moment when Zwajin's attention was diverted by Tooth spraying his highly corrosive urine into Zwajin's eyes. Zwajin let out a scream, covering his eyes in pain. This intense stimulus temporarily rendered him unable to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Akamaru, having succeeded, was caught off guard by Eugene, who took the opportunity to strike fiercely. A punch was thrown, striking Chiwang's body squarely. Chiwang endured the blow, collapsing to the ground in pain. Despite knowing that such an action would cause severe harm to itself, it chose, without hesitation, to sacrifice itself for its master Yi, seeking to buy a precious opportunity. On the other hand, Ya's battle with Yukin also fell into peril. Yukin seized the moment to attach itself to Ya, attempting to merge with Ya's cells and take over Ya's body. Ya felt Yukin's malevolent chakra spreading within him, and he grew anxious. However, Yi did not give up. He worked hard to mobilize his chakra, trying to thwart Yukin's invasion. Meanwhile, his mind raced to devise a strategy. He knew that if he could not rid himself of Yukin, he would ultimately become its puppet. At that moment, Yi suddenly remembered Chiwang. Chiwang's bravery and spirit of sacrifice deeply moved him and gave him the strength to keep fighting. He decided to pull himself together, vowing to defeat Yukin for Chiwang and for himself. He began to concentrate, gathering chakra in his right hand, then aimed it at Yukin, who was possessing him, launching a powerful lightning blade. The lightning blade struck Yukin, knocking it off Ya's body and rendering it temporarily unable to continue its invasion. Seeing this, Yi knew that if he wanted to save Chiwang and protect himself, he had to muster the courage to take extreme measures. With a heart of iron, he decided to go down with the enemy. Thus, Yi resolutely took out a kunai and stabbed it brutally into his own body. Yukin was greatly shocked by this. It had not expected Yi to possess such determination, willing to sacrifice himself to defeat it. As Ya's body suffered heavy damage, Yukin was forced to separate from Yi to avoid being implicated. Yi gritted his teeth through the intense pain, knowing this was his only chance. Seizing the moment Yukin detached, he quickly pulled out 2 smoke bombs and threw them to the ground. The smoke bombs immediately emitted thick smoke, obscuring the enemy's line of sight. Taking advantage of the smoke, Yi endured the pain and picked up the heavily injured Chiwang. He knew that he must hurry to escape the battlefield. So Yi rushed with Chiwang to a nearby river and jumped into the water without hesitation. In the water, Yi and Chiwang were able to conceal their whereabouts. They swam downstream with all their might, searching for a safe hiding place. Although Yukin attempted to track them from the shore, the thick smoke and river hindered its pursuit. After a long drift, Yi and Chiwang finally found a concealed cave. They temporarily settled there, tending to each other's wounds. Though physically and mentally exhausted, they knew this battle was not yet over. To defeat Yukin and Yukin, they needed to recover their strength quickly and prepare for the challenges ahead. In this thrilling battle, Yi displayed unparalleled courage and wisdom. He selflessly sacrificed himself to save Chiwang, successfully escaping from the enemy's clutches. This unforgettable experience further strengthened their friendship and trust. However, the danger was not yet over. Yukin joined Yukin downstream, and using their keen senses, they discovered and followed the blood trail left by Yi. Yi and Chiwang's situation remained extremely perilous. Yi knew they had to quickly shake off Yukin and Yukin's pursuit, otherwise they would ultimately find it impossible to escape. He decided to take a risk, attempting to mislead the enemy with his wits, buying more time for himself and Chiwang to recover. Yi carefully observed the surrounding environment and noticed a fork in the river ahead. He hatched a plan, deciding to use this river to confuse the enemy. Thus, Yi carefully held Chiwang and submerged in the water, swimming along one of the river's tributaries. Meanwhile, Yi dripped some blood into the other river, attempting to make Yukin and Yukin mistakenly think they had escaped via that waterway. In this critical moment, any delay could be the key to victory or defeat. Yukin and Yukin followed the blood trail to the fork in the river, indeed falling into confusion. They could not ascertain which river Yi and Chiwang had fled into, so they had to split up, each pursuing a different river. This arrangement perfectly played into Yi's scheme. After Yukin and Yukin separated, their search efficiency significantly decreased, buying precious time for Yi and Chiwang. Once they confirmed safety, Yi and Chiwang quickly left the river and sought a more concealed hiding place. In this crisis, Yi once again demonstrated his wit and adaptability. Faced with the joint pursuit of Yukin and Yukin, he skillfully utilized the surrounding environment to successfully mislead the enemy, buying valuable breathing space for himself and Chiwang. This life-and-death chase also deepened the friendship and trust between Yi and Chiwang. Despite Yi's best efforts to buy time and mislead Yukin and Yukin, ultimately Yukin saw through his trick. As Yukin returned to heal in his body, Yukin, using his summoning technique, quickly discovered the wounded Yi. At this point, Yu was already exhausted, barely holding up his injured body. Although he bravely engaged in a final struggle against Yukin, he gradually fell into despair under Yukin's overwhelming power. Just as Yu and Chi Wang found themselves in dire straits, reinforcements finally arrived. Kanjiro appeared on the battlefield in time, providing invaluable assistance to Yu. Seeing Yukin attempt to use the same old trick and possess him, he quickly reacted. Kanjiro skillfully manipulated his puppet substitutes, placing them in front of himself. Seeing this, Yukin had to change tactics and turn to attack Kanjiro's puppets. However, the puppet substitutes were not so easily defeated. Under Kanjiro's control, they engaged in fierce combat with Yukin. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kanjiro swiftly arrived at Ya's side, providing support. Seeing this, Yu felt invigorated and fought alongside Kanjiro. Through their combined efforts, they successfully repelled Yukin. Although Yukin sensed the danger and chose to retreat to heal within Yukin, this battle had already drained a considerable amount of their energy. Seeing this, Yu and Kanjiro decided to seize the opportunity to defeat Yukin in one fell swoop. Kanjiro continued to manipulate his puppet substitutes, launching a fierce attack against Yukin. Yu also mobilized his chakra, coordinating with Kanjiro's offensive. With their tacit cooperation, Yukin gradually found himself in a predicament, struggling to withstand their combined assault. While dodging Kanjiro's fierce attacks, Yukin made a mistake and fell into the puppet trap that Kanjiro had set up in advance. This puppet trap was complex and elaborate, filled with sharp blades waiting for prey to fall into it. Yukin was trapped inside the trap with no way to escape. Kanjiro commanded the puppet substitutes to launch an attack together. Countless blades descended from above, shooting towards Yukin. Although Yukin tried his utmost to resist, he ultimately could not escape death under such overwhelming siege. Accompanied by a painful scream, Yukin's body was pierced by 1,000 blades, dying on the spot. Blood stained every corner of the trap. Witnessing this tragic battle, Yu and Kanjiro witnessed Yukin's tragic end, feeling a mix of emotions. Although Yukin had posed a significant threat to them, they also paid a heavy price for their victory. In this thrilling battle, Yu, Kanjiro, and Chi Wang collectively displayed unwavering faith, fearless courage, and wise strategies. They successfully triumphed over a formidable enemy, defending their dignity and beliefs. This battle would also become an indelible memory on their path to growth, constantly reminding them to cherish friendship, trust partners, uphold beliefs, and forge ahead. Orochimaru's vessel. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, is a legendary figure in Naruto, harboring an insatiable thirst for power and knowledge, thus choosing to take risks. In his eyes, Kimimaro was undoubtedly an extremely attractive test subject. As the last user of the Shikatsumiyaku, a bloodline limit, he possessed exceedingly rare talents and abilities. However, the reason Orochimaru desired Kimimaro's body went beyond this. Firstly, Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit harbored immense potential. This ability allows Kimimaro to manipulate his bones freely for attack and defense. In the ninja world, bloodline limits are a very rare and powerful ability, typically passed down through only a few families. Kimimaro's Shikatsumiyaku is one of the rarest among them. Orochimaru has always had a deep interest in bloodline limits, hoping to unravel their mysteries by studying Kimimaro's body in order to enhance his own strength. Secondly, Kimimaro's talent made Orochimaru value his body even more. As the last user of the Shikatsumiyaku, Kimimaro exhibited extraordinary abilities from a young age. He could not only proficiently manipulate his bones for attack and defense, but also turn his bones into weapons, executing powerful ninjutsu. Furthermore, Kimimaro possessed immense vitality and recovery abilities, making Orochimaru even more eager to acquire his body. Moreover, Kimimaro's loyalty to Orochimaru was also a significant reason for Orochimaru's desire to obtain his body. In the story, Kimimaro exhibited near fanatical admiration and loyalty towards Orochimaru. He was willing to give everything for Orochimaru, even his own life. Such a loyal and gifted test subject was undoubtedly a precious resource for Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru ultimately did not obtain Kimimaro's body. Kimimaro tragically passed away due to illness during the battle against Naruto and Sasuke. Although Orochimaru later succeeded in obtaining Sasuke's Sharingan, his yearning for Kimimaro's body remained an everlasting regret. However, in a certain sense, this regret also made Kimimaro's character more unique and captivating in Naruto. As you said, although Kimimaro possessed a body and abilities that Orochimaru coveted, he died young due to a terminal illness. This tragic fate forced Orochimaru to alter his plans and choose Sasuke as his new test subject. Sasuke, as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, possesses the powerful bloodline limit of the Sharingan. Although the Sharingan may not be as potent as the Shikatsumiyaku in terms of power and potential, it still holds high research and utility value. Moreover, compared to Kimimaro's frail body, Sasuke is younger, healthier, and full of potential. This allows Orochimaru to conduct long-term and in-depth experiments on Sasuke to achieve his own goals. After obtaining Sasuke, Orochimaru successfully activated Sasuke's Sharingan abilities through a series of experiments and training. He not only taught Sasuke how to use the Sharingan, but also helped him enhance and transform his body. Through these efforts, Sasuke ultimately became a powerful ninja, even obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This indirectly proved that Orochimaru's choice of Sasuke as a test subject was a wise decision. However, we still cannot forget Kimimura's important role in Naruto. Although he left this world early, his Shikatsumiyaku bloodline limit and his loyalty will continue to influence the development of the entire story. The relationship between Kimimura and Orochimaru, as well as Kimimura's brief yet brilliant life, will become a lasting memory for Naruto fans. In the battle against the third Hokage, Orochimaru successfully killed the third, but at a heavy price. He lost his hands, significantly affecting his combat power and experimental capabilities. Faced with this predicament, Orochimaru decided to conduct a reincarnation ritual as soon as possible to transfer his consciousness to a new body. Originally, Orochimaru planned to wait until Sasuke came to him before using the impure world reincarnation to replace bodies. Because Sasuke, being young and healthy, was an ideal reincarnation vessel. However, Orochimaru's injuries exceeded his own expectations. As time passed, he realized he needed to reincarnate quickly or he might face life-threatening danger. In this situation, Orochimaru had no choice but to abandon the plan of waiting for Sasuke and look for other reincarnation vessels. Thus, he turned his sights to the vessel of Gaara the Wind Shadow, the deceased sand village ninja Maki. Although Maki's body was not as perfect as Sasuke's, Orochimaru had no other choice. He decided to take the risk of conducting the reincarnation ritual in hopes of saving his life. Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation is a very powerful and unique ninjutsu. This ninjutsu allows Orochimaru to transfer his consciousness to other bodies at critical moments, thereby extending his life. However, this ninjutsu cannot be used indefinitely. It has a 3-year cooldown. This means that after successfully conducting one reincarnation, Orochimaru must wait 3 years before performing the next. In this battle against the third Hokage, Orochimaru had to conduct the reincarnation ritual early, transferring his consciousness to Maki's body. Although this reincarnation saved his life, he also realized that he could not reincarnate again for the next 3 years. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow for Orochimaru. During these 3 years, he could not change his body at will, nor could he freely unleash his power. He had to carefully hide his whereabouts to avoid being attacked by enemies. At the same time, he needed to constantly search for new reincarnation vessels to be prepared for the next reincarnation. However, Orochimaru did not give up. He continued to operate in the ninja world, secretly plotting his ambitions. After the 3-year waiting period ended, Orochimaru finally found a suitable reincarnation vessel and successfully transferred his consciousness to a new body. Though this process was filled with hardships and dangers, Orochimaru ultimately overcame the challenges, extending his life and power. After Orochimaru's fierce battle with the third Hokage and successfully reincarnating into Maki's body, he still faced a daunting issue. He could not reincarnate again in a short time. At this time, his subordinate Kabuto suggested that he first find a body as a temporary vessel to maintain some combat and mobility during the 3-year waiting period. Initially, Orochimaru was quite resistant to this suggestion. He did not like the idea of limiting himself to a temporary body, feeling that it would restrict his development and power. However, after Kabuto's earnest persuasion, Orochimaru gradually recognized the reasonableness of the suggestion. After all, during the 3-year waiting period, he could not ensure his safety and could easily fall victim to enemy attacks. After careful consideration, Orochimaru finally agreed to Kabuto's proposal and began searching for a suitable temporary body. Fortunately, Kabuto quickly found a suitable candidate, one of the members of the Sound Force Sasuke. Although Sasuke was not as perfect as Sasuke, this body possesses limitless potential, yet it also has a certain degree of strength and combat experience. Moreover, the pharmacist Do informed Orochimaru that this body could be modified and enhanced to better suit Orochimaru's needs. Thus, with Orochimaru's consent, the pharmacist Do undertook modifications and adjustments to Sasuke's body. Ultimately, Orochimaru successfully transferred his consciousness into this transitional body. Although this body was not the perfect choice, it indeed helped Orochimaru maintain his strength and agility to a certain extent, laying the foundation for his upcoming plans. During this process, the wisdom and loyalty of the pharmacist Do were also highlighted. Before the 3-year cooling period arrived, the pharmacist Do meticulously planned a unique killing competition to help Orochimaru find a suitable transitional body. This competition aimed to select the most suitable candidate to serve as Orochimaru's replacement. To ensure fairness and rigor in the competition, the pharmacist Do established a series of rules and invited numerous ninjas to participate. The competition took place in an abandoned arena. Participants needed to defeat as many opponents as possible within a specified time to achieve ultimate victory. Once the competition began, the contestants showcased their abilities and strategies, striving to stand out in this life-and-death struggle. As the competition progressed, the number of participants gradually decreased. Some were eliminated due to insufficient strength, while others fell victim to tactical errors. In the final showdown, only a few powerful ninjas remained. They fought fiercely against each other, vowing to claim the ultimate victory. In the end, the competition concluded. The last ninja standing in the arena successfully won the competition. He claimed victory through his strength, wisdom, and perseverance. The pharmacist Do announced that he would become Orochimaru's replacement vessel. In this killing competition, the pharmacist Do not only demonstrated his exceptional planning and organizational skills, but also showcased his loyalty and selfless dedication to Orochimaru. He hoped to find the most suitable transitional body for Orochimaru. Through this means helping him smoothly navigate the 3-year cooling period. For the victorious ninja, it also meant that he would embark on a brand new adventure under Orochimaru's guidance. Junmaru's appearance after successfully finding a transitional body for Orochimaru, the pharmacist Do did not stop there. He understood Junmaru's loyalty and admiration for Orochimaru, so he decided to try to awaken Junmaru and include him in their plans. The pharmacist Do approached Junmaru's sickbed, looking at the once feared heir of the Shikatsumiyaku, and detailed Orochimaru's current situation to him. Although Junmaru was gravely ill, hearing that his beloved Orochimaru was in trouble ignited a strong fighting spirit within him. Driven by this intense will, Junmaru surprisingly sat up from his precarious state. His eyes rekindled with determination. He told the pharmacist Do that he was willing to give everything for Orochimaru, even at the cost of his own life. He resolved to fight for Orochimaru once more to repay the kindness Orochimaru had shown him. The pharmacist Do was moved by Junmaru's loyalty and determination, deciding to help him regain his strength so that he could rejoin Orochimaru's plans. In the following days, the pharmacist Do prepared various medicines for Junmaru and utilized his superior medical ninjutsu to help heal Junmaru's body. Under the pharmacist Do's careful care, Junmaru's body gradually regained vitality. His Shikatsumiyaku also revitalized its power. Finally, with the pharmacist Do's assistance, Junmaru successfully stood up, determined to return to the ninja world and contribute his strength to Orochimaru's ambitions. Junmaru's awakening and Orochimaru's plans would become an unstoppable force in the ninja world. They would become a threat to other ninjas, but could also be the key factor in changing the world's landscape. In this ever-changing world of ninjas, Orochimaru and his followers would embark on a thrilling adventure. Upon learning that he could not become Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel, Junmaru resolved to do everything he could to find a new suitable vessel for Orochimaru. He was well aware that only by allowing Orochimaru to continue existing could he help Orochimaru achieve his dreams and ambitions. Thus, Junmaru resolutely set off on the journey to find a new vessel. First, Junmaru needed to determine the specific requirements for the new vessel. He learned that Orochimaru's reincarnation had strict requirements for the vessel, not only needing it to possess immense strength and potential, but also to have a high degree of mental compatibility with Orochimaru. Therefore, when searching for a new vessel, Junmaru paid attention not only to the other's strength, but also to their will and beliefs. During the search for a new vessel, Junmaru faced numerous challenges. He had to deal with interference and attacks from other ninjas and factions while also keeping an eye on the situation regarding Orochimaru. However, Junmaru was not defeated by these difficulties. With his resilience and indomitable spirit, he successfully found several potential candidates for the vessel. Junmaru brought these candidates before Orochimaru, allowing him to personally choose the vessel he found most suitable. After carefully examining these candidates, Orochimaru finally selected the most appropriate vessel. In this process, Junmaru played a crucial role, successfully fulfilling his loyalty and commitment to Orochimaru. After the new vessel reincarnation ceremony was completed, Orochimaru regained his former strength and ambitions. He was deeply grateful for everything Junmaru had done for him, and Junmaru felt proud to have been able to assist Orochimaru. From then on, the two would continue to join forces, moving towards their shared goals and unveiling a new chapter in the ninja world. Naruto and his companions nervously escorted the sealed jar containing Sasuke, a precious treasure that Orochimaru desperately desired. However, on their way back to Konoha village, they were suddenly ambushed by Junmaru. Junmaru swiftly snatched the sealed jar from Naruto's hands. Seeing this, Naruto immediately gave chase. His speed was astonishing, closely following Junmaru in an attempt to reclaim the jar. But Junmaru was no ordinary foe. He skillfully evaded Naruto's attacks with his superb taijutsu and powerful bloodline limit. The two chased each other relentlessly. Along the way, Naruto attempted to use various ninjutsu to attack Junmaru, but Junmaru always managed to counter effortlessly. Naruto began to feel anxious because if he couldn't retrieve the jar in time, Orochimaru might once again threaten the safety of Konoha village and Sasuke. However, Junmaru had no intention of giving up easily. Determined to uphold Orochimaru's ambitions, he resolved to do everything in his power to protect the sealed jar. Thus, he set numerous traps during his escape, attempting to hinder Naruto's pursuit. Naruto had to be cautious to avoid these traps lest he fall into a predicament. Despite the numerous challenges, Naruto never gave up. He firmly believed that he would undoubtedly reclaim the jar and save Sasuke. During the pursuit, Naruto began to devise strategies, trying to find Junmaru's weaknesses. Finally, after a fierce confrontation, Naruto seized a slight opening from Junmaru and successfully reclaimed the sealed jar. Although Junmaru was reluctant, he could only helplessly admit defeat. He knew that Naruto had grown stronger and was no longer the boy he had easily defeated back then. In this intense battle for possession, Naruto proved his courage and unwavering belief, while also demonstrating his responsibility and commitment as a ninja of Konoha. Naruto and Junmaru engaged in a life-and-death struggle across the vast grasslands. From the very beginning, Naruto mercilessly unleashed the power of the Nine Tails and executed the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, hundreds of Narutos surrounded Junmaru. However, Junmaru remained unfazed. Calmly, he summoned his bloodline limit, transforming his bones into sharp weapons. Facing Naruto's onslaught of shadow clones, Junmaru skillfully wielded his bone blades, effortlessly shattering clone after clone. As the battle continued, Naruto began to feel overwhelmed. His chakra was rapidly depleting, while Junmaru showed no signs of fatigue. Naruto understood that if this continued, he would ultimately be defeated. Thus, he decided to change tactics and seek out Junmaru's vulnerabilities. Naruto carefully observed Junmaru's movements, trying to find flaws in his techniques. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle pause in Junmaru's attacks. Although this pause was brief, Naruto deduced that it was likely a weakness, while Junmaru maintained his bloodline limit. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto focused his energy and launched an attack at the moment of Junmaru's pause. He unleashed his signature Rasengan towards Junmaru. Junmaru was caught off guard and struck heated by the Rasengan. Although his bone blades reduced some of the damage, this attack clearly left him shaken. Seeing this, Junmaru silently praised Naruto's growth. Yet he did not give up and continued to engage Naruto in fierce combat. The two exchanged blows on the grasslands, unleashing various ninjutsu and taijutsu in a wildly intense scene. Although Naruto managed to exploit Junmaru's vulnerability in this clash, he understood that to completely defeat Junmaru, he would need even more effort and wisdom. In this life-and-death duel, Naruto not only tested his strength and courage, but also ignited a stronger fighting will within himself. At a crucial moment, Lee suddenly burst in to save Naruto. Drunken Lee, at this critical moment, the sealed Sasuke finally broke free from his confinement. Once a powerful ninja, he now presented himself in a completely new form. His body seemed to have undergone some extraordinary transformation, exuding an aura of mystery and strength. Naruto looked at Sasuke before him with overwhelming excitement. He shouted Sasuke's name, hoping his former friend would return to his senses and come back to Konoha village, back to their side. However, no matter how hard Naruto tried, it seemed Sasuke did not hear his calls and walked away without any response. Sasuke's departure left Naruto deeply despondent. He could not understand why Sasuke had become so indifferent and resolute. He recalled the times they had spent together, the joys and sorrows, the days they fought side by side. He had once believed their friendship was unbreakable, but now it seemed to have become so fragile. Naruto resolved to investigate the truth of the matter. He firmly believed that there must be a significant reason behind Sasuke's choice. He was convinced that their friendship had not shattered as long as he made an effort he could bring Sasuke back to Konoha. During his investigation, Naruto gradually uncovered some clues. It turned out that during the day Sasuke was sealed, he had been influenced by some mysterious power, which made him become cold and resolute. He believed that only through his own strength could he achieve true peace. This fundamental divergence was precisely what separated him from Naruto. Understanding the truth of the matter, Naruto decided to find Sasuke and engage him in a genuine dialogue. He hoped to use his sincerity and determination to help Sasuke understand his thoughts, to let him know that their friendship had not changed and they could still work together to create a beautiful future. Finally, after a fierce battle, Naruto and Sasuke stood face to face. They both knew that this decisive battle would determine their fates and the future of the entire ninja world. In this climactic battle, they poured all their strength into using their ninjutsu and wisdom, engaging in an earth-shattering fight. Ultimately, Naruto succeeded in persuading Sasuke, making him realize his mistakes. Sasuke decided to abandon his obsessions and work alongside Naruto for the peace of Konoha village and the entire ninja world. Thus, under the twilight glow, Sasuke and Naruto embraced and wept, feeling joy for their reunion and gratitude for the continuation of their friendship. From then on, Sasuke and Naruto continued to strive for their shared dreams for the peace of Konoha village and the ninja world. Their friendship also deepened and strengthened through these trials. However, this could only be Naruto's fantasy. Just as Naruto was about to chase after Sasuke for clarification, he was suddenly ambushed by Junmaru at that critical moment. Junmaru was a powerful ninja who had always been loyal to Orochimaru, carrying out various secret missions. This time his goal was to prevent Naruto from reclaiming Sasuke. Junmaru swiftly moved behind Naruto, launching a fierce attack that knocked Naruto to the ground. Naruto was caught off guard, unable to react, and could only do his best to protect himself from further harm. Junmaru looked at the fallen Naruto with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He knew Naruto's potential well. If he did not stop him now, he would become Orochimaru's greatest enemy in the future. Therefore, Junmaru decided to eliminate Naruto at all costs. Enduring the pain, Naruto attempted to struggle to his feet. He realized that if he could not defeat Junmaru at this moment, he would forever lose the chance to bring Sasuke back. However, Junmaru would not give him any respite, launching successive attacks that grew sharper and more vicious. Naruto had to respond with all his might, pushing his ninjutsu to the limit. Yet Junmaru's strength was evidently greater than he had imagined, and no matter how hard Naruto tried, he seemed incapable of escaping his onslaught. Naruto's stamina was gradually depleting, and he was on the brink of collapse. At that critical moment, the chakra of the nine tails within Naruto suddenly surged forth, helping him withstand Junmaru's lethal blow. With the power of the nine tails, Naruto successfully turned the tide of battle, gradually gaining the upper hand. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Junmaru decided to unleash his ultimate ninjutsu, using the power of his bloodline limit to engulf the battlefield in a forest of corpses. Naruto gazed at the horrifying scene before him, yet he dared not let his guard down. He understood that this moment was crucial in determining the outcome. Naruto concentrated his spirit and maximized the chakra of the nine tails. Ultimately, with a surge of powerful energy, he successfully resisted Junmaru's ultimate ninjutsu and knocked him to the ground. Junmaru lay on the ground, unable to fight any longer. Naruto struggled to rise, acutely aware that despite the hard-won victory, he must continue to pursue Sasuke. At that moment, Junmaru, fueled by sheer will, launched another fierce assault against Naruto, who gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The battle between Naruto and Junmaru intensified. Despite giving his all, Naruto was slowly losing ground. Junmaru's attacks grew fiercer, and it seemed Naruto was about to suffer a fatal blow. At that critical juncture, Lee arrived on the scene like a timely rain. Seeing his friend in danger, he immediately joined the battle without hesitation. Lee unleashed his signature technique, Konoha Hurricane, launching a swift kick. The kick was astonishingly powerful, forcing Junmaru to halt his attack on Naruto and shift to defend against Xiao Li's assault. Xiao Li's sudden appearance successfully resolved Naruto's crisis and turned the tide of battle. Xiao Li and Naruto exchanged a glance filled with mutual understanding. They decided to join forces against Junmaru, collectively safeguarding their friendship and loyalty to one another. With Xiao Li's assistance, Naruto gradually regained his fighting spirit, standing side by side with Xiao Li to confront Junmaru. Naruto and Xiao Li's collaboration grew increasingly harmonious as they unleashed their ninjutsu, engaging in fierce combat with Junmaru. Despite Junmaru's formidable strength, he finally began to show signs of defeat under their combined efforts. The battle intensified, with both sides exerting their utmost to defeat one another. However, Junmaru, despite being at a disadvantage, refused to give up. He concentrated his power, preparing to unleash his final trump card. Seeing this, Naruto and Xiao Li decided to use their ultimate ninjutsu. They each gathered their chakra, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Junmaru. Finally, in a fierce clash, Naruto and Xiao Li successfully defeated Junmaru, knocking him to the ground. However, this was merely a decoy of Junmaru. The real battle was just beginning. Xiao Li had just completed a grueling surgery. Although still in recovery, he learned of Naruto's crisis and resolutely decided to rush to the battlefield to support his friend. He understood the deep friendship between Naruto and Sasuke and resolved to help Naruto retrieve Sasuke, no matter the cost. Seeing Xiao Li rushing to his aid filled Naruto with warmth. He knew Xiao Li had not fully recovered, yet still chose to stand up at this critical moment. Naruto decided to heed Xiao Li's advice and pursue Sasuke while he remained behind to confront Junmaru with Xiao Li. Naruto exchanged a determined and trusting glance with Xiao Li before turning to chase after Sasuke. Xiao Li resolutely stood before Junmaru, determined to fight for his friend. Junmaru looked at the young man who had just undergone surgery, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. He did not believe that this bandaged Xiao Li posed any threat to him. However, Xiao Li's eyes revealed a steadfast determination, which made Junmaru grow wary. Xiao Li showed no fear as he assumed a fighting stance, ready to face Junmaru's assault. Though his body had yet to fully recover, he understood that only by exhausting all his strength could he block Junmaru and buy Naruto precious time. Junmaru scoffed and launched his attack. He moved quickly before Xiao Li, striking with deadly precision. Yet Xiao Li did not flinch. He executed the Leaf Hurricane, successfully repelling Junmaru's onslaught. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Despite Xiao Li's physical discomfort, he fought fiercely against Junmalu with his tenacity and agility. The battle escalated and both sides found it difficult to defeat each other. Meanwhile, Naruto was filled with anxiety as he pursued Sasuke. He knew that Xiao Li was fighting for him, and he needed to find Sasuke quickly to honor Xiao Li's sacrifice. Thus Naruto quickened his pace, dashing toward Sasuke's direction. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiao Li and Junmalu's fight reached a critical stage. Although Junmalu gradually gained the upper hand, Xiao Li showed no signs of surrender. Clinging to his unwavering belief, he tenaciously resisted Junmalu's attacks. It happened to be the time Xiao Li usually took his medicine, and he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to bring his medication. As Junmalu prepared to deal a fatal blow to Xiao Li hurriedly called for a pause, requesting a moment to take his medicine. Junmalu, puzzled by the request, agreed out of curiosity. When Xiao Li returned to his ninja tool pouch, he discovered he had mistakenly brought Tsunade sake instead of medicine. With no other option, Xiao Li decided to make the best of it and drank the bottle of strong alcohol. The effects of the alcohol surged quickly, making Xiao Li feel invigorated and energetic. Riding on this wave of intoxication, Xiao Li suddenly adopted the stance of drunken boxing. His speed and movements became unpredictable, catching Junmalu off guard. Xiao Li struck with the swiftness of the wind, his footwork like shadows, sometimes targeting Junmalu's vital points, other times employing tricks from drunken boxing, making him hard to read. Junmalu felt the pressure mounting as he began to respond cautiously to Xiao Li's unexpected onslaught. Although Xiao Li's moves seemed somewhat chaotic, they contained a certain order that made it difficult for Junmalu to counter. However, the effects of the alcohol hit hard and fast. Just as Xiao Li was locked in an intense battle with Junmalu, the buzz began to fade, and he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Despite his best efforts to stay alert, his body refused to obey, gradually slowing his movements until he collapsed to the ground sound asleep. Upon seeing this, Junmalu was initially puzzled, but soon realized that Xiao Li might have gotten drunk. He cautiously approached Xiao Li, and confirming he was truly asleep, he let out a sigh of relief. Although this battle was unexpected, the outcome still favored Junmalu. At that moment, Naruto successfully caught up to Sasuke. When he arrived on the battlefield, he saw the sleeping Xiao Li and Junmalu standing nearby. Naruto felt deeply grateful for Xiao Li's sacrifice, knowing that it was because of Xiao Li's persistence and sacrifice that he could successfully retrieve Sasuke. Despite Junmalu agreeing to allow Xiao Li to take his medicine, he remained vigilant. Seeing Xiao Li drink the strong alcohol and behave strangely while adopting the drunken boxing stance, Junmalu felt a trace of disdain in his heart, determined to take this opportunity to swiftly eliminate Xiao Li. Junmalu focused his energy and launched his attack, raising his bone sword to stab at Xiao Li. However, despite his drunken state, Xiao Li's blurred vision seemed to possess an instinct, allowing him to dodge Junmalu's bone sword just in time. Junmalu was both shocked and furious, unable to believe his sword could not hit Xiao Li. Although Xiao Li was disoriented, his drunken boxing seemed to flow more smoothly, making his unpredictable attacks hard for Junmalu to anticipate. On the battlefield, the two exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Junmalu's bone sword missed repeatedly, while Xiao Li's drunken boxing surged toward him like a torrential storm. Although Xiao Li's movements were somewhat sluggish, each time his fist landed on Junmalu, it caused him pain. The battle began to reach a stalemate, and Junmalu started to feel agitated. He increased his force, trying to use the bone sword to restrict Xiao Li's movements. However, the intoxicated Xiao Li seemed unaffected by the bone sword, dodging with remarkable agility. Suddenly, Xiao Li executed a beautiful spinning kick, striking Junmalu's chin. Junmalu stumbled back a few steps, covering his chin with his hand, groaning in pain. Despite Junmalu agreeing to let Xiao Li take his medicine, he remained vigilant. Seeing Xiao Li drink the strong alcohol and behave strangely while adopting the drunken boxing stance, Junmalu felt a trace of disdain in his heart, determined to take this opportunity to swiftly eliminate Xiao Li. Suddenly, Xiao Li executed a beautiful spinning kick, striking Junmalu's chin. Junmalu stumbled back a few steps, covering his chin with his hand, groaning in pain. Looking at the intoxicated youth before him, Junmalu couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. Although Xiao Li's stamina was waning, his will remained unyielding. He persisted in his dance with Junmalu, not for any other reason but to buy Naruto more time. Gaara arrived for reinforcement. Xiao Li moved like lightning, swiftly darting across the battlefield. Although Junmalu possessed a powerful bloodline limit capable of manipulating his bones to attack, he could not catch Xiao Li's astonishing speed. Unwilling to back down, Junmalu immediately unleashed one of his ultimate techniques, Tsubaki's dance. Countless sharp bones flew toward Xiao Li like a torrential storm. The speed of this attack was astonishing, and its power immense, capable of tearing opponents to shreds. However, even faced with such overwhelming aggression, Xiao Li remained unfazed. He skillfully navigated through the bone spikes, dodging to the side, and somersaulting in midair, always managing to evade June Malice attacks at the last moment. June Malu was taken aback, astonished that Xiao Li's reactions and speed had reached such heights, making it hard for him to believe. Despite June Malice's relentless attacks, Xiao Li consistently managed to dodge, preventing his Tsubaki's dance from landing a hit. The battle between the two entered a stalemate, with onlookers anxiously watching this gripping duel, unsure of who would emerge victorious. However, Xiao Li was fully aware that if this protracted fight continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. After all, June Malice Tsubaki's dance was powerful, and if he could not quickly resolve the battle, he would find himself in peril. Thus, he decided to take the initiative, employing his ultimate skill, Warinka. Xiao Li leaped into the air and began to spin his body like a fierce whirlwind, charging straight toward June Malu. Xiao Li moved like lightning, quickly darting across the battlefield. Although June Malu possessed a powerful bloodline limit capable of manipulating his bones as weapons, he could not catch Xiao Li's astonishing speed. Xiao Li leaped into the air, then began to spin his body like a fierce whirlwind, charging straight toward June Malu. Seeing the situation turn against him, June Malu hurriedly summoned more bone spikes, attempting to block Xiao Li's attack. However, Xiao Li's speed was simply too fast, and Tsubaki's dance could not keep up with his rhythm. With a loud bang, Xiao Li's Warinka struck June Malu hard, knocking him to the ground. June Malu coughed up blood, his bones shattered, unable to continue fighting. Xiao Li finally won this fierce confrontation, and the audience erupted in cheers for his victory. Despite the immense power of June Malice Tsubaki's dance, Xiao Li triumphed through his astonishing strength. Under Xiao Li's relentless offensive, June Malu gradually felt unable to defend himself. He realized that if he did not quickly strengthen his abilities, he would fall behind in this confrontation. Thus, in desperation, June Malu decided to gamble everything by unlocking the Curse Seal mode, unleashing all of his power. As the Curse Seal mode activated, a chilling aura erupted from June Malu. His muscles suddenly swelled, his skin turned pale, and the markings on his face spread like a spider's web. Under the enhancement of the Curse Seal mode, his power and speed surged to a new level, shocking everyone present. June Malu gritted his teeth as he glared at Xiao Li, his eyes filled with anger and determination. He knew that at this moment he had wagered everything on this confrontation. If he could not defeat Xiao Li, he would forever lose himself and become a slave to the Curse Seal. Xiao Li, witnessing June Malice's astonishing transformation, realized he had to give it his all. He assumed his stance, preparing to face June Malice's new wave of attacks. Without hesitation, June Malu launched his attack, his speed significantly enhanced, catching Xiao Li off guard. The two figures intertwined on the battlefield, each clash of weapons producing piercing sounds accompanied by powerful gusts of air that made the surrounding audience instinctively step back. In this intense confrontation, both June Malu and Xiao Li displayed astonishing strength, leaving everyone in awe. Despite Xiao Li's utmost efforts to resist June Malice's offensive, the Curse Seal mode had significantly enhanced June Malice's power and speed, making it increasingly difficult for Xiao Li to cope. The battle began to tilt in June Malice's favor, and Xiao Li found himself in a tough fight. Everyone present was apprehensive for Xiao Li, unsure if this young ninja could withstand the full power of June Malu in Curse Seal mode. This confrontation had reached its critical moment, with victory and defeat hanging by a thread. Xiao Li had to unleash his full potential to have a chance against the powerful June Malu. Facing June Malu in Curse Seal mode, Xiao Li's attacks became increasingly challenging. June Malu had surpassed humanity. His arms could sprout sharp bone spikes at will, and even his ribs could break through his skin, becoming weapons for attack. In a moment when Xiao Li failed to dodge, June Malu seized the opportunity, the bone spikes on his arm extending like lightning, stabbing toward Xiao Li. Xiao Li barely had time to react before being pierced in the shoulder by the bone spike, blood gushing out. The intense pain diminished Xiao Li's intoxication, and his mind gradually became clearer. He realized that in this situation, he must quickly identify June Malice's weakness, otherwise he would find himself in dire straits. Xiao Li gritted his teeth against the pain, continuing to engage with June Malu. He silently pondered, trying to uncover June Malice's flaws. Suddenly an idea struck him, envisioning a potentially effective strategy. Xiao Li decided to attempt to lure June Malu into using more bone spike attacks, hoping to exhaust his chakra. Thus, he deliberately exposed a weakness, making June Malu believe he had an opportunity to attack. June Malu, indeed falling for the trap, used his bone spikes as weapons, launching them relentlessly. Xiao Li dodged June Malice's attacks, while secretly observing the flow of his chakra. He noticed that each time June Malu used a bone spike attack, the Curse Seal markings on his body dimmed slightly. This signified that each attack consumed June Malice's chakra. As time passed, June Malice's offensive began to slow down, his chakra was running low. Xiao Li, seeing this, knew his strategy had taken effect. He decided to seize the opportunity to reverse the tide of battle. During Xiao Li's final fierce assault, June Malu could no longer withstand it. His bone spike attacks became weaker, and his body could no longer hold up. Finally, under a powerful kick from Xiao Li, Junmalu collapsed on the battlefield. However, this was an illusion technique Junmalu had used against Xiao Li. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Li realized he needed to end this confrontation quickly. Though his shoulders still bled and his body had not fully recovered, he understood that now was the best time to defeat Junmalu. Without hesitation, Xiao Li activated the first gate of the 8 gates, the opening gate. However, in Xiao Li's current condition, he could only open one gate as the injuries from the previous Chunin exams had yet to fully heal. Under the enhancement of the 8 gates, his physical functions and strength significantly improved, allowing him to endure stronger attacks, while greatly boosting his speed and power. As the 8 gates opened, Xiao Li's speed further intensified, even surpassing Junmalu in a short time. He swiftly charged at Junmalu, launching a fierce barrage of attacks. However, Xiao Li's shadow dance was interrupted. Junmalu easily maneuvered under, taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Li's attack was ineffective, transforming his hand into a bone sword and aimed for Xiao Li's heart. Although Xiao Li reacted, he was unable to evade Junmalu's lethal strike. Slowly, Xiao Li closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, despair filled his gaze as he helplessly watched Junmalu thrust towards him, knowing he was about to lose his life. A gust of sand timely saved Xiao Li, and it was none other than the culprit who had previously injured him, Gaara, who had come as an ally this time. Xiao Li was sent back to a safe place by the sand waterfall, while Gaara stood before him. At this moment, he had regained his composure, and his eyes no longer held the madness from before. He realized the pain he had inflicted on Xiao Li, and now he stood by his side as an ally to confront a common enemy together. Gaara looked at Xiao Li, his eyes filled with guilt and remorse. He wanted to express his apologies, but found that no words could convey the depth of his regret. In the end, he could only bow deeply to Xiao Li, hoping to gain his forgiveness. Seeing this, Xiao Li also sighed deeply. He understood that Gaara did not intend to hurt him. It was all due to the rampage of Shikaku. Knowing Gaara's inner pain and struggle, he decided to forgive him. He reached out his hand to Gaara, signaling him to get up. Gaara looked at Xiao Li, gratefully understanding that this gesture meant Xiao Li had forgiven him. He stood up side by side with Xiao Li, facing the enemies ahead. At this moment, the battlefield had entered a heated stage, with enemies increasing in number, while their side was gradually at a disadvantage. Both Xiao Li and Gaara understood that they must unite to defeat their common enemy. Gaara began to deploy his Sanjutsu, while Xiao Li unleashed his Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. They collaborated to combat the enemy together. Despite the battle becoming more intense, they did not give up, but fought resolutely. Gaara vs. Junmalu. In this duel known as Sand vs. Bone, both Gaara and Junmalu displayed extraordinary strength and skill. This duel became a legendary tale in the ninja world, allowing people to re-evaluate these two young ninjas. As Gaara and Junmalu confronted each other on the battlefield, the air was thick with the scent of war. Gaara, as the son of the Wind Shadow, possessed the ability to control sand, while Junmalu, an elite ninja from the Sound Village, excelled in the use of bone techniques. Both represented the Sand Village and the Sound Village. This battle was not just about their personal honor, but also about the reputation of their respective villages. At the beginning of the battle, Junmalu initiated the attacks, swiftly forming hand seals to summon a barrage of bone spears that shot towards Gaara from all directions. Faced with this sudden assault, Gaara remained calm, gathering sand around his body to form a solid barrier that blocked the bone spears. Then Gaara began to counterattack, condensing the sand into a giant serpent that lunged towards Junmalu. Junmalu, seeing this, immediately leaped into the air to evade the attack of the sand serpent. At the same time, he unleashed his signature technique, Dance of the Early Fern, as countless bone spikes erupted from his body, raining down on Gaara like a torrential storm. In this critical moment, Gaara activated Desert Layer Burial, transforming the sand into a massive whirlpool, attempting to trap Junmalu within. Junmalu, not to be outdone, summoned a stronger bone shield to resist the encroaching sand. The battle heated up, with neither side yielding. In this fierce battle, both sides displayed exceptional ninjutsu and strategies. However, Gaara ultimately gained the upper hand, binding Junmalu's movements with sand, forcing him to concede. To fulfill Orochimaru's dream, he had put his life on the line. Although his body was on the brink of collapse, he continued to fight with unwavering determination. Gaara built a solid defense with sand capable of both offense and defense. Facing Junmalu's finger-pierce technique, Gaara manipulated the sand to form a shield, blocking this fierce assault. In this tense moment, both sides instinctively chose to probe from a distance. Gaara continued to control the sand to attack, while Junmalu maximized his bone-pierce technique. The bone projectiles rained down on Gaara like a storm, but Gaara skillfully manipulated the sand to knock each one down. In this flash of lightning exchange, both sides displayed superb combat skills and strategies. Although Junmalu was heavily injured, he still fought fiercely against Gaara with unwavering resolve and strong will. As the battle intensified, both sides began to attempt more ninjutsu and strategies to defeat each other. Eventually, the battle reached a stalemate. Despite Junmalu giving his all, he ultimately found himself at a disadvantage in strength and chakra due to his injuries. He understood that he could no longer hold on and had to concede. After the Battle of Sand and Bone concluded, a mutual respect blossomed between Gaara and Junmalu. They honored each other's strength and will and respected their determination to fight for their beliefs and ideals. But this was just speculation. The real battle was just beginning. In this intense clash, Junmalu and Gaara briefly exchanged several rounds. Although neither side gained a clear advantage, Junmalu with his keen insight began to deduce Gaara's abilities. Junmalu noticed a gourd hanging at Gaara's waist. Each time Gaara controlled the sand to attack, his hand would lightly stroke the gourd. This detail caught Junmalu's attention, and he speculated that Gaara might only be able to control the sand within the gourd. To test this hypothesis, Junmalu decided to attack Gaara's gourd, attempting to limit his abilities. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning a group of bone spears that shot towards Gaara's gourd. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Gaara could only barely dodge some of the bone spears. However, some bone spears still struck the gourd. In that moment, Gaara felt the supply of sand cut off, and his expression turned grave. Junmalu, seeing this, silently confirmed that his guess was correct. With this information in hand, Junmalu began to adjust his tactics, focusing his attacks on Gaara's gourd. He hoped to exploit this weakness to restrict Gaara's abilities and win the battle. Gaara, noticing this, quickly adjusted his own strategy. He understood that he needed to repair the gourd quickly and regain the supply of sand. In this fierce battle, both Junmalu and Gaara showcased exceptional combat skills and strategies. However, Gaara did not anticipate that Junmalu could create sand from the soil, which put him in a predicament. Upon realizing Junmalu's ability, Gaara quickly changed his tactics. Gaara decided to use his sand abilities to subdue Junmalu. He manipulated the sand, turning the surrounding soil into sand, and then condensed it into sturdy chains that ensnared Junmalu. This unique tactic of mixing new soil with old sand trapped Junmalu in a difficult situation. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Junmalu attempted to break free from the sand's constraints, but Gaara quickly activated his jutsu, solidifying the sand into an even more robust barrier, rendering Junmalu immobile. In that moment, the tide of battle shifted. Gaara successfully trapped Junmalu in a cage of sand, preventing him from utilizing bone techniques. Junmalu could only watch helplessly as Gaara approached step by step, unable to mount an effective counterattack. Despite giving his all, Junmalu ultimately had to concede in the face of Gaara's powerful sand abilities and superior tactics. This battle became a legendary tale in the ninja world, and the names of Gaara and Junmalu became heroes admired by all ninjas. The bravery and determination they exhibited in this battle would also be forever remembered by future generations. When Naruto was fishing, it was most shocking that Kale easily discovered the significant changes in this maid's body through the emerald eye. This young maid was once a beautiful and elegant girl. Her sweet smile and gentle demeanor warmed the entire castle like the spring sun. However, her body had now undergone a terrifying mutation. Kale stared incredulously at the former friend before him, noticing that scales and spikes had sprouted on her once smooth skin. Her eyes had turned into dangerous slit pupils gleaming with cold light. Her hair was no longer the golden hue of the past, but had transformed into a disturbing shade of green. Even more shocking was that her hands had turned into sharp claws, seemingly ready to tear apart any enemy daring to approach her. Kale knew that such a mutation could not occur naturally and must be related to the legendary evil spirits. He decided to uncover this mystery and save the helpless maid. He began to delve into ancient magical texts, searching for a way to restore the maid to her original form. After months of effort, he finally discovered a spell that could cleanse the evil spirit's corruption. Kale nervously watched the maid before him, who still had a cold gaze and lacked vitality. He took a deep breath and began to chant the ancient spell. As the incantation was recited, magical runes flew from Kale's fingertips, wrapping around the maid's body. The scales and spikes on her body began to gradually disappear, and her eyes slowly regained their former gentleness. Finally, when she fully returned to her original state, she could no longer suppress her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Kale had successfully saved the maid and realized he bore a greater mission. He decided to become a dedicated mage, using the power of the Emerald Eye to protect this land and safeguard all innocent beings from the harm of evil spirits. He exclaimed in his heart, just a few words, how could it lead to tears? Beside him, Bayamo turned his head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong, Kale?" Kale certainly could not reveal what he had just witnessed. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just that maid's appearance. I think you should have a good relationship with the Sword Saint Kre." Bayamo smiled slightly and said, "Yes, Kre is my close friend. We have gone through many hardships together. Why do you ask? Kale hesitated for a moment, shrugged, and said it's nothing, just a casual question. You know, ever since I last saw her, I have admired her swordsmanship and courage. Bayamo nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, Krea is a true hero. She bravely fights in battle and is very considerate in life. She always brings warmth and hope, and she is someone we all respect. Kale fell silent for a moment, feeling a struggle within. He thought he should tell Bayamo what he had seen, but he was worried that this news would make Bayamo sad. In the end, he decided to keep this secret, for he believed that the friendship between Bayamo and Krea was strong enough to overcome any difficulties. Thus, Kale changed the subject and began to chat with Bayamo about other things. They talked joyfully about magic, swordsmanship, and future dreams, spending a pleasant afternoon together. And the cursed maid became a shared secret in their hearts, forever buried in the river of time. Bayamo noncommittally replied, yes, Krea can be considered my teacher, as she taught me a lot about swordsmanship and combat techniques here. Kale nodded thoughtfully and said, I see. Just then the maid who had gone in to report came out respectfully and said, great hero of darkness, this esteemed one, the Sword Saint, is waiting for you inside. Please enter. Upon entering the palace, Baimo's gaze immediately locked onto Krea, who was standing beside a chair, gazing at the sky with her ice blue eyes. This captivating and beautiful scene made him reluctant to break the moment. Krea seemed to sense someone peering at her, and after regaining her focus elegantly, turned her head to look. Seeing Bayamo and the unfamiliar Kale beside him, a hint of confusion flickered in her ice blue eyes. This Sword Saint possessed dazzling golden hair, and her blue eyes resembled gemstones from the deep sea. Her expression always revealed a sense of aloofness and dominance that made others hesitant to approach. Krea lightly leaped down from the trunk and strode towards them. Her steps were steady, and the exquisite silver armor she wore sparkled in the sunlight, exuding formidable deterrence. Bayamo, who is this young man? Krea's voice was crisp and cold, yet carried an inexplicable sense of pressure. Bayamo smiled and introduced Krea. This is my new friend Kale. He is a very talented mage, and we plan to explore an ancient relic together. Kale stepped forward, bowing slightly to express his respect for Sword Saint Krea. Hello, Sword Saint Krea. I am honored to meet you. I have long heard of your deeds. Krea nodded slightly, her gaze landing on the emerald eye at Kale's waist. Young man, carrying such a precious artifact, you must have an extraordinary mission. May you never forget your original intention on the path to seeking power. Kale felt the concern and expectation in Krea's words, and replied firmly, rest assured, Sword Saint Krea, I will use this power cautiously to protect the peace of this land. After a brief conversation among the three, Krea bid them farewell and turned back to her camp. Watching her retreating figure, both Kale and Bayamo sensed the pride and resilience of this Sword Saint. In the days to come, Kale and Bayamo embarked on countless thrilling adventures together. And the image of Sword Saint Krea always shone like a lighthouse, guiding them forward, reminding them to uphold justice and kindness on their quest for power. Then she gently asked, Bayamo, you are here. Bayamo softly replied with an mm. They walked up to Krea. Krea looked at Kale with curiosity and asked Bayamo, who is this? Bayamo, hearing this, glanced at Kale and softly explained, Krea, he is the new healer hero Kale, possessing the ability to heal injuries. Kale, seeing Bayamo had already stated his identity, spoke up, hello, Sword Saint Krea Glalet. It's a pleasure to meet you. Krea was taken aback, thinking healer hero, the ability to heal injuries. Could it be that Bayamo brought this healer hero here to heal her arm? As she watched the aloof expression on Krea's face gradually fade, unable to hide her excitement, Bayamo realized she had roughly guessed the situation. The purpose of his bringing Kair here was finally revealed. Bayamo smiled and said, Clay, there's no need for doubt. I brought Kair here to treat your arm. Clay, being the Sword Saint, quickly calmed her excited heart within seconds after Bayamo's words. She glanced at Bayamo with gratitude, then turned to Kair and said calmly, hello, Kair. Clay understood that a mage like Kair who possessed emerald eyes surely had extraordinary potential. Although she felt a slight shock at Bayamo's words, she recognized that this was not the time to inquire further. Thus, she chose to bury her questions deep within, maintaining the composure and dignity befitting a Sword Saint. Kair sensed the gratitude and respect in Clay's gaze, feeling a bit anxious. He understood that Bayamo's words signified high expectations for him. He resolved to live up to the trust placed in him and protect this continent with all his might. In the days that followed, Kair and Bayamo faced countless dangers together. They challenged evil mages and defeated terrifying monsters, their footprints scattered across the entire continent. Meanwhile, Sword Saint Clay kept a watchful eye on their growth from behind the scenes, providing them with support and assistance. Through their combined efforts, they successfully maintained peace and tranquility across the continent. Kair gradually grew into a powerful mage, and the friendship between him, Bayamo, and Clay deepened. This legendary tale became a story forever told across the continent. Naruto vs. Sasuke. This marked the first appearance of Uzumaki Naruto in his one-tail form, showcasing astonishing power at this moment. This overwhelming power caught Sasuke off guard, and he stared at Naruto in disbelief, feeling Naruto's hidden potential for the first time. In this fierce battle, Naruto donned armor made from the red chakra of the tailed beast, his eyes gleaming with intense fighting spirit. He swung his massive tailed beast arm, each blow carrying terrifying force, making it difficult for Sasuke to counter. It was at this moment that Sasuke truly understood why the Akatsuki organization sought to take on Naruto. It turned out that such powerful strength lay hidden within Naruto, capable of making a significant impact on the entire ninja world. However, despite Naruto demonstrating such formidable power, it still could not change Sasuke's resolve. Sasuke's gaze grew resolute. He knew that the power he sought was different from Naruto's. To become stronger and pursue the truth within his heart, he had to keep moving forward. Although Naruto's growth astonished him, Sasuke would not abandon his beliefs. After this clash, Naruto and Sasuke's fates would tread different paths. They would grow on their separate roads, fighting for their beliefs and ideals. This fierce battle would become an indelible mark in their youth, accompanying them as they continued down their future paths. Facing the rampaging Naruto, Sasuke understood he had to give it his all. He quickly formed hand seals, unleashing one of his signature jutsu, Great Fireball Technique. This jutsu gathered fire attribute chakra in his mouth, and then expelled a massive fireball possessing immense destructive power. However, to Sasuke's surprise, Naruto's defense remained unyielding against his Great Fireball Technique. Naruto, clad in the red chakra armor of the tailed beast, shone with a determined light in his eyes. He swung his massive tailed beast arm with all his might, effortlessly deflecting Sasuke's Great Fireball Technique. Seeing this scene, Sasuke realized the true strength of Naruto's tailed beast transformation. He understood that to defeat Naruto, he must adjust his strategy and employ even more powerful jutsu. Thus, Sasuke began to reassess his jutsu system, seeking ways to breach Naruto's defenses. At the same time, Naruto was adapting to the powerful chakra of the tailed beast within him. He worked hard to maintain his rationality, trying to keep a clear mind in the state of tailed beast transformation. Both were growing in this life-and-death struggle, resolutely marching towards their goals to prove their beliefs and power. In this fierce battle, the clash between the Konoha Genin Naruto and Sasuke was astonishing. However, unexpectedly, as a genius ninja from the Uchiha clan, Sasuke found himself toyed with by Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Naruto's tailed beast cloak was a powerful means of defense and attack, formed by the chakra of the tailed beast. When Naruto entered his rampaging state, the appearance of the tailed beast cloak not only enhanced his attack power, but also significantly boosted his defensive capabilities. Against Naruto's tailed beast cloak, Sasuke's ninjutsu and physical techniques seemed to have lost their former potency. He attempted to use fire release techniques, only to be easily repelled by Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Naruto's attacks, however, repeatedly breached Sasuke's defenses, putting him in a predicament. In this battle of Genin, both Naruto and Sasuke displayed their astonishing talent and strength. However, the emergence of the tailed beast cloak allowed Naruto to gain the upper hand for the time being. Sasuke had to reassess his battle strategy, seeking ways to overcome Naruto's formidable defenses. The Konoha Genin battle became a part of ninja legend. The names Naruto and Sasuke were sung in every corner of the ninja world. This fierce battle also marked their official entry onto the historical stage as ninjas. Seeing this situation, Sasuke knew he could no longer hold back. Thus, he decisively activated the second stage of his cursed seal, enhancing his power. In this state, Sasuke's body underwent significant changes. Black markings appeared on his skin, and his pupils turned a vivid red. Empowered, Sasuke brimmed with confidence. He fixed his gaze on Naruto and said with a hint of pride, "Indeed, you are special, Naruto, but I am even more special." Without hesitation, he launched a fierce attack at Naruto. Naruto felt the increase in Sasuke's power and dared not be careless. He focused his mind, attempting to fend off Sasuke's assault. However, under the enhancement of the second stage of the cursed seal, Sasuke's speed and strength increased significantly, and Naruto gradually found it hard to cope. In this intense battle, both young ninjas exhibited their unwavering beliefs and tenacious fighting spirit. Although Naruto's tailed beast cloak put Sasuke in a tight spot for a time, the second stage of the cursed seal restored Sasuke's confidence, allowing him to continue challenging Naruto. The Konoha Genin battle became a tale told throughout the ninja world. In this battle, the courage and determination shown by Naruto and Sasuke made them the center of attention in Konoha village and even the entire ninja world. When Sasuke activated the second stage of his cursed seal, his body transformed. His originally handsome face became somewhat twisted, with a black mark appearing on his forehead. His skin became covered with black markings, giving him the appearance of an evil ninja. Moreover, a pair of duck-like wings sprouted from his back. Although these wings looked somewhat strange, they provided Sasuke with increased mobility. During the battle, he could use these wings to move quickly, allowing him to attack his opponent unexpectedly. Furthermore, these wings enabled Sasuke to fight in the air, further expanding his tactical options. However, although the second stage of the Cursed Seal granted Sasuke immense power, it also came at a cost. In this state, his mind would be eroded by the Cursed Seal, rendering him irritable and prone to rage. Moreover, prolonged use of the second stage of the Cursed Seal could lead to irreversible damage to his body, shortening his ninja career. Despite this, when facing Naruto's tailed beast cloak, Sasuke nevertheless activated the second stage of the Cursed Seal without hesitation. He understood that he needed to exert all his strength to compete with Naruto in this duel. To gain power, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant putting a tremendous burden on his body. In this fierce battle, both Naruto and Sasuke knew they could not maintain this powerful state for long. The tailed beast cloak and the second stage of the Cursed Seal both imposed a certain burden on their bodies. Maintaining them for too long would only lead to rapid exhaustion. Therefore, they decided to unleash their final trump card to determine victory. Naruto and Sasuke each stepped back a few paces, their gazes locked onto each other, preparing to unleash their strongest jutsu. Naruto took a deep breath, quickly forming hand seals to summon a powerful wind release technique. Meanwhile, Sasuke focused his energy, gathering his chakra in his hand to prepare a formidable Chidori. The standoff between the two drew the attention of everyone around. This battle of genin had become the focal point of Konoha village and even the entire ninja world. Everyone was eager to see which of these two young genius ninjas would emerge victorious in this battle. Naruto and Sasuke charged toward each other, simultaneously unleashing their most powerful jutsu. The clash of wind release and Chidori ignited an explosion, filling the air with a deafening sound and strong currents. As the dust settled, both fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The villagers looked on in terror, worried for their fates. However, at this critical moment, their mentor Kakashi and the third Hokage Minato Namikaze arrived just in time. They rushed to the two, checking their injuries. Kakashi and the third Hokage sighed in relief, glad that the two young men were not in life-threatening danger. Kakashi took them away from the scene to arrange for their medical treatment. Although this showdown did not yield a clear winner, both knew that the other possessed tremendous potential and they would become each other's greatest rivals in the future. After this fierce battle, the renown of Naruto and Sasuke spread throughout the entire ninja world. Their talent and strength drew the attention of ninja villages from various nations. Meanwhile, this confrontation also marked their official entry onto the historical stage as ninjas. In the years to come, Naruto and Sasuke would continue to grow, fighting for their beliefs and ideals. This final battle would become one of the most unforgettable memories of their ninja careers, accompanying them as they forged ahead through storms and trials. They understood that on their future paths as ninjas, they would become the strongest opponents and allies for each other. This final battle would also become one of the most unforgettable memories of their ninja careers. After this final battle, Naruto and Sasuke embarked on entirely new journeys. Naruto continued to delve into his ninjutsu, learning to control the power of the tailed beast, becoming the hero of Konoha village. And Sasuke, in search of power, decided to leave Konoha and join Orochimaru, hoping to one day avenge his family. During their separation, Naruto and Sasuke always remembered each other. Despite taking different paths, this final battle tightly intertwined their fates. They continuously grew stronger on their respective journeys, striving for their goals and ideals. Years later, Naruto and Sasuke finally encountered their fated reunion. By this time, they had both matured into elite ninjas in the ninja world. They once again engaged in a fierce battle, but this time the final showdown was to protect each other's beliefs and ideals. Ultimately, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, Naruto and Sasuke found a common path. Together, they fought against a common enemy, safeguarding the peace of Konoha village and the ninja world. This long and arduous journey also deepened their friendship and bond. That battle of genin became the starting point of Naruto and Sasuke's ninja careers. It witnessed their growth, setbacks, divergences, and reunions. In the years to come, they would continue to fight side by side, becoming the greatest legends in the ninja world. Naruto vs. Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto, these two young ninjas, faced an intense battle. Sasuke, possessing the power of the Sharingan, successfully unleashed the Black Chidori, a powerful lightning release technique that could release immense electricity in an instant, capable of penetrating everything. Meanwhile, Naruto, as the human pillar of the Nine Tails, successfully condensed the purple Rasengan, a vibrant jutsu that maximized the destructive power of Chakra. At this moment, Sasuke's gaze was resolute. He understood the importance of this battle. The Black Chidori continuously coalesced in his hand, emitting a deafening roar as if he had mastered the thunderbolts of the sky. On the other hand, Naruto's expression was serious. He understood the power of the Rasengan. This jutsu represented not just his control over spiral classifier Chakra, but also a symbol of unwavering belief. As the two figures moved swiftly, the atmosphere of the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Sasuke launched the first attack, the black Chidori, shooting toward Naruto like lightning, leaving a burnt scent in the air. Naruto, undaunted, swiftly moved his body while aiming the Rasengan at the Chidori. The two powerful jutsu collided in the air, igniting a brilliant light that illuminated the entire battlefield. Both Naruto and Sasuke stepped back a few paces, astonished by the power of each other's jutsu. However, this battle was far from over. They understood that only by continuously challenging their limits could they become excellent ninjas. In the ensuing battle, Sasuke and Naruto showcased their unique skills, constantly experimenting with new tactics to defeat each other. The black Chidori and purple Rasengan clashed repeatedly in the air. Each encounter elevated their strength. Ultimately, at the conclusion of this fierce battle, the two reached a stalemate, and this unforgettable battle experience became an important part of their growth journey. In this fierce battle, both ninjas moved with the agility of tigers descending from the mountain, leaping into the air with unwavering gazes fixed on their opponent. At this moment, the outcome of the battle hinged on the clash between Chidori and Rasengan. Sasuke shouted Chidori. As he did so, the lightning power in his hand instantly coalesced, slicing through the air like a roaring thunder dragon charging toward Naruto. The black Chidori left a burnt scent in its wake, with dazzling lightning making it hard to look directly at. Naruto, with eyes wide in fury, shouted Rasengan. The Rasengan in his hand began to spin rapidly, releasing intense chakra, its purple glow dazzling like a brilliant comet as it surged towards Sasuke's Chidori. The two ninjutsu represented the powers of lightning and wind colliding with massive explosions. With a resounding boom, a powerful gust enveloped the surroundings, lifting dust and creating a huge crater in the ground. Both were thrown back by the immense force of the explosion, falling to the ground. However, this fierce battle was not yet over. Despite their injuries, they struggled to raise their eyes as resolute as ever. They knew that in this duel, only by giving their all could they achieve ultimate victory. The two leaped into action, once more charging toward each other. The light of Chidori and Rasengan flashed again, colliding fiercely in the air. Each clash tested their courage and perseverance. In this intense battle, they were not merely contending for victory or defeat, but were challenging their own limits to become more powerful ninjas. After a thrilling contest, Sasuke and Naruto ended in a draw. This battle became an important part of their growth journey, teaching them the true meaning of friendship and combat. In a corner of the ninja world, young ninjas Sasuke and Naruto were engaged in a breathtaking battle, each showcasing their signature techniques, Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rasengan. The clash of these two powerful techniques generated an immense energy that surpassed everyone's imagination. Chidori, as Sasuke's renowned technique, unleashed a fierce electric force like the thunder god, descending, sweeping away everything. Meanwhile, Naruto's Rasengan elevated the destructive power of Chakra to its peak, forming a vortex brimming with vitality, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. As these two powerful forces collided, it seemed that even space could not withstand such immense energy. In the dazzling light, an energy sphere gradually emerged, expanding continuously and emitting a terrifying force. This energy sphere resembled a microcosm of the universe, shimmering with starlight, revealing endless mystery and the unknown. The surrounding ninjas were stunned by this bizarre sight, retreating in fear of being caught in its wake. However, Sasuke and Naruto showed no signs of retreat. They stood firmly and placed their eyes fixed on the energy sphere. In this critical moment, they understood that only by giving their all could they control this power and prevent disaster from befalling the nearby villages and living beings. Their hearts held but one conviction: to protect everything they cherished. Thus, Sasuke and Naruto focused their spirits, channeling the powers of Chidori and Rasengan to their utmost, attempting to stabilize the energy sphere. During this process, they ceased to be adversaries and became partners, united against a formidable force. After a thrilling battle, Sasuke and Naruto finally succeeded in stabilizing the energy sphere, causing it to gradually dissipate into the air. Though this battle exhausted them, it earned them the respect and friendship of the villagers. As the fierce confrontation neared its end, Sasuke and Naruto were battered and bruised, their strength nearly spent. Yet despite the intense battle, they always remembered their friendship, steadfastly refusing to harm one another. Sasuke gazed at Naruto with a complex expression, fully aware that his friend before him had once been his closest ally and also his most revered rival. Though they now stood on different sides, the memories and friendship of the past remained deeply rooted in Sasuke's heart. Naruto's eyes were similarly filled with conflict. He understood Sasuke's pain and struggle, recognizing the significance of this battle. However, he was even more certain that their bond transcended all. Thus, Naruto made a difficult decision to hold back during the fight, leaving a glimmer of hope for each other. Ultimately, Sasuke hesitated between restraint and attack, unable to bring himself to deliver a fatal blow to Naruto. He chose to hold back, retracting the power of Chidori and instead using a less powerful lightning technique to strike Naruto. At the crucial moment, Naruto also retracted part of the power of his Rasengan, merely leaving a crack on Sasuke's forehead protector. The battle finally came to an end, and the two lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. They knew that their restraint was the best testament to their friendship. Despite their differing positions, they remained concerned for one another, unwilling to see the other hurt. In the glow of the setting sun, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged a smile, their hearts finally at ease. They understood that although many difficulties lay ahead, as long as they trusted each other and worked together, they could overcome any obstacles. This profound friendship would become their most precious treasure on their path forward. In this ninja world, external waves roared and various factions were in constant conflict. However, in this tumultuous age, young ninjas Sasuke and Naruto unexpectedly maintained a serene inner world. Although they faced fierce competition and tests of survival, they firmly believed in their convictions and friendship. During a fateful battle, Sasuke and Naruto stood in the arena. This battle was not only for honor and status, but also to prove their strength and beliefs. Both understood that in this contest the victor would emerge and become the standout of this era. The battle commenced. Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rasengan collided once again like thunder and storms in the sky, shining with dazzling brilliance. Despite the chaos outside, their hearts remained exceptionally calm. In this fierce fight, they remained focused on each other, striving to unleash their maximum potential. Ultimately, after a thrilling contest, Sasuke emerged victorious, standing at the center of the arena, bathed in the glory of victory. However, Sasuke did not let this victory go to his head. He understood that this triumph belonged not only to him, but also to the friendship and shared beliefs he had with Naruto. Naruto, too, did not feel disheartened by defeat. He sincerely rejoiced in Sasuke's victory, knowing that his friend Sasuke was a trustworthy and respectable rival. Moreover, he firmly believed that in the days to come they would continue to fight side by side, facing the vast waves of this world together. This battle became an important part of Sasuke and Naruto's growth journey, reaffirming their convictions and friendship. In a world full of turmoil and conflict, they consistently upheld their inner peace, advancing hand in hand to protect everything they cherished. After this thrilling battle, Sasuke gazed at Naruto's face, remaining silent for a long time. His expression was complex and his mind was filled with thoughts. In that moment, he seemed to see the shadow of his brother Itachi Uchiha, the man who once enhanced his Sharingan by killing his closest friend. Itachi Uchiha, the brother Sasuke once hated profoundly, was a presence he could never let go of in his life. However, over time, Sasuke gradually understood his brother's good intentions. He realized that the extreme measures his brother took were actually to protect the peace and tranquility of their family and village. Gazing at Naruto's familiar face, Sasuke's heart was deeply moved. Naruto was his closest companion on the path of growth. They had endured countless trials and challenges together. In Sasuke's heart, Naruto was no longer just a friend, but an irreplaceable existence. Sasuke suddenly realized that he did not want to become like his brother. He craved power, but did not wish to sacrifice friendship for it. He had once questioned himself, wondering if he would also walk the same path as his brother, enhancing his Sharingan's power by killing his closest friend. However, Naruto's existence solidified Sasuke's convictions. He understood that true power does not stem from hatred and destruction, but from love and trust. He decided to walk a path entirely different from his brother's, one filled with friendship, trust, and unity. In that moment, Sasuke's heart became incredibly calm. He gazed at Naruto, his eyes filled with gratitude and determination. He knew that in the days ahead, he would continue to walk hand in hand with Naruto, safeguarding everything they cherished. This profound friendship would become their most precious treasure on their path forward. Naruto versus Sasuke. When Kakashi arrived, the situation had already become dire. The once tense atmosphere was now filled with a strong sense of unease. Kakashi quickened his pace, rushing to the scene, and what he saw made him gasp in shock. Only the unconscious Naruto remained. This young ninja, who was usually full of vitality and hope, now lay still on the ground, devoid of life. Kakashi rushed to Naruto's side, kneeling down to assess his condition. He found Naruto gravely injured, breathing weakly, clearly in urgent need of medical attention. Beside Naruto, the torn forehead protector was strikingly eye-catching. The forehead protector symbolized a ninja's faith and loyalty. Yet Naruto's protector had been cruelly slashed, seemingly declaring his defeat. This scene made Kakashi's heart ache. He could hardly imagine what Naruto had endured and who had inflicted such harm upon him. Anger and worry filled Kakashi's heart, but he knew that the most important thing now was to seek treatment for Naruto as quickly as possible. He swiftly picked Naruto up, carrying him on his back, and rushed toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Along the way, he couldn't help but pray for Naruto's safety, while secretly vowing to find out who had harmed him and make them pay the price. Kakashi's heart was filled with anxiety and anger, yet his steps grew ever more resolute. He knew he bore the heavy responsibility of saving Naruto, and had to return him to the village for treatment as quickly as possible. In the days ahead, he would face even more challenges, but he believed that as long as they united as one, there was no difficulty they couldn't overcome. Kakashi gazed at the two stone statues before him, feeling a surge of emotion. These statues represented his father, the White Fang of the Leaf, and his former friend, the Rock-Hidden Jonin Obito. They had once fought side by side, yet fate had turned them into enemies. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh, reflecting on the irony of fate. The White Fang of the Leaf, a once great hero, had become a thing of the past. His father faced unjust accusations and punishment for a decision made during a mission that violated village regulations. Ultimately, the White Fang ended his life in pain and despair, leaving behind endless regret. As for Obito, the friend who had once been close to Kakashi, he ultimately became an enemy. They had once studied and grown together at the Ninja Academy, forming a deep bond. However, driven by national and village interests, they were forced to confront each other on the battlefield. In the end, Obito died at Kakashi's hand, leaving Kakashi with profound psychological scars. Standing before the two statues, Kakashi's mind was tumultuous. The justice and friendship he had once believed in seemed incredibly fragile at that moment. He had worked so hard and longed for peace, yet fate continued to play cruel tricks on him. However, Kakashi was not defeated by the irony of fate. He understood that in this world, everyone had their unavoidable destiny. He had to learn to move forward amidst pain and conflict, using his strength to uphold justice and friendship. Thus, Kakashi resolutely turned and walked toward the setting sun. His eyes were determined, his steps resolute, as if he were heading toward a brighter future. He knew that as long as he did not give up, he could create a better world. Kakashi stood at the entrance of the Leaf Village, gazing at the bustling streets and the throngs of people, his heart filled with sentiments. The Leaf Village was the center of the ninja world, founded by the legendary ninjas Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. However, these two former comrades ultimately turned against each other due to differences in ideology, resulting in an irreparable tragedy. Now Kakashi looked worriedly at his beloved students, Naruto and Sasuke. They had once been the best of friends, enduring countless trials and challenges together, their bond deeply ingrained. However, as time passed, Naruto and Sasuke began to diverge in their values and ideals, gradually creating a rift between them. Kakashi feared that the tragedy that once occurred between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara might repeat itself between Naruto and Sasuke. As their mentor, Kakashi understood the preciousness of this bond and did not wish to see them drift apart due to ideological differences or even turn against each other. Yet Kakashi also understood that everyone's path was different and they would ultimately face their choices. He decided to trust Naruto and Sasuke, believing they could find their own path after weathering the storm. At the same time, Kakashi resolved to do everything in his power to guide them, helping them navigate through difficulties and prevent the tragedy from recurring. Kakashi silently told himself, "I will not let tragedy happen again. I will be the strong link between them, allowing them to walk toward a brighter future with each other's support and understanding." He firmly believed that as long as he did not give up, he could help Naruto and Sasuke find true peace and happiness. After the fierce battle between Naruto and Sasuke, everyone was brought back to the Leaf for healing. This intense battle left many severely injured, with Choji and Neji in particularly grave condition. Fortunately, the medical ninjas of the Leaf worked tirelessly, ultimately saving Choji and Neji from the clutches of death. Under the ceaseless care and treatment of the medical ninjas, Choji and Neji's injuries gradually improved. Choji's wounds began to heal, and his previously pale complexion slowly regained its color. Although Neji's injuries were severe, thanks to the tireless efforts of the medical ninjas, his breathing steadily stabilized, and his vital signs slowly returned to normal. During this time, Choji and Neji's friends were always by their side, cheering them on. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura visited them daily, sharing amusing stories from outside, helping them get through tough times. As time passed, Choji and Neji's injuries continued to improve, and their spirits gradually returned to their former vitality. Finally, through the unwavering efforts of the medical ninjas and Choji and Neji strong, they fully recovered. Everyone rejoiced at this good news, for it meant they welcomed back two brave companions. On a sunny day in the Leaf Village, Choji and Neji finally discharged from the hospital. They basked in the sunlight, filled with gratitude for life, and cherished their friendship. This experience of surviving a near-death ordeal made them treasure the bonds between them even more, strengthening their resolve to protect the Leaf and uphold peace. After this thrilling battle, Sasuke gazed at Naruto's face, remaining silent for a long time. His expression was complex and his mind was filled with thoughts. In that moment, he seemed to see the shadow of his brother Itachi Uchiha, the man who once enhanced his Sharingan by killing his closest friend. Itachi Uchiha, the brother Sasuke once hated profoundly, was a presence he could never let go of in his life. However, over time, Sasuke gradually understood his brother's good intentions. He realized that the extreme measures his brother took were actually to protect the peace and tranquility of their family and village. Gazing at Naruto's familiar face, Sasuke's heart was deeply moved. Naruto was his closest companion on the path of growth. They had endured countless trials and challenges together. In Sasuke's heart, Naruto was no longer just a friend, but an irreplaceable existence. Sasuke suddenly realized that he did not want to become like his brother. He craved power, but did not wish to sacrifice friendship for it. He had once questioned himself, wondering if he would also walk the same path as his brother, enhancing his Sharingan's power by killing his closest friend. However, Naruto's existence solidified Sasuke's convictions. There exists a conviction that has strengthened Sasuke's belief. He understands that true power does not stem from hatred and destruction, but from love and trust. He has decided to take a path that is entirely different from his brother's, a path filled with friendship, trust, and unity. After this fierce battle, Sasuke's heart has become incredibly calm. He gazes at Naruto, his eyes filled with gratitude and determination. At this moment, he is even more convinced that they must work hand in hand to protect everything they cherish. They deeply understand that this profound friendship will become the most precious treasure on their journey forward. The passage of time has not weakened their bond, instead it has solidified their friendship even more. In every challenge that lies ahead, they will face it together and bear it together. Whether confronting powerful enemies or making important decisions, Sasuke and Naruto will support each other and rely on their strength to overcome all difficulties. In the turmoil of the ninja world, Sasuke and Naruto gradually become legendary figures. Their deeds are celebrated by many, and their friendship has become an ideal pursued by countless ninjas. Those who once doubted them have gradually come to understand the precious bond between them through the test of time. On the path of moving forward together, Sasuke and Naruto have never forgotten their original intentions. They firmly believe that as long as they are by each other's side, there are no insurmountable difficulties. Their friendship has transcended the boundaries of time-space and the ninja world, becoming an unbreakable bond. This precious friendship not only allowed Sasuke and Naruto to achieve remarkable successes in the ninja world, but it also helped them become better versions of themselves in each other's company. Their growth and transformation became the most dazzling chapter in the history of the ninja world, forever etched in people's memories. In the end, Sasuke and Naruto worked hand in hand together, guarding everything they cherished, becoming the greatest legend in the ninja world. This profound friendship has also become their most precious treasure on the path ahead, accompanying them until eternity. Jiraiya's disciple. At that moment, the originally peaceful forest was disrupted by a sudden figure. A cloud of smoke dissipated, and Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. Upon returning to the village, this legendary ninja heard about Naruto's various deeds, which piqued his strong interest in this young ninja. Jiraiya observed Naruto carefully, seeing the steadfast will and indomitable spirit emanating from him, which convinced him that Naruto possessed the potential to become an excellent ninja. Thus, he made an important decision to formally take Naruto as his disciple and train him to become a capable ninja. Upon hearing this news, Naruto was both surprised and delighted. He knew the significance and power of Jiraiya in the ninja world, and being able to become his disciple was an immense honor. He looked at Jiraiya with excitement, his eyes shimmering with determination, knowing that this would be a significant turning point in his life. In the following 3 years, Jiraiya meticulously taught Naruto, imparting all his life's knowledge to him. Naruto worked diligently, making rapid progress thanks to his talent and hard work. He not only learned various powerful ninjutsu, but also learned how to control the Nine Tails' power under Jiraiya's guidance. Gradually, Naruto became stronger and stronger. He could face various dangers alone and protect his comrades. Seeing Naruto's growth, Jiraiya felt immense satisfaction, knowing that his decision from years ago was the right one. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Naruto had grown into an outstanding ninja. His status in the Hidden Leaf Village continually rose, becoming a hero admired by everyone. Jiraiya felt proud as he witnessed Naruto's achievements. He knew that Naruto's future would be even brighter, and he would continue to watch over this beloved disciple, cheering him on. Jiraiya looked at his disciple Naruto, knowing that he had been worried about Sasuke's safety. To ease Naruto's concerns, he decided to tell him the secret of Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Jiraiya firmly told Naruto that while Orochimaru's Edo Tensei could grant him eternal life, this ninjutsu is not without its limitations. Every 3 years, Orochimaru must perform Edo Tensei to transfer his soul into a new body. During this process, he would fall into a weakened state and be unable to take any action. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up as he realized that this meant Sasuke would be safe during these 3 years. Jiraiya nodded affirmatively and continued, Orochimaru has performed Edo Tensei several times over the past few years, which means he will need more time to prepare for the next reincarnation. Therefore, during this time, Sasuke should not face immediate danger. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jiraiya, gratefully knowing that this esteemed master had once again alleviated his worries. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder, encouraging him not to give up on searching for Sasuke and to continue striving to grow stronger. He believed that as long as Naruto persevered, one day he would rescue his friend Sasuke. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Naruto was filled with confidence. He decided to cherish the next 3 years, continuing to practice and improve his strength. Not only must he save Sasuke, but he also needed to protect the Hidden Leaf Village and everything he cherished. Thus, under Jiraiya's care and guidance, Naruto continued on the path of growth. Although Jiraiya brought Naruto the news of Sasuke's temporary safety, he still worried that Naruto might take a dangerous path due to his concern for Sasuke. So after a training session, Jiraiya found Naruto and decided to speak candidly with him. Sitting in the lush forest, Jiraiya said earnestly to Naruto, "Naruto, I know your feelings for Sasuke are very deep, but as a senior and mentor, I hope you can carefully consider your next actions." Naruto looked at Jiraiya, his eyes filled with confusion, asking, "Are you saying I shouldn't go save Sasuke?" Jiraiya sighed, recalling his past experiences. "I once had a dear friend who, like Orochimaru, walked a dark path due to his thirst for power." His voice was filled with sorrow. "To save him, I tried every means, but in the end I failed. Not only did I fail to bring him back to the right path, but I also lost many precious things." Naruto fell silent, understanding that Jiraiya was referring to Orochimaru. Jiraiya continued, "I understand your concern for Sasuke, but often things do not develop as we hope. I hope you can think carefully and not repeat my mistakes." Naruto lowered his head, struggling internally. He knew Jiraiya meant well, but he could not give up on Sasuke. He was his most important friend. After deep contemplation, Naruto lifted his head, looking resolutely at Jiraiya, saying, "Thank you, Master Jiraiya. But I cannot give up on Sasuke. He is my brother, and I will definitely bring him back." Jiraiya looked at Naruto, a smile of appreciation appearing on his face. He understood that Naruto had made his choice. Despite the challenging road ahead, as long as Naruto upheld his beliefs, he believed this young ninja would overcome all difficulties. From that point on, Naruto worked even harder in his training under Jiraiya's guidance. With a steadfast belief in his heart, he aimed not only to become stronger, but also to bring Sasuke back to the Hidden Leaf Village, restoring the beautiful memories they once shared. Despite Jiraiya's strong recommendations for Naruto to give up searching for Sasuke, Naruto remained steadfast in his beliefs. He appreciated Jiraiya's concern, but he could not ignore his worries for Sasuke. He decided that even if it meant losing the opportunity to learn from him, he would rely on his own strength to bring Sasuke back. That day, Naruto found Jiraiya and sincerely said, "Thank you, Master Jiraiya, but I cannot give up on Sasuke. I know this may cause me to lose the chance to learn from you, but I must follow my heart." Jiraiya looked at Naruto's determined eyes, feeling a surge of emotions. He was both moved by Naruto's persistence and worried for his future. After careful consideration, Jiraiya decided to respect Naruto's choice, while also determined to do everything he could to help him. "Naruto, I understand your determination," Jiraiya said firmly. "Although I cannot agree with your approach, I will do everything I can to help you. You can continue to follow me in your studies, but I hope you will act cautiously to ensure your safety." Naruto looked at Jiraiya with gratitude, knowing the significance of this teacher's decision for him. He vowed that he would not disappoint Jiraiya's expectations and would safely bring Sasuke back. From then on, under Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto worked even harder to learn ninjutsu and improve his abilities. He believed that as long as he became strong enough, he would have the opportunity to successfully bring Sasuke back. Throughout his search for Sasuke, Naruto also made many like-minded friends. Together, they faced numerous hardships and built a deep friendship. These companions became Naruto's strong support, accompanying him to face future challenges. As time passed, Naruto gradually grew into an outstanding ninja. He never forgot his promise to Sasuke and was always prepared to bring him back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued to silently support Naruto from behind, watching over his growth and feeling proud of his achievements. Thus, Naruto embarked on a 3-year journey of training under Jiraiya. With Jiraiya's support, Naruto set off on a 3-year training journey with him. During these 3 years, they traveled around the world, facing various challenges and hardships. Under Jiraiya's careful guidance, Naruto gradually became a powerful ninja. During this time, Naruto learned many powerful ninjutsu, including Rasengan, Utama Rasengan, and Sage Mode. Through constant practice and real combat, he further enhanced his strength. Under Jiraiya's teaching, Naruto also learned how to better control the power of the Nine Tails, making him more adept in battle. In addition to ninjutsu, Naruto also learned many life experiences and wisdom from Jiraiya. Jiraiya taught Naruto from an early age to believe in himself, cherish friends, and to face life's challenges with courage and wisdom. These valuable experiences made Naruto more steadfast and mature when confronting difficulties. During his training, Naruto also made many like-minded friends. They shared many hardships together, forging a deep friendship. These friends became Naruto's most solid support, standing with him to face future challenges. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Naruto had grown from a naive youth into a mature ninja. Under Jiraiya's guidance, he achieved comprehensive improvement. Now Naruto was ready to return to the Hidden Leaf Village using everything he had learned to protect his companions and homeland. As he bid farewell to Jiraiya, Naruto looked at this mentor with gratitude, knowing that without Jiraiya's guidance and companionship, he would not have achieved what he had today. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder, encouraging him to continue working hard and become a better version of himself. Thus Naruto returned to the Hidden Leaf Village with the results of 3 years of training, prepared to face new challenges and strive to protect everything he cherished. Tsunade's measures. After Tsunade became Hokage, under Tsunade's wise leadership, the Hidden Leaf Village gradually restored its former prosperity. The village's economy developed rapidly, infrastructure improved continuously, and residents' living standards rose. The Hidden Leaf Village not only occupies a crucial position in the ninja world, but also became one of the most influential and powerful ninja villages. The rapid economic development brought ample financial resources to the Hidden Leaf Village, enabling the village to invest in infrastructure construction. Under Tsunade's planning and supervision, the infrastructure of roads, water supply, and electricity in the Hidden Leaf Village underwent comprehensive upgrades, improving the quality of life for the villagers. At the same time, the village also constructed advanced medical facilities, schools, libraries, and other public service institutions, further enhancing the soft power of the Hidden Leaf Village. As the international status of the Hidden Leaf Village continued to rise, more and more merchants and investors came to seek business cooperation opportunities. Tsunade actively promoted economic cooperation between the Hidden Leaf Village and other ninja villages, bringing more development opportunities to the village. Gradually, the Hidden Leaf Village became the economic center of the ninja world, attracting more talents and resources. Regarding the living standards of the residents, Tsunade always paid attention to people's livelihood issues. She introduced a series of policies to improve villagers' welfare and alleviate people's living burdens. Under Tsunade's leadership, the residents of the Hidden Leaf Village lived stable and prosperous lives, feeling the love and warmth of the village. Additionally, Tsunade emphasized environmental protection and sustainable development in the Hidden Leaf Village. She advocated for a green lifestyle, supported the use of renewable energy, and established strict environmental protection regulations. Through Tsunade's efforts, the Hidden Leaf Village transformed into a beautiful and livable ninja village, attracting more people to live and work here. Tsunade played a crucial role in the construction and development of the Hidden Leaf Village. Under her leadership, the Hidden Leaf Village gradually became a powerful ninja village characterized by economic prosperity, complete facilities, and the well-being of its people. The success of the Hidden Leaf Village is attributed not only to Tsunade's wisdom and perseverance, but also to the unity and collective efforts of the villagers. Tsunade has always focused on the growth of the village's youth. She established a ninja school to provide children in the village with opportunities for formal education. With her support, more and more young people became outstanding ninjas, injecting new vitality into the future development of the Hidden Leaf Village. At the same time, Tsunade placed great importance on communication and cooperation with the outside world. Under her promotion, the Hidden Leaf Village established close connections with other ninja villages, jointly maintaining peace and stability in the ninja world. This cooperation not only enhanced the international status of the Hidden Leaf Village, but also brought more development opportunities to the village. As the 5th Hokage, Tsunade deeply understands the weight of her responsibilities. She is committed to promoting reforms and innovations in the Hidden Leaf Village, continuously enhancing the village's overall strength. Under her leadership, the Hidden Leaf Village has become a vibrant and innovative ninja village. Naruto, as Tsunade's capable assistant, also played an important role in the development of the Hidden Leaf Village. He not only became a powerful ninja, but also inspired the villagers with his optimistic spirit. With Naruto's help, the Hidden Leaf Village gradually emerged from the shadows of war, becoming more united and resilient. The deep friendship between Tsunade and Naruto became a tale of the Hidden Leaf Village passed down through the ages. Their friendship transcended the boundaries of age and status, becoming a symbol of unity and strength for the Hidden Leaf Village. Through their joint efforts, the Hidden Leaf Village continued to prosper, becoming a dazzling gem in the ninja world.